The Golden Triangle by Maurice Leblanc. Icorrially it was close upon 6:30, and the evening shadows were growing denser when two soldiers reached the little space, planted with trees, opposite the Musée Galliera, where the Rue de Chaillot and the Rue Pierre-Charon meet. One wore an infantryman's sky-blue greatcoat, the other, a Senegalese, those clothes of undyed wool, with baggy breeches and a belted jacket, in which the Zouaves and the native African troops have been dressed since the war. One of them had lost his right leg, the other his left arm. They walked round the open space, in the center of which stands a fine group of Silenus figures, and stopped. The infantryman threw away his cigarette. The Senegalese picked it up, took a few quick puffs at it, put it out by squeezing it between his forefinger and thumb, and stuffed it into his pocket. All this without a word. Almost at the same time, two more soldiers came out of the Rue Galliera. It would have been impossible to say to what branch they belonged, for their military attire was composed of the most incongruous civilian garments. However, one of them spotted a Zouave's chequia, the other an artilleryman's képi. The first walked on crutches, the other on two sticks. These two kept near the newspaper kiosk which stands at the edge of the pavement. Three others came singly by the Rue Pierre-Charon, the Rue Brignoles, and the Rue de Chaillot. A one-armed rifleman, a limping sapper, and a marine with a hip that looked as if it was twisted. Each of them made straight for a tree and leant against it. Not a word was uttered among them. None of the 7 crippled soldiers seemed to know his companions, or to trouble about, or even perceive their presence. They stood behind their trees, or behind the kiosk, or behind the group of Silenus figures without stirring. And the few wayfarers who, on that evening of the 3rd of April, 1915, crossed this unfrequented square, which received hardly any light from the shrouded street lamps, did not slacken pace to observe the men's motionless outlines. A clock struck 6:30. At that moment, the door of one of the houses overlooking the square opened. A man came out, closed the door behind him, crossed the Rue de Chaillot, and walked round the open space in front of the museum. It was an officer in khaki. Under his red forage cap, with its 3 lines of gold braid, his head was wrapped in a wide linen bandage, which hid his forehead and neck. He was tall and very slenderly built. His right leg ended in a wooden stump with a rubber foot to it. He leant on a stick. Leaving the square, he stepped into the roadway of the Rue Pierre-Charon. Here he turned and gave a leisurely look to his surroundings on every side. This minute inspection brought him to one of the trees facing the museum. With the tip of his cane, he gently tapped a protruding stomach. The stomach pulled itself in. The officer moved off again. This time he went definitely down the Rue Pierre-Charon towards the center of Paris. He thus came to the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, which he went up, taking the left pavement. 200 yards further on was a large house, which had been transformed, as a flag proclaimed, into a hospital. The officer took up his position at some distance, so as not to be seen by those leaving, and waited. It struck 7:15 and 7 o'clock. A few more minutes passed. 5 persons came out of the house, followed by 2 more. At last a lady appeared in the hall, a nurse wearing a wide blue cloak marked with the Red Cross. "Here she comes," said the officer. She took the road by which he had arrived and turned down the Rue Pierre-Charon, keeping to the right-hand pavement, and thus making for the space where the street meets the Rue de Chaillot. Her walk was light, her step easy and well-balanced. The wind, buffeting against her as she moved quickly on her way, swelled out the long blue veil floating around her shoulders. Notwithstanding the width of the cloak, the rhythmical swing of her body and the youthfulness of her figure were revealed. The officer kept behind her and walked along with an absent-minded air, twirling his stick, like a man taking an aimless stroll. At this moment there was nobody in sight in that part of the street except him and her. But just after she had crossed the Avenue Marceau, and some time before he reached it, a motor standing in the avenue started driving in the same direction as the nurse, at a fixed distance from her. It was a taxicab, and the officer noticed 2 things. First, that there were 2 men inside it, and next, that one of them leant out of the window almost the whole time, talking to the driver. He was able to catch a momentary glimpse of this man's face, cut in half by a heavy mustache, and surmounted by a gray felt hat. Meanwhile, the nurse walked on without turning round. The officer had crossed the street and now hurried his pace, the more so as it struck him that the cab was also increasing its speed as the girl drew near the space in front of the museum. From where he was, the officer could take in almost the whole of the little square at a glance, and however sharply he looked, he discerned nothing in the darkness that revealed the presence of the 7 crippled men. No one, moreover, was passing on foot or driving. In the distance only, in the dusk of the wide crossing avenues, two tramcars, with lowered blinds, disturbed the silence. Nor did the girl, presuming that she was paying attention to the sights of the street, appear to see anything to alarm her. She gave not the least sign of hesitation, and the behavior of the motor-cab following her did not seem to strike her either, for she did not look round once. The cab, however, was gaining ground. When it neared the square, it was 10 or 15 yards at most from the nurse, and by the time that she, still noticing nothing, had reached the first trees, it came closer yet and, leaving the middle of the road, began to hug the pavement, while on the side opposite the pavement, the left-hand side, the man who kept leaning out had opened the door and was now standing on the step. The officer crossed the street once more, briskly, without fear of being seen, so heedless did the two men now appear of anything but their immediate business. He raised a whistle to his lips. There was no doubt that the expected event was about to take place. The cab, in fact, pulled up suddenly. The two men leapt from the doors on either side and rushed to the pavement of the square, a few yards from the kiosk. At the same moment, there was a cry of terror from the girl and a shrill whistle from the officer. And also at the same time, the two men caught up and seized their victim and dragged her towards the cab, while the 7 wounded soldiers, seeming to spring from the very trunks of the trees that hid them, fell upon the two aggressors. The battle did not last long, or rather there was no battle. At the outset, the driver of the taxi, perceiving that the attack was being counted, made off and drove away as fast as he could. As for the two men, realizing that their enterprise had failed and finding themselves faced with a threatening array of uplifted sticks and crutches, not to mention the barrel of a revolver which the officer pointed at them, they let go the girl, tacked from side to side, to prevent the officer from taking aim, and disappeared in the darkness of the Rue Brignoles. "Run for all you're worth, ye bon," said the officer to the one-armed Senegalese, "and bring me back one of them by the scruff of the neck." He supported the girl with his arm. She was trembling all over and seemed ready to faint. "Don't be frightened, little Mother Coralie," he said, very anxiously. "It's I, Captain Belville, Patris Belville." "Ah, it's you, Captain," she stammered. "Yes, all your friends have gathered round to defend you, all your old patients from the hospital, whom I found in the convalescent home. Thank you, thank you." And she added, in a quivering voice, "The others, those two men. Run away, ye bon's gone after them. But what did they want with me? And what miracle brought you all here? We'll talk about that later, little Mother Coralie. Let's speak of you first. Where am I to take you? Don't you think you'd better come in here with me until you've recovered and taken a little rest?" Assisted by one of the soldiers, he helped her gently to the house which he himself had left 3/4 of an hour before. The girl let him do as he pleased. They all entered an apartment on the ground floor and went into the drawing room, where a bright fire of logs was burning. He switched on the electric light. "Sit down," he said. She dropped into a chair, and the captain at once gave his orders. "You, Poulard, go and fetch a glass in the dining room. And you, Ribrac, draw a jug of cold water in the kitchen. Chaitlane, you'll find a decanter of rum in the pantry. Ah, stay, she doesn't like rum. Then, she said, smiling, just a glass of water, please." Her cheeks, which were naturally pale, recovered a little of their warmth. The blood flowed back to her lips, and the smile on her face was full of confidence. Her face, all charm and gentleness, had a pure outline, features almost too delicate, a fair complexion, and the ingenuous expression of a wondering child that looks on life with eyes always wide open. And all this, which was dainty and exquisite, nevertheless at certain moments gave an impression of energy, due no doubt to her shining, dark eyes and to the line of smooth, black hair that came down on either side from under the white cap in which her forehead was imprisoned. "Aha!" cried the captain gaily, when she had drunk the water. "You're feeling better, I think, little Mother Coralie? Much better. Capital. But that was a bad minute we went through just now. What an adventure. We shall have to talk it all over and get some light on it, shan't we? Meanwhile, my lads, pay your respects to little Mother Coralie. My fine fellows, who would have thought, when she was coddling you, and patting your pillows for your fat pâtés to sink into, that one day we should be taking care of her, and that the children would be coddling their little mother." They all pressed round her, the one-armed and the one-legged, the crippled and the sick, all glad to see her, and she shook hands with them affectionately. "Well, Ribrac, how's that leg of yours?" "I don't feel it any longer, little Mother Coralie." "And you, Vatinel, that wound in your shoulder?" "Not a sign of it, little Mother Coralie." "And you, Poulard, and you, Joris?" Her emotion increased at seeing them again, the men whom she called her children, and Patris Belville exclaimed, "Ah, little Mother Coralie, now you're crying. Little mother, that's how you captured all our hearts. When we were trying our hardest not to call out, on our bed of pain, we used to see your eyes filling with great tears. Little mother Coralie was weeping over her children. Then we clenched our teeth still firmer. And I used to cry still more, she said, just because you were afraid of hurting me. And today you're at it again. No, you are too soft-hearted. You love us. We love you. There's nothing to cry about in that. Come, little mother Coralie, a smile. And I say, here's Yvonne coming, and Yvonne always laughs. She rose suddenly. Do you think he can have overtaken one of the two men? Do I think so? I told Yvonne to bring one back by the neck. He won't fail. I'm only afraid of one thing. They had gone towards the hall. The Senegalese was already on the steps. With his right hand he was clutching the neck of a man, of a limp rag, rather, which he seemed to be carrying at arm's length, like a dancing doll. Drop him? Said the captain. Yvonne loosened his fingers. The man fell on the flags in the hall. That's what I feared, muttered the officer. Yvonne has only his right hand, but when that hand holds anyone by the throat, it's a miracle if it doesn't strangle him. The butchers know something about it. Yvonne was a sort of colossus, the color of gleaming coal, with a woolly head and a few curly hairs on his chin, with an empty sleeve fastened to his left shoulder, and 2 medals pinned to his jacket. Yvonne had had one cheek, one side of his jaw, half his mouth and the whole of his palate smashed by a splinter of shell. The other half of that mouth was split to the ear in a laugh which never seemed to cease, and which was all the more surprising, because the wounded portion of the face, patched up as best it could be and covered with a grafted skin, remained impassive. Moreover, Yvonne had lost his power of speech. The most that he could do was to emit a sequence of indistinct grunts in which his nickname of Yvonne was everlastingly repeated. He uttered it once more with a satisfied air, glancing by turns at his master and his victim, like a good spotting dog standing over the bird which he has retrieved. Good, said the officer. But next time, go to work more gently. He bent over the man, felt his heart, and on seeing that he had only fainted, asked the nurse, Do you know him? No, she said. Are you sure? Have you never seen that head anywhere? It was a very big head with black hair, plastered down with grease and a thick beard. The man's clothes, which were of dark blue serge and well cut, showed him to be in easy circumstances. Never, the girl declared. Captain Belleville searched the man's pockets. They contained no papers. Very well, he said, rising to his feet. We will wait till he wakes up and question him then. Yvonne, tie up his arms and legs and stay here in the hall. The rest of you fellows go back to the home. It's time you were indoors. I have my key. Say goodbye to little mother Coralie and trot off. And when goodbye had been said, he pushed them outside, came back to the nurse, led her into the drawing room and said, Now let's talk, little mother Coralie. First of all, before we try to explain things, listen to me. It won't take long. They were sitting before the merrily blazing fire. Patron Belleville slipped a hassock under little mother Coralie's feet, put out a light that seemed to worry her, and when he felt certain that she was comfortable, began. As you know, little mother Coralie, I left the hospital a week ago, and am staying on the Boulevard Maillot, at Neuilly, in the home reserved for the convalescent patients of the hospital. I sleep there at night and have my wounds dressed in the morning. The rest of the time I spend in loafing. I stroll about, lunch and dine where the mood takes me and go and call on my friends. Well, this morning I was waiting for one of them in a big café restaurant on the boulevard, when I overheard the end of a conversation. But I must tell you that the place is divided into two by a partition standing about 6 feet high, with the customers of the café on one side and those of the restaurant on the other. I was all by myself in the restaurant, and the two men, who had their backs turned to me, and who in any case were out of sight, probably thought that there was no one there at all, for they were speaking rather louder than they need have done, considering the sentences which I overheard, and which I afterwards wrote down in my little notebook. He took the notebook from his pocket and went on. These sentences, which caught my attention for reasons which you will understand presently, were preceded by some others in which there was a reference to sparks, to a shower of sparks that had already occurred twice before the war, a sort of night signal for the possible repetition of which they proposed to watch, so that they might act quickly as soon as it appeared. Does none of this tell you anything? No. Why? You shall see. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the two were talking English, quite correctly, but with an accent which assured me that neither of them was an Englishman. Here is what they said, faithfully translated. To finish up, therefore, said one, everything is decided. You and he will be at the appointed place at a little before 7 this evening. We shall be there, Colonel. We have engaged our taxi. Good. Remember that the little woman leaves her hospital at 7 o'clock. Have no fear. There can't be any mistake because she always goes the same way, down the Rue Pierre Charon. And your whole plan is settled? In every particular. The thing will happen in the square at the end of the Rue de Chaillot. Even granting that there may be people about, they will have no time to rescue her, for we shall act too quickly. Are you certain of your driver? I am certain that we shall pay him enough to secure his obedience. That's all we want. Capital. I'll wait for you at the place you know of, in a motor car. You'll hand the little woman over to me. From that moment, we shall be masters of the situation. And you of the little woman, Colonel, which isn't bad for you, for she's deucedly pretty. Deucedly, as you say. I've known her a long time by sight, and upon my word. The two began to laugh costly and called for their bill. I at once got up and went to the door on the boulevard, but only one of them came out by that door, a man with a big drooping mustache and a grey felt hat. The other had left by the door in the street round the corner. There was only one taxi in the road. The man took it, and I had to give up all hope of following him. Only, as I knew that you left the hospital at 7 o'clock every evening and that you went along the Rue Pierre Charon, I was justified, wasn't I, in believing? The captain stopped. The girl reflected with a thoughtful air. Presently she asked, "Why didn't you warn me?" "Warn you?" he exclaimed. "And if, after all, it wasn't you? Why alarm you? And if, on the other hand, it was you, why put you on your guard? After the attempt had failed, your enemies would have laid another trap for you, and we, not knowing of it, would have been unable to prevent it. No, the best thing was to accept the fight. I enrolled a little band of your former patients who were being treated at the home, and as the friend whom I was expecting to meet happened to live in the square, here, in this house, I asked him to place his rooms at my disposal from 6 to 9 o'clock. That's what I did, little Mother Coralie. And now that you know as much as I do, what do you think of it?" She gave him her hand. "I think you have saved me from an unknown danger that looks like a very great one, and I thank you." No, he said. "I can accept no thanks. I was so glad to have succeeded. What I want to know is your opinion of the business itself." Without a second's hesitation, she replied, "I have none. Not a word, not an incident in all that you have told me, suggests the least idea to me. You have no enemies, to your knowledge?" "Personally, no. What about that man to whom your two assailants were to hand you over and who says that he knows you?" "Doesn't every woman," she said, with a slight blush, "come across men who pursue her more or less openly? I can't tell who it is." The captain was silent for a while and then went on. "When all is said, our only hope of clearing up the matter lies in questioning our prisoner. If he refuses to answer, I shall hand him over to the police, who will know how to get to the bottom of the business." The girl gave a start. "The police? Well, of course, what would you have me do with the fellow? He doesn't belong to me. He belongs to the police." No, she exclaimed excitedly. "Not on any account. What have my life gone into? Have to appear before the magistrate? Have my name mixed up in all this? And yet, little Mother Coralie, I can't. Oh, I beg, I beseech you, as my friend, find some way out of it, but don't have me talked about. I don't want to be talked about." The captain looked at her, somewhat surprised to see her in such a state of agitation, and said, "You shan't be talked about, little Mother Coralie, I promise you." "Then what will you do with that man?" "Well," he said, with a laugh, "I shall begin by asking him politely if he will condescend to answer my questions, then thank him for his civil behavior to you, and lastly beg him to be good enough to go away." He rose. "Do you wish to see him, little Mother Coralie?" "No," she said. "I am so tired. If you don't want me, question him by yourself. You can tell me about it afterwards." She seemed quite exhausted by all this fresh excitement and strain, added to all those which already rendered her life as a nurse so hard. The captain did not insist and went out, closing the door of the drawing-room after him. She heard him saying, "Well, Yvonne, have you kept a good watch? No news? And how's your prisoner? Ah, there you are, my fine fellow. Have you got your breath back? Oh, I know Yvonne's hand is a bit heavy. What's this? Won't you answer? Hallo, what's happened? Hanged if I don't think." A cry escaped him. The girl ran to the hall. She met the captain, who tried to bar her way. "Don't come," he said in great agitation. "What's the use?" "But you're hurt," she exclaimed. There's blood on your shirt cuff." "So there is, but it's nothing. It's the man's blood that must have stained me." "Then he was wounded?" "Yes, or at least his mouth was bleeding. Some blood vessel. Why, surely Yvonne didn't grip as hard as that." "It wasn't Yvonne." "Then who was it?" "His accomplices. Did they come back?" "Yes, and they've strangled him." "But it's not possible." She pushed by and went towards the prisoner. He did not move. His face had the pallor of death. Round his neck was a red silk string, twisted very thin and with a buckle at either end. The red cod Coralie, feeling her legs give way beneath her, had flung herself on the prie-dieu, and then knelt praying fervently and wildly. She could not tell on whose behalf, for the repose of what unknown soul her prayers were offered, but her whole being was afire with fever and exultation, and the very action of praying seemed able to assuage her. "What was your mother's name, Coralie?" Patris whispered. "Louise," she replied. "And my father's name was Armand. It cannot be either of them, therefore, and yet—" Patris also was displaying the greatest agitation. Stooping down, he examined the 19 wreaths, renewed his inspection of the tombstone, and said, "All the same, Coralie, the coincidence is really too extraordinary. My father died in 1895. And my mother died in that year too," she said, "though I do not know the exact date." "We shall find out, Coralie," he declared. "These things can all be verified, but meanwhile, one truth becomes clear. The man who used to interlace the names of Patris and Coralie was not thinking only of us and was not considering only the future. Perhaps he thought even more of the past, of that Coralie and Patris whom he knew to have suffered a violent death and whom he had undertaken to avenge. Come away, Coralie. No one must suspect that we have been here." They went down the path and through the 2 doors on the lane. They were not seen coming in. Patris at once brought Coralie indoors, urged Yabon and his comrades to increase their vigilance, and left the house. He came back in the evening only to go out again early the next day, and it was not until the day after, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that he asked to be shown up to Coralie. "Have you found out?" she asked him at once. "I have found out a great many things which do not dispel the darkness of the present. I am almost tempted to say that they increase it. They do, however, throw a very vivid light on the past." "Do they explain what we saw 2 days ago?" she asked, anxiously. "Listen to me, Coralie." He sat down opposite her and said, "I shall not tell you all the steps that I have taken. I will merely sum up the result of those which led to some result. I went first of all to the mayor of Passi's office and from there to the Serbian legation." "Then you persist in assuming that it was my mother?" "Yes. I took a copy of her death certificate. Coralie, your mother died on the 14th of April, 1895. "Oh," she said, "that is the date on the tomb?" "The very date. But the name, Coralie? My father used to call her Louise. Your mother's name was Louise Coralie Countess Odolavich." "Oh, my mother," she murmured. "My poor darling mother, then it was she who was murdered. It was for her that I was praying over the way? For her, Coralie, and for my father." I discovered his full name at the mayor's office in the Rue Drouot. My father was Armand Patris Belleville. He died on the 14th of April, 1895. Patris was right in saying that a singular light had been thrown upon the past. He had now positively established that the inscription on the tombstone related to his father and Coralie's mother, both of whom were murdered on the same day. But by whom, and for what reason, in consequence of what tragedies? This was what Coralie asked him to tell her. "I cannot answer your questions yet," he replied, "but I addressed another to myself, one more easily solved, and that I did solve. This also makes us certain of an essential point. I wanted to know to whom the lodge belonged. The outside in the Rue Rainward affords no clue. You have seen the wall and the door of the yard. They show nothing in particular, but the number of the property was sufficient for my purpose. I went to the local receiver and learnt that the taxes were paid by a notary in the Avenue de Elapera. I called on this notary, who told me. He stopped for a moment and then said, 'The lodge was bought 21 years ago by my father. 2 years later my father died, and the lodge, which of course formed part of his estate, was put up for sale by the present notary's predecessor and bought by one Simeon Diadokis, a Greek subject.'" "It's he?" cried Coralie. "Simeon's name is Diadokis." "Well, Simeon Diadokis," Patris continued, "was a friend of my father's because my father appointed him the sole executor of his will, and because it was Simeon Diadokis who, through the notary in question and a London solicitor, paid my school fees, and when I attained my majority, made over to me the sum of 200,000 francs, the balance of my inheritance." They maintained a long silence. Many things were becoming manifest, but indistinctly as yet, and shaded, like things seen in the evening mist. And one thing stood in sharper outline than the rest, for Patris murmured, "Your mother and my father loved each other, Coralie. The thought united them more closely and affected them profoundly. Their love was the counterpart of another love, bruised by trials like theirs, but still more tragic and ending in bloodshed and death. Your mother and my father loved each other," he repeated. "I should say they must have belonged to that class of rather enthusiastic lovers whose passion indulges in charming little childish ways, for they had a trick of calling each other, when alone, by names which nobody else used to them, and they selected their second Christian names, which were also yours and mine. One day your mother dropped her amethyst rosary. The largest of the beads broke in 2 pieces. My father had one of the pieces mounted as a trinket which he hung on his watch chain. Both were widowed. You were 2 years old and I was 8. In order to devote himself altogether to the woman he loved, my father sent me to England and bought the lodge in which your mother, who lived in the big house next door, used to go and see him, crossing the lane and using the same key for both doors. It was no doubt in this lodge, or in the garden round it, that they were murdered. We shall find that out because there must be visible proofs of the murder, proofs which Simeon Diadoches discovered, since he was not afraid to say so in the inscription on the tombstone. And who was the murderer? Coralie asked under her breath. You suspect it, Coralie, as I do? The hated name comes to your mind, even though we have no grounds for speaking with certainty. Esses? She cried in anguish. Most probably. She hid her face in her hands. No, no. It is impossible. It is impossible that I should have been the wife of the man who killed my mother. You bore his name, but you were never his wife. You told him so the evening before his death in my presence. Let us say nothing that we are unable to say positively, but all the same let us remember that he was your evil genius. Remember also that Simeon, my father's friend and executor, the man who bought the lovers' lodge, the man who swore upon their tomb to avenge them. Remember that Simeon, a few months after your mother's death, persuaded Esses to engage him as caretaker of the estate, became his secretary and gradually made his way into Esses' life. His only object must have been to carry out a plan of revenge. There has been no revenge. What do we know about it? Do we know how Esses met his death? Certainly it was not Simeon who killed him, as Simeon was at the hospital, but he may have caused him to be killed. And revenge has 1,000 ways of manifesting itself. Lastly, Simeon was most likely obeying instructions that came from my father. There is little doubt that he wanted first to achieve an aim which my father and your mother had at heart, the union of our destinies, Coralie. And it was this aim that ruled his life. It was he evidently who placed among the knickknacks which I collected as a child this amethyst of which the other half formed a bead in your rosary. It was he who collected our photographs. He lastly was our unknown friend and protector, the one who sent me the key, accompanied by a letter which I never received, unfortunately. Then, Patris, you no longer believe that he is dead, this unknown friend, or that you heard his dying cries? I cannot say. Simeon was not necessarily acting alone. He may have had a confidant, an assistant in the work which he undertook. Perhaps it was this other man who died at 19 minutes past 7. I cannot say. Everything that happened on that ill-fated morning remains involved in the deepest mystery. The only conviction that we are able to hold is that for 20 years, Simeon Diadoches has worked unobtrusively and patiently on our behalf, doing his utmost to defeat the murderer, and that Simeon Diadoches is alive, but mad, Patris added, so that we can neither thank him nor question him about the grim story which he knows or about the dangers that threaten you. Patris resolved once more to make the attempt, though he felt sure of a fresh disappointment. Simeon had a bedroom, next to that occupied by 2 of the wounded soldiers, in the wing which formerly contained the servants' quarters. Here Patris found him. He was sitting half asleep in a chair turned towards the garden. His pipe was in his mouth. He had allowed it to go out. The room was small, sparsely furnished, but clean and light. Hidden from view, the best part of the old man's life was spent here. Mazarin had often visited the room, in Simeon's absence, and so had Patris, each from his own point of view. The only discovery worthy of note consisted of a crude diagram in pencil on the white wallpaper behind a chest of drawers, 3 lines intersecting to form a large equilateral triangle. In the middle of this geometrical figure were 3 words clumsily inscribed in adhesive gold leaf. The golden triangle. There was nothing more, not another clue of any kind, to further Mazarin's search. Patris walked straight up to the old man and tapped him on the shoulder. "Simeon," he said. The other lifted his yellow spectacles to him, and Patris felt a sudden wish to snatch away this glass obstacle, which concealed the old fellow's eyes and prevented him from looking into his soul and his distant memories. Simeon began to laugh foolishly. "So this," thought Patris, "is my friend and my father's friend. He loved my father, respected his wishes, was faithful to his memory, raised a tomb to him, prayed on it and swore to avenge him. And now his mind is gone." Patris felt that speech was useless. But though the sound of his voice roused no echo in that wandering brain, it was possible that the eyes were susceptible to a reminder. He wrote on a clean sheet of paper the words that Simeon had gazed upon so often. Petrus and Coralie, 14 April, 1895. The old man looked, shook his head, and repeated his melancholy, foolish chuckle. The officer added a new line. And Belleville. The old man displayed the same topper. Petrus continued the test. He wrote down the names of SS Bay and Colonel Fackeye. He drew a triangle. The old man failed to understand and went on chuckling. But suddenly, his laughter lost some of its childishness. Petrus had written the name of Bonnef, the accomplice, and this time the old secretary appeared to be stirred by a recollection. He tried to get up, fell back in his chair, then rose to his feet again and took his hat from a peg on the wall. He left his room and, followed by Petrus, marched out of the house and turned to the left, in the direction of Auteuil. He moved like a man in a trance who is hypnotized into walking without knowing where he is going. He led the way along the Rue de Boulainvilliers, crossed the Seine, and turned down the Quai de Grenelle with an unhesitating step. Then, when he reached the boulevard, he stopped, putting out his arm, made a sign to Petrus to do likewise. A kiosk hid them from view. He put his head round it. Petrus followed his example. Opposite, at the corner of the boulevard and a side street, was a café, with a portion of the pavement in front of it marked out by dwarf shrubs in tubs. Behind these tubs, 4 men sat drinking. 3 of them had their backs turned to Petrus. He saw the only one that faced him, and he at once recognized Bonnef. By this time, Simeon was some distance away, like a man whose part is played and who leaves it to others to complete the work. Petrus looked round, caught sight of a post office, and went in briskly. He knew that M. Masserin was at the Rue Rainward. He telephoned and told him where Bonnef was. M. Masserin replied that he would come at once. Since the murder of SS Bay, M. Masserin's inquiry had made no progress in so far as Colonel Fackeye's 4 accomplices were concerned. True, they discovered the man Grégoire's sanctuary and the bedrooms with the wall cupboards, but the whole place was empty. The accomplices had disappeared. Old Simeon, said Petrus to himself, was acquainted with their habits. He must have known that they were accustomed to meet at this café on a certain day of the week, at a fixed hour, and he suddenly remembered it all at the sight of Bonnef's name. A few minutes later M. Masserin alighted from his car with his men. The business did not take long. The open front of the café was surrounded. The accomplices offered no resistance. M. Masserin sent 3 of them under a strong guard to the dépôt and hustled Bonnef into a private room. "Come along," he said to Petrus. "We'll question him." "Emmy, SS is alone at the house," Petrus objected. "Alone? No, there are all your soldier men." "Yes, but I would rather go back if you don't mind. It's the first time that I've left her and I'm justified in feeling anxious." "It's only a matter of a few minutes," M. Masserin insisted. "One should always take advantage of the fluster caused by the arrest." Petrus followed him, but they soon saw that Bonnef was not one of those men who are easily put out. He simply shrugged his shoulders at their threats. "It is no use, sir," he said. "To try and frighten me, I risk nothing." "Shot, do you say? Nonsense, you don't shoot people in France for the least thing, and we are all 4 subjects of a neutral country. Tried, sentenced, imprisoned? Never. You forget that you have kept everything dark so far, and when you hushed up the murder of Mustapha, of Fackeye and of SS, it was not done with the object of reviving the case for no valid reason. No, sir, I am quite easy. The internment camp is the worst that can await me." "Then you refuse to answer?" said M. Masserin. "Not a bit of it. I accept internment. But there are 20 different ways of treating a man in these camps, and I should like to earn your favor and, in so doing, make sure of reasonable comfort till the end of the war. But first of all, what do you know?" "Pretty well everything." "That's a pity, it decreases my value. Do you know about SS last night?" "Yes, with the bargain of the 4 millions. What's become of the money?" Bonnef made a furious gesture. "Taken from us, stolen, it was a trap." "Who took it?" "One Grégoire." "Who was he?" "His familiar, as we have since learnt. We discovered that this Grégoire was no other than a fellow who used to serve as his chauffeur on occasion, and who therefore helped him to convey the bags of gold from the bank to his house. Yes, and we also think we know, look here, you may as well call it a certainty. Grégoire is a woman." "A woman?" "Exactly. His mistress, we have several proofs of it, but she's a trustworthy, capable woman, strong as a man and afraid of nothing." "Do you know her address?" "No. As to the gold, have you no clue to its whereabouts, no suspicion?" "No, the gold is in the garden or in the house in the Rue Rainward. We saw it being taken in every day for a week. It has not been taken out since. We kept watch every night. The bags are there." "No clue either to SS murderer?" "No, none." "Are you quite sure?" "Why should I tell a lie? Suppose it was yourself, or one of your friends? We thought that you would suspect us. Fortunately, we happen to have an alibi." Easy to prove? Impossible to upset. We'll look into it, so you have nothing more to reveal? No, but I have an idea, or rather a question which you will answer or not as you please. Who betrayed us? Your reply may throw some useful light, for one person only knew of our weekly meetings here from 4 to 5 o'clock, one person only, SS Bay, and he himself often came here to confer with us. SS is dead. Then who gave us away? Old Simeon. Bonif started with astonishment. What, Simeon? Simeon Diadoches? Yes, Simeon Diadoches, SS Bay's secretary. I'll make him pay for this, the blackguard. But no, it's impossible. What makes you say that it's impossible? Why, because he stopped and thought for some time, no doubt to convince himself that there was no harm in speaking. Then he finished his sentence, because old Simeon was on our side. What's that you say? Exclaimed Petrus, whose turn it was to be surprised. I say and I swear that Simeon Diadoches was on our side. He was our man. It was he who kept us informed of SS Bay's shady tricks. It was he who rang us up at 9 o'clock in the evening to tell us that SS had lit the furnace of the old hothouses and that the signal of the sparks was going to work. It was he who opened the door to us, pretending to resist, of course, and allowed us to tie him up in the potter's lodge. It was he, lastly, who paid and dismissed the menservants. But why? Why this treachery? For the sake of money? No, from hatred. He bore SS Bay a hatred that often gave us the shudders. What prompted it? I don't know. Simeon keeps his own counsel, but it dated a long way back. Did he know where the gold was hidden? Asked Mazarin. No, and it was not for want of hunting to find out. He never knew how the bags got out the cellar, which was only a temporary hiding place, and yet they used to leave the grounds. If so, how are we to know that the same thing didn't happen this time? This time we were keeping watch the whole way round outside, a thing which Simeon could not do by himself. Petrus now put the question, can you tell us nothing more about him? No, I can't. Wait, though, there was one rather curious thing. On the afternoon of the great day, I received a letter in which Simeon gave me certain particulars. In the same envelope was another letter, which had evidently got there by some incredible mistake, for it appeared to be highly important. What did it say? Asked Petrus anxiously. It was all about a key. Don't you remember the details? Here is the letter. I kept it in order to give it back to him and warn him what he had done. Here, it's certainly his writing. Petrus took the sheet of notepaper, and the first thing that he saw was his own name. The letter was addressed to him. As he anticipated, Petrus, you will this evening receive a key. The key opens 2 doors midway down a lane leading to the river. One, on the right, is that of the garden of the woman you love. The other, on the left, that of a garden where I want you to meet me at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 14th of April. She will be there also. You shall learn who I am and the object which I intend to attain. You shall both hear things about the past that will bring you still closer together. From now until the 14th, the struggle which begins tonight will be a terrible one. If anything happens to me, it is certain that the woman you love will run the greatest dangers. Watch over her, Petrus. Do not leave her for an instant unprotected. But I do not intend to let anything happen to me, and you shall both know the happiness which I have been preparing for you so long. My best love to you. It's not signed, said Bonif, but I repeat, it's in Simeon's handwriting. As for the lady, she is obviously Emma SS. But what danger can she be running? Exclaimed Petrus uneasily. SS is dead, so there is nothing to fear. I wouldn't say that, he would take some killing. Whom can he have instructed to avenge him? Who would continue his work? I can't say, but I should take no risks. Petrus waited to hear no more. He thrust the letter into Mazarin's hand and made his escape. Rue Rainward, fast as you can, he said, springing into a taxi. He was eager to reach his destination. The dangers of which old Simeon spoke seemed suddenly to hang over Coralie's head. Already the enemy, taking advantage of Petrus's absence, might be attacking his beloved. And who could defend her? If anything happens to me, Simeon had said, and the supposition was partly realized since he had lost his wits. Come, come, muttered Petrus, this is sheer idiocy. I am fancying things. There is no reason. But his mental anguish increased every minute. He reminded himself that old Simeon was still in full possession of his faculties at the time when he wrote that letter, and gave the advice which it contained. He reminded himself that old Simeon had purposely informed him that the key opened the door of Coralie's garden, so that he, Petrus, might keep an effective watch by coming to her in case of need. He saw Simeon some way ahead of him. It was growing late, and the old fellow was going home. Petrus passed him just outside the potter's lodge and heard him humming to himself. Any news? Petrus asked the soldier on duty. No, sir. Where's little Mother Coralie? She had a walk in the garden and went upstairs half an hour ago. Yabon? Yabon went up with little Mother Coralie. He should be at her door. Petrus climbed the stairs, feeling a good deal calmer, but when he came to the first floor, he was astonished to find that the electric light was not on. He turned on the switch. Then he saw, at the end of the passage, Yabon on his knees outside Coralie's room, with his head leaning against the wall. The door was open. "What are you doing there?" he shouted, running up. Yabon made no reply. Petrus saw that there was blood on the shoulder of his jacket. At that moment, the Senegalese sank to the floor. "Damn it, he's wounded, dead perhaps." He leapt over the body and rushed into the room, switching on the light at once. Coralie was lying at full length on a sofa. Round her neck was the terrible little red silk cord, and yet Petrus did not experience that awful, numbing despair which we feel in the presence of irretrievable misfortunes. It seemed to him that Coralie's face had not the pallor of death. He found that she was in fact breathing. "She's not dead. She's not dead," said Petrus to himself. "And she's not going to die. I'm sure of it, nor Yabon either. They've failed this time." He loosened the cords. In a few seconds, Coralie heaved a deep breath and recovered consciousness. A smile lit up her eyes at the sight of him. But suddenly remembering, she threw her arms, still so weak, around him. "Oh, Petrus," she said in a trembling voice, "I'm frightened for you." "What are you frightened of, Coralie? Who is the scoundrel?" "I didn't see him. He put out the light, caught me by the throat, and whispered, 'You first. Tonight it will be your lover's turn.' Oh, Petrus, I'm frightened for you." Roman 11, on the brink. Petrus at once made up his mind what to do. He lifted Coralie to her bed and asked her not to move or call out. Then he made sure that Yabon was not seriously wounded. Lastly, he rang violently, sounding all the bells that communicated with the posts which he had placed in different parts of the house. The men came hurrying up. "You're a pack of nincompoops," he said. "Someone's been here. Little Mother Coralie and Yabon have had a narrow escape from being killed." They began to protest loudly. "Silence," he commanded. "You deserve a good hiding, every one of you. I'll forgive you on one condition, which is that, all this evening and all tonight, you speak of little Mother Coralie as though she were dead." "But whom are we to speak to, sir?" One of them objected. "There's nobody here." "Yes, there is, you silly fool, since little Mother Coralie and Yabon have been attacked. Unless it was yourselves who did it." "It wasn't? Very well then, and let me have no more nonsense. It's not a question of speaking to others, but of talking among yourselves, and of thinking even without speaking. There are people listening to you, spying on you, people who hear what you say and who guess what you don't say. So, until tomorrow, little Mother Coralie will not leave her room. You shall keep watch over her by turns. Those who are not watching will go to bed immediately after dinner. No moving about the house, do you understand? Absolute silence and quiet. And old Simeon, sir? Lock him up in his room. He's dangerous because he's mad. They may have taken advantage of his madness to make him open the door to them. Lock him up." Petrus's plan was a simple one. As the enemy, believing Coralie to be on the point of death, had revealed to her his intention, which was to kill Petrus as well, it was necessary that he should think himself free to act, with nobody to suspect his schemes or to be on his guard against him. He would enter upon the struggle and would then be caught in a trap. Pending this struggle, for which he longed with all his might, Petrus saw to Yabon's wound, which proved to be only slight, and questioned him and Coralie. Their answers tallied at all points. Coralie, feeling a little tired, was lying down reading. Yabon remained in the passage, outside the open door, squatting on the floor, Arab fashion. Neither of them heard anything suspicious. And suddenly, Yabon saw a shadow between himself and the light in the passage. This light, which came from an electric lamp, was put out at just about the same time as the light in the bedroom. Yabon, already half erect, felt a violent blow in the back of the neck and lost consciousness. Coralie tried to escape by the door of her boudoir, was unable to open it, began to cry out, and was at once seized and thrown down. All this had happened within the space of a few seconds. The only hint that Petrus succeeded in obtaining was that the man came not from the staircase, but from the servants' wing. This had a smaller staircase of its own, communicating with the kitchen through a pantry by which the tradesmen entered from the Rue Rainward. The door leading to the street was locked, but someone might easily possess a key. After dinner, Petrus went in to see Coralie for a moment, and then, at 9 o'clock, retired to his bedroom, which was situated a little lower down, on the same side. It had been used, in Essay's Bay's lifetime, as a smoking room. As the attack from which he expected such good results was not likely to take place before the middle of the night, Petrus sat down at a roll-top desk standing against the wall, and took out the diary in which he had begun his detailed record of recent events. He wrote on for half an hour or 40 minutes, and was about to close the book, when he seemed to hear a vague rustle, which he would certainly not have noticed if his nerves had not been stretched to their utmost state of tension. And he remembered the day when he and Coralie had once before been shot at. This time, however, the window was not open nor even ajar. He therefore went on writing without turning his head or doing anything to suggest that his attention had been aroused, and he set down, almost unconsciously, the actual phases of his anxiety. He is here. He is watching me. I wonder what he means to do. I doubt if he will smash a pane of glass and fire a bullet at me. He has tried that method before and found it uncertain and a failure. No, his plan is thought out, I expect, in a different and more intelligent fashion. He is more likely to wait for me to go to bed, when he can watch me sleeping and effect his entrance by some means which I can't guess. Meanwhile, it's extraordinarily exhilarating to know that his eyes are upon me. He hates me, and his hatred is coming nearer and nearer to mine, like one sword feeling its way towards another before clashing. He is watching me as a wild animal, lurking in the dark, watches its prey and selects the spot on which to fasten its fangs. But no, I am certain that it's he who is the prey, doomed beforehand to defeat and destruction. He is preparing his knife or his red silk cord, and it's these two hands of mine that will finish the battle. They are strong and powerful and are already enjoying their victory. They will be victorious. Petrus shut down the desk, lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly, as his habit was before going to bed. Then he undressed, folded his clothes carefully over the back of a chair, wound up his watch, got into bed and switched off the light. At last, he said to himself, I shall know the truth. I shall know who this man is. Some friend of Esther's continuing his work. But why this hatred of Coralie? Is he in love with her as he is trying to finish me off too? I shall know. I shall soon know. An hour passed, however, and another hour, during which nothing happened on the side of the window. A single creaking came from somewhere beside the desk. But this no doubt was one of those sounds of creaking furniture, which we often hear in the silence of the night. Petrus began to lose the buoyant hope that had sustained him so far. He perceived that his elaborate sham regarding Coralie's death was a poor thing after all, and that a man of his enemy's stamp might well refuse to be taken in by it. Feeling rather put out, he was on the point of going to sleep, when he heard the same creaking sound at the same spot. The need to do something made him jump out of bed. He turned on the light. Everything seemed to be as he had left it. There was no trace of a strange presence. Well, said Petrus, one thing's certain, I'm no good. The enemy must have smelt a rat and guessed the trap I laid for him. Let's go to sleep. There will be nothing happening tonight. There was in fact no alarm. Next morning, on examining the window, he observed that a stone ledge ran above the ground floor all along the garden front of the house, wide enough for a man to walk upon by holding on to the balconies and rain pipes. He inspected all the rooms to which the ledge gave access. None of them was old Simeon's room. He hasn't stirred out, I suppose? He asked the two soldiers posted on guard. Don't think so, sir. In any case, we haven't unlocked the door. Petrus went in and, paying no attention to the old fellow, who was still sucking at his cold pipe, he searched the room, having it at the back of his mind that the enemy might take refuge there. He found nobody. But what he did discover, in a press in the wall, was a number of things which he had not seen on the occasion of his investigations in M. Masseron's company. These consisted of a rope ladder, a coil of lead pipes, apparently gas pipes, and a small soldering lamp. This all seems devilish odd, he said to himself. How did the things get in here? Did Simeon collect them without any definite object, mechanically? Or am I to assume that Simeon is merely an instrument of the enemy's? He used to know the enemy before he lost his reason, and he may be under his influence at present. Simeon was sitting at the window, with his back to the room. Petrus went up to him and gave a start. In his hands the old man held a funeral wreath made of black and white beads. It bore a date, 14 April 1915, and made the 20th, the one which Simeon was preparing to lay on the grave of his dead friends. He will lay it there, said Petrus, aloud. His instinct as an avenging friend which has guided his steps through life continues in spite of his insanity. He will lay it on the grave. That's so, Simeon, isn't it? You will take it there tomorrow? For tomorrow is the 14th of April, the sacred anniversary. He leant over the incomprehensible being who held the key to all the plots and counterplots, to all the treachery and benevolence that constituted the inextricable drama. Simeon thought that Petrus wanted to take the wreath from him and pressed it to his chest with a startled gesture. Don't be afraid, said Petrus. You can keep it. Tomorrow, Simeon, tomorrow, Coralie and I will be faithful to the appointment which you gave us, and tomorrow, perhaps the memory of the horrible past will unseal your brain. The day seemed long to Petrus, who was eager for something that would provide a glimmer in the surrounding darkness, and now, this glimmer seemed about to be kindled by the arrival of this 20th anniversary of the 14th of April. At a late hour in the afternoon, M. Masserin called at the Rue Rainward. "Look what I've just received," he said to Petrus. "It's rather curious. An anonymous letter in a disguised hand. Listen, sir, be warned. They're going away. Take care. Tomorrow evening the 1,800 bags will be on their way out of the country. A friend of France. And tomorrow is the 14th of April," said Petrus, at once connecting the two trains of thought in his mind. "Yes, what makes you say that?" "Nothing, something that just occurred to me." He was nearly telling him, Masserin, all the facts associated with the 14th of April, and all those concerning the strange personality of old Simeon. If he did not speak, it was for obscure reasons, perhaps because he wished to work out this part of the case alone, perhaps also because of a sort of shyness which prevented him from admitting M. Masserin into all the secrets of the past. He said nothing about it, therefore, and asked, "What do you think of the letter?" "Upon my word, I don't know what to think. It may be a warning with something to back it, or it may be a trick to make us adopt one course of conduct rather than another. I'll talk about it to Bonnef." "Nothing fresh on his side?" "No, and I don't expect anything in particular. The alibi which he has submitted is genuine. His friends and he are so many supers. Their parts are played." The coincidence of dates was all that stuck in Petrus's mind. The two roads which M. Masserin and he were following suddenly met on this day, so long since marked out by fate. The past and the present were about to unite. The catastrophe was at hand. The 14th of April was the day on which the gold was to disappear for good, and also the day on which an unknown voice had summoned Petrus and Coralie to the same tryst which his father and her mother had kept 20 years ago. And the next day was the 14th of April. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Petrus asked after old Simeon. "Gone out, sir? You had countermanded your orders." Petrus entered the room and looked for the wreath. It was not there. Moreover, the three things in the cupboard, the rope ladder, the coil of lead, and the glazier's lamp, were not there either. "Did Simeon take anything with him?" "Yes, sir, a wreath." "Nothing else?" "No, sir." The window was open. Petrus came to the conclusion that the things had gone by this way, thus confirming his theory that the old fellow was an unconscious confederate. Shortly before 10 o'clock, Coralie joined him in the garden. Petrus had told her the latest events. She looked pale and anxious. They went round the lawns and, without being seen, reached the clumps of dwarf shrubs which hid the door on the lane. Petrus opened the door. As he started to open the other, his hand hesitated. He felt sorry that he had not told him, Masserin, and that he and Coralie were performing by themselves a pilgrimage which certain signs warned him to be dangerous. He shook off the obsession, however. He had 2 revolvers with him. What had he to fear? "You're coming in, aren't you, Coralie?" "Yes," she said. "I somehow thought you seemed undecided, anxious." "It's quite true," said Coralie. "I feel a sort of hollowness." "Why, are you afraid?" "No, or rather yes, I'm not afraid for today, but in some way for the past. I think of my poor mother who went through this door, as I am doing, one April morning. She was perfectly happy, she was going to meet her love. And then I feel as if I wanted to hold her back and cry, 'Don't go on. Death is lying in wait for you, don't go on.' And it's I who hear those words of terror, they ring in my ears, it's I who hear them, and I dare not go on. I'm afraid." "Let's go back, Coralie." She only took his arm. "No," she said in a firm voice. "We'll walk on, I want to pray. It will do me good." Boldly she stepped along the little slanting path which her mother had followed and climbed the slope amid the tangled weeds and the straggling branches. They passed the lodge on their left and reached the leafy cloisters where each had a parent lying buried. And at once, at the first glance, they saw that the 20th wreath was there. "Simeon has come," said Petrus. An all-powerful instinct obliged him to come. He must be somewhere near. While Coralie knelt down beside the tombstone, he hunted around the cloisters and went as far as the middle of the garden. There was nothing left but to go to the lodge, and this was evidently a dread act which they put off performing, if not from fear, at least from the reverent awe which checks a man on entering a place of death and crime. It was Coralie once again who gave the signal for action. "Come," she said. Petrus did not know how they would make their way into the lodge, for all its doors and windows had appeared to them to be shut. But as they approached, they saw that the back door opening on the yard was wide open, and they at once thought that Simeon was waiting for them inside. It was exactly 10 o'clock when they crossed the threshold of the lodge. A little hall led to a kitchen on one side and a bedroom on the other. The principal room must be that opposite. The door stood ajar. "That's where it must have happened long ago," said Coralie, in a frightened whisper. "Yes," said Petrus, "we shall find Simeon there, but if your courage fails you, Coralie, we had better give it up." An unquestioning force of will supported her. Nothing now would have induced her to stop. She walked on. Though large, the room gave an impression of coziness, owing to the way in which it was furnished. The sofas, armchairs, carpet, and hangings all tended to add to its comfort, and its appearance might well have remained unchanged since the tragic death of the two who used to occupy it. This appearance was rather that of a studio, because of a skylight which filled the middle of the high ceiling, where the belvedere was. The light came from here. There were 2 other windows, but these were hidden by curtains. "Simeon is not here," said Petrus. Coralie did not reply. She was examining the things around her with an emotion which was reflected in every feature. There were books, all of them going back to the last century. Some of them were signed Coralie in pencil on their blue or yellow wrappers. There were pieces of unfinished needlework, an embroidery frame, a piece of tapestry with a needle hanging to it by a thread of wool. And there were also books signed Petrus, and a box of cigars and a blotting pad and an inkstand and penholders. And there were 2 small framed photographs, those of 2 children, Petrus and Coralie. And thus the life of long ago went on, not only the life of 2 lovers who loved each other with a violent and fleeting passion, but of 2 beings who dwell together in the calm assurance of a long existence spent in common. "Oh, my darling, darling mother," Coralie whispered. Her emotion increased with each new memory. She leant trembling on Petrus's shoulder. "Let's go," he said. "Yes, dear, yes, we had better. We will come back again. We will come back to them. We will revive the life of love that was cut short by their death. Let us go for today. I have no strength left." But they had taken only a few steps when they stopped dismayed. The door was closed. Their eyes met, filled with uneasiness. "We didn't close it, did we?" he asked. "No," she said, "we didn't close it." He went to open it and perceived that it had neither handle nor lock. It was a single door of massive wood that looked hard and substantial. It might well have been made of one piece, taken from the very heart of an oak. There was no paint or varnish on it. Here and there were scratches, as if someone had been rapping at it with a tool. And then, on the right, were these few words in pencil: "Petrus and Coralie, 14 April, 1895. God will avenge us." Below this was a cross, and, below the cross, another date, but in a different and more recent handwriting. 14 April, 1915. "This is terrible. This is terrible," said Petrus. "Today's date? Who can have written that? It has only just been written. Oh, it's terrible. Come, after all, we can't." He rushed to one of the windows, tore back the curtain that veiled it, and pulled upon the casement. A cry escaped him. The window was walled up with building stones that filled the space between the glass and the shutters. He ran to the other window and found the same obstacle. There were 2 doors, leading probably to the bedroom on the right and to a room next to the kitchen on the left. He opened them quickly. Both doors were walled up. He ran in every direction, during the first moment of terror, and then hurled himself against the first of the 3 doors and tried to break it down. It did not move. It might have been an immovable block. Then, once again, they looked at each other with eyes of fear, and the same terrible thought came over them both. The thing that had happened before was being repeated. The tragedy was being played a second time. After the mother and the father, it was the turn of the daughter and the son. Like the lovers of yesteryear, those of today were prisoners. The enemy held them in his powerful grip, and they would doubtless soon know how their parents had died by seeing how they themselves would die. 14 April, 1895. 14 April, 1915. Roman 12 in the abyss. "No, no, no," cried Petrus. "I won't stand this." He flung himself against the windows and doors, took up an iron dog from the fender and banged it against the wooden doors and the stone walls. Barren efforts. They were the same which his father had made before him, and they could only result in the same mockery of impotent scratches on the wood and the stone. "Oh, Coralie, Coralie," he cried in his despair. "It's I who have brought you to this. What an abyss I've dragged you into. It was madness to try to fight this out by myself. I ought to have called in those who understand, who are accustomed to it. No, I was going to be so clever. Forgive me, Coralie." She had sunk into a chair. He, almost on his knees beside her, threw his arms around her, imploring her pardon. She smiled to calm him. "Come, dear," she said gently. "Don't lose courage. Perhaps we are mistaken. After all, there's nothing to show that it is not all an accident." "The date?" he said. "The date of this year, of this day, written in another hand. It was your mother and my father who wrote the first, but this one, Coralie, this one proves premeditation and an implacable determination to do away with us. She shuddered. Still she persisted in trying to comfort him. It may be, but yet it is not so bad as all that. We have enemies, but we have friends also. They will look for us. They will look for us, but how can they ever find us, Coralie? We took steps to prevent them from guessing where we were going, and not one of them knows this house. Old Simeon does. Simeon came and placed his wreath, but someone else came with him, someone who rules him and who has perhaps already got rid of him, now that Simeon has played his part. And what then, Patris? He felt that she was overcome and began to be ashamed of his own weakness. Well, he said, mastering himself, we must just wait. After all, the attack may not materialize. The fact of our being locked in does not mean that we are lost. And even so, we shall make a fight for it, shall we not? You need not think that I am at the end of my strength or my resources. Let us wait, Coralie, and act. The main thing was to find out whether there was any entrance to the house which could allow of an unforeseen attack. After an hour's search, they took up the carpet and found tiles which showed nothing unusual. There was certainly nothing except the door, and as they could not prevent this from being opened, since it opened outwards, they heaped up most of the furniture in front of it, thus forming a barricade which would protect them against a surprise. Then Patris cocked his 2 revolvers and placed them beside him, in full sight. This will make us easy in our minds, he said. Any enemy who appears is a dead man. But the memory of the past bore down upon them with all its awful weight. All their words and all their actions others before them had spoken and performed, under similar conditions, with the same thoughts and the same forebodings. Patris's father must have prepared his weapons. Coralie's mother must have folded her hands and prayed. Together they had barricaded the door, and together sounded the walls and taken up the carpet. What an anguish was this, doubled as it was by a like anguish. To dispel the horror of the idea, they turned the pages of the books, works of fiction and others, which their parents had read. On certain pages, at the end of a chapter or volume, were lines constituting notes which Patris's father and Coralie's mother used to write each other. Darling Patris, I ran in this morning to recreate our life of yesterday and to dream of our life this afternoon. As you will arrive before me, you will read these lines, you will read that I love you. And in another book, my own Coralie, you have this minute gone, I shall not see you until tomorrow, and I do not want to leave this haven where our love has tasted such delights without once more telling you. They looked through most of the books in this way, finding, however, instead of the clues for which they hoped, nothing but expressions of love and affection. And they spent more than 2 hours waiting and dreading what might happen. There will be nothing, said Patris. And perhaps that is the most awful part of it, for if nothing occurs, it will mean that we are doomed not to leave this room. And in that case, Patris did not finish the sentence. Coralie understood, and together they received a vision of the death by starvation that seemed to threaten them. But Patris exclaimed, No, no, we have not that to fear. No, for people of our age to die of hunger takes several days, 3 or 4 days or more, and we shall be rescued before then. How? Asked Coralie. How? Why, by our soldiers, by Yabon, by Mazarin. They will be uneasy if we do not come home tonight. You yourself said, Patris, that they cannot know where we are. They'll find out, it's quite simple. There is only the lane between the 2 gardens. Besides, everything we do is set down in my diary, which is in the desk in my room. Yabon knows of its existence. He is bound to speak of it to Mazarin. And then there is Simeon. What will have become of him? Surely they will notice his movements, and won't he give a warning of some kind? But words were powerless to comfort them. If they were not to die of hunger, then the enemy must have contrived another form of torture. Their inability to do anything kept them on the rack. Patris began his investigations again. A curious accident turned them in a new direction. On opening one of the books through which they had not yet looked, a book published in 1895, Patris saw 2 pages turned down together. He separated them and read a letter addressed to him by his father. Patris, my dear son, if ever chance places this note before your eyes, it will prove that I have met with a violent death which has prevented my destroying it. In that case, Patris, look for the truth concerning my death on the wall of the studio, between the 2 windows. I shall perhaps have time to write it down. The 2 victims had therefore at that time foreseen the tragic fate in store for them, and Patris's father and Coralie's mother knew the danger which they ran in coming to the lodge. It remained to be seen whether Patris's father had been able to carry out his intention. Between the 2 windows, as all around the room, was a wainscoting of varnished wood, topped at a height of 6 feet by a cornice. Above the cornice was the plain plastered wall. Petrus and Coralie had already observed, without paying particular attention to it, that the wainscoting seemed to have been renewed in this part, because the varnish of the boards did not have the same uniform color. Using one of the iron dogs as a chisel, Petrus broke down the cornice and lifted the first board. It broke easily. Under this plank, on the plaster of the wall, were lines of writing. "It's the same method," he said, "as that which old Simeon has since employed. First write on the walls, then cover it up with wood or plaster." He broke off the top of the other boards and in this way brought several complete lines into view, hurried lines, written in pencil and slightly worn by time. Petrus deciphered them with the greatest emotion. His father had written them at a moment when death was stalking at hand. A few hours later, he had ceased to live. They were the evidence of his death agony, and perhaps too an imprecation against the enemy, who was killing him, and the woman he loved. Petrus read, in an undertone, "I am writing this in order that the scoundrel's plot may not be achieved to the end, and in order to ensure his punishment. Coralie and I are no doubt going to perish, but at least we shall not die without revealing the cause of our death. A few days ago, he said to Coralie, 'You spurn my love, you load me with your hatred. So be it. But I shall kill you both, your lover and you, in such a manner that I can never be accused of the death, which will look like suicide. Everything is ready. Beware, Coralie.' Everything was, in fact, ready. He did not know me, but he must have known that Coralie used to meet somebody here daily, and it was in this lodge that he prepared our tomb. What manner of death ours will be we do not know. Lack of food, no doubt. It is 4 hours since we were imprisoned. The door closed upon us, a heavy door which he must have placed there last night. All the other openings, doors and windows alike, are stopped up with blocks of stone laid and cemented since our last meeting. Escape is impossible. What is to become of us?" The uncovered portion stopped here. Petrus said, "You see, Coralie, they went through the same horrors as ourselves. They too dreaded starvation. They too passed through long hours of waiting, when inaction is so painful, and it was more or less to distract their thoughts that they wrote those lines." He went on, after examining the spot, they counted, most likely, on what happened, that the man who was killing them would not read this document. Look, one long curtain was hung over these 2 windows and the wall between them, one curtain, as is proved by the single rod covering the whole distance. After our parents' death, no one thought of drawing it, and the truth remained concealed until the day when Simeon discovered it, and by way of precaution, hid it again under a wooden panel and hung up 2 curtains in the place of one. In this way everything seemed normal. Petrus set to work again. A few more lines made their appearance. Oh, if I were the only one to suffer, the only one to die. But the horror of it all is that I am dragging my dear Coralie with me. She fainted and is lying down now, prostrate by the fears which she tries so hard to overcome. My poor darling. I seem already to see the pallor of death on her sweet face. Forgive me, dearest, forgive me." Petrus and Coralie exchanged glances. Here were the same sentiments which they themselves felt, the same scruples, the same delicacy, the same effacement of self in the presence of the other's grief. "He loved your mother," Petrus murmured, "as I love you. I also am not afraid of death. I have faced it too often with a smile. But you, Coralie, you, for whose sake I would undergo any sort of torture?" He began to walk up and down, once more yielding to his anger. "I shall save you, Coralie, I swear it. And what a delight it will then be to take our revenge. He shall have the same fate which he was devising for us. Do you understand, Coralie? He shall die here in this room. Oh, how my hatred will spur me to bring that about." He tore down more pieces of boarding in the hope of learning something that might be useful to him, since the struggle was being renewed under exactly similar conditions. But the sentences that followed, like those which Petrus had just uttered, were oaths of vengeance. "Coralie, he shall be punished, if not by us, then by the hand of God. No, his infernal scheme will not succeed. No, it will never be believed that we had recourse to suicide to relieve ourselves of an existence that was built up of happiness and joy. No, his crime will be known. Hour by hour I shall here set down the undeniable proofs." "Words, words?" cried Petrus, in a tone of exasperation. "Words of vengeance and sorrow, but never a fact to guide us. Father, will you tell us nothing to save your Coralie's daughter? If your Coralie succumbed, let mine escape the disaster, thanks to your aid, Father. Help me, counsel me." But the father answered the son with nothing but more words of challenge and despair. "Who can rescue us? We are walled up in this tomb, buried alive and condemned to torture without being able to defend ourselves. My revolver lies there, upon the table. What is the use of it? The enemy does not attack us. He has time on his side, unrelenting time which kills of its own strength, by the mere fact that it is time. Who can rescue us? Who will save my darling Coralie? The position was terrible, and they felt all its tragic horror. It seemed to them as though they were already dead. Once they were enduring the same trial endured by others, and that they were still enduring it under the same conditions. There was nothing to enable them to escape any of the phases through which the other two, his father and her mother, had passed. The similarity between their own and their parents' fate was so striking that they seemed to be suffering two deaths, and the second agony was now commencing. Coralie gave way and began to cry. Moved by her tears, Patris attacked the wainscoting with new fury, but its boards, strengthened by crossloths, resisted his efforts. At last he read, "What is happening? We had an impression that someone was walking outside in the garden. Yes, when we put our ears to the stone wall built in the embrasure of the window, we thought we heard footsteps. Is it possible? Oh, if it only were. It would mean the struggle at last. Anything rather than the maddening silence and endless uncertainty. That's it, that's it. The sound is becoming more distinct. It is a different sound, like that which you make when you dig the ground with a pickaxe. Someone is digging the ground, not in front of the house, but on the right, near the kitchen." Patris redoubled his efforts. Coralie came and helped him. This time he felt that a corner of the veil was being lifted. The writing went on. Another hour, with alternate spells of sound and silence. The same sound of digging and the same silence which suggests work that is being continued. And then someone entered the hall, one person. He, evidently. We recognized his step. He walks without attempting to deaden it. Then he went to the kitchen, where he worked the same way as before, with a pickaxe, but on the stones this time. We also heard the noise of a pane of glass breaking. And now he has gone outside again, and there is a new sort of sound against the house, a sound that seems to travel up the house as though the wretch had to climb to a height in order to carry out his plan. Patris stopped reading and looked at Coralie. Both of them were listening. "Hawk?" he said in a low voice. "Yes, yes," she answered. "I hear steps outside the house in the garden." They went to one of the windows, where they had left the casement open behind the wall of building stones, and listened. There was really someone walking, and the knowledge that the enemy was approaching gave them the same sense of relief that their parents had experienced. Someone walked thrice round the house, but they did not, like their parents, recognize the sound of the footsteps. They were those of a stranger, or else steps that had changed their tread. Then, for a few minutes, they heard nothing more. And suddenly another sound arose, and though in their innermost selves they were expecting it, they were nevertheless stupefied at hearing it. And Patris, in a hollow voice, laying stress upon each syllable, uttered the sentence which his father had written 20 years before. "It's the sound which you make when you dig the ground with a pickaxe." Yes, it must be that. Someone was digging the ground, not in front of the house, but on the right, near the kitchen. And so the abominable miracle of the revived tragedy was continuing. Here again the former act was repeated, a simple enough act in itself, but one which became sinister because it was one of those which had already been performed, and because it was announcing and preparing the death once before announced and prepared. An hour passed. The work went on, paused and went on again. It was like the sound of a spade at work in a courtyard, when the gravedigger is in no hurry and takes a rest, and then resumes his work. Patris and Coralie stood listening side by side, their eyes in each other's eyes, their hands in each other's hands. "He's stopping," whispered Patris. "Yes," said Coralie. "Only I think—" "Yes, Coralie, there's someone in the hall." "Oh, we need not trouble to listen. We have only to remember. There, he goes to the kitchen and digs as he did just now, but on the stones this time. And then, oh, Coralie, the same sound of broken glass. It was memories mingling with the gruesome reality. The present and the past formed but one. They foresaw events at the very instant when these took place. The enemy went outside again, and forthwith, the sound seemed to travel up the house as though the wretch had to climb to a height in order to carry out his plans. And then, what would happen next? They no longer thought of consulting the inscription on the wall, or perhaps they did not dare. Their attention was concentrated on the invisible and sometimes imperceptible deeds that were being accomplished against them outside. An uninterrupted stealthy effort, a mysterious 20-year-old plan whereof each slightest detail was settled as by clockwork. The enemy entered the house, and they heard a rustling at the bottom of the door, a rustling of soft things apparently being heaped or pushed against the wood. Next came other vague noises in the two adjoining rooms, against the walled doors, and similar noises outside, between the stones of the windows and the open shutters. And then they heard someone on the roof. They raised their eyes. This time they felt certain that the lost act was at hand, or at least one of the scenes of the lost act. The roof to them was the framed skylight which occupied the center of the ceiling and admitted the only daylight that entered the room. And still the same agonizing question rose to their minds. What was going to happen? Would the enemy show his face outside the skylight and reveal himself at last? This work on the roof continued for considerable time. Footsteps shook the zinc sheets that covered it, moving between the right-hand side of the house and the edge of the skylight. And suddenly, this skylight, or rather a part of it, a square containing 4 panes, was lifted, a very little way, by a hand which inserted a stick to keep it open, and the enemy again walked across the roof and went down the side of the house. They were almost disappointed, and felt such a craving to know the truth that Petrus once more fell to breaking the boards of the wainscoting, removing the lost pieces, which covered the end of the inscription. And what they read made them live the last few minutes all over again. The enemy's return, the rustle against the walls and the walled windows, the noise on the roof, the opening of the skylight, the method of supporting it, all this had happened in the same order and, so to speak, within the same limit of time. Petrus's father and Coralie's mother had undergone the same impressions. Destiny seemed bent on following the same paths and making the same movements in seeking the same object. And the writing went on. He is going up again. He is going up again. There's his footsteps on the roof. He is near the skylight. Will he look through? Shall we see his hated face? He is going up again. He is going up again, gasped Coralie, nestling against Petrus. The enemy's footsteps were pounding over the zinc. Yes, said Petrus, he is going up as before, without departing from the procedure followed by the other. Only we do not know whose face will appear to us. Our parents knew their enemy. She shuddered at her image of the man who had killed her mother, and she asked, "It was he, was it not?" "Yes, it was he. There is his name, written by my father." Petrus had almost entirely uncovered the inscription. Bending low, he pointed with his finger. "Look, read the name, Essers, you can see it down there. It was one of the last words my father wrote." And Coralie read. The skylight rose higher, a hand lifted it, and we saw, laughing as he looked down on us. "Oh, the scoundrel, Essers, Essers." And then he passed something through the opening, something that came down, that unrolled itself in the middle of the room. Over our heads, a ladder, a rope ladder. We did not understand, it was swinging in front of us. And then in the end I saw a sheet of paper rolled round the bottom rung and pinned to it. On the paper, in Essers' handwriting, are the words, "Send Coralie up by herself. Her life shall be saved. I give her 10 minutes to accept. If not," "Ah," said Petrus, rising from his stooping posture, "will this also be repeated?" "What about the ladder, the rope ladder, which I found in old Simeon's cupboard?" Coralie kept her eyes fixed on the skylight, for the footsteps were moving around it. Then they stopped. Petrus and Coralie had not a doubt that the moment had come and that they also were about to see their enemy. And Petrus said huskily, in a choking voice, "Who will it be? There are 3 men who could have played this sinister part as it was played before. 2 are dead, Essers and my father. And Simeon, the 3rd, is mad. Is it he, in his madness, who has set the machine working again? But how are we to imagine that he could have done it with such precision? No, no, it is the other one, the one who directs him and who till now has remained in the background." He felt Coralie's fingers clutching his arm. "Hush," she said. "Here he is." "No, no. Yes, I'm sure of it." Her imagination had foretold what was preparing, and in fact, as once before, the skylight was raised higher. A hand lifted it, and suddenly they saw a head slipping under the open framework. It was the head of old Simeon. "The madman?" Petrus whispered in dismay. "The madman? But perhaps he isn't mad," she said. "He can't be mad." She could not check the trembling that shook her. The man overhead looked down upon them, hidden behind his spectacles, which allowed no expression of satisfied hatred or joy to show on his impassive features. "Coralie," said Petrus in a low voice, "do what I say. Come." He pushed her gently along, as though he were supporting her and leading her to a chair. In reality, he had but one thought, to reach the table on which he had placed his revolvers, take one of them and fire. Simeon remained motionless, like some evil genius come to unloose the tempest. Coralie could not rid herself of that glance which waited upon her. "No," she murmured, resisting Petrus, as though she feared that his intention would precipitate the dreaded catastrophe. "No, you mustn't." But Petrus, displaying greater determination, was near his object. One more effort and his hand would hold the revolver. He quickly made up his mind, took rapid aim, and fired a shot. The head disappeared from sight. "Oh," said Coralie, "you were wrong, Patris. He will take his revenge on us." "No, perhaps not," said Patris, still holding his revolver. "I may very well have hit him. The bullet struck the frame of the skylight, but it may have glanced off. In which case, they waited hand in hand, with a gleam of hope which did not last long, however. The noise on the roof began again. And then, as before, and this they really had the impression of not seeing for the first time, as before, something passed through the opening, something that came down, that unrolled itself in the middle of the room, a ladder, a rope ladder, the very one which Patris had seen in old Simeon's cupboard. As before, they looked at it, and they knew so well that everything was being done over again, that the facts were inexorably, pitilessly linked together. They were so certain of it that their eyes at once sought the sheet of paper which must inevitably be pinned to the bottom rung. It was there, forming a little scroll, dry and discolored and torn at the edges. It was the sheet of 20 years ago, written by essays and now serving, as before, to convey the same temptation and the same threat. Send Coralie up by herself. Her life shall be saved. I give her 10 minutes to accept. If not, Roman 13 the nails in the coffin. If not. Patris repeated the words mechanically, several times over, while their formidable significance became apparent to both him and Coralie. The words meant that, if Coralie did not obey and did not deliver herself to the enemy, if she did not flee from prison to go with the man who held the keys of the prison, the alternative was death. At that moment, neither of them was thinking what end was in store for them, nor even of that death itself. They thought only of the command to separate which the enemy had issued against them. One was to go and the other to die. Coralie was promised her life if she would sacrifice Patris. But what was the price of the promise? And what would be the form of the sacrifice demanded? There was a long silence, full of uncertainty and anguish between the two lovers. They were coming to grips with something, and the drama was no longer taking place absolutely outside them, without their playing any other part than that of helpless victims. It was being enacted within themselves, and they had the power to alter its ending. It was a terrible problem. It had already been set to the earlier Coralie, and she had solved it as a lover would, for she was dead. And now it was being set again. Patris read the inscription, and the rapidly scrawled words became less distinct. I have begged and entreated Coralie. She flung herself on her knees before me. She wants to die with me. Patris looked at Coralie. He had read the words in a very low voice, and she had not heard them. Then, in a burst of passion, he drew her eagerly to him and exclaimed, "You must go, Coralie. You can understand that my not saying so at once was not due to hesitation. No, only, I was thinking of that man's offer, and I am frightened for your sake. What he asks, Coralie, is terrible. His reason for promising to save your life is that he loves you, and so you understand. But still, Coralie, you must obey, you must go on living. Go, it is no use waiting for the 10 minutes to pass. He might change his mind and condemn you to death as well. No, Coralie, you must go at once." "I shall stay," she replied simply. He gave a start. "But this is madness. Why make a useless sacrifice? Are you afraid of what might happen if you obeyed him?" "No." "Then go." "I shall stay." "But why? Why this obstinacy? It can do no good. Then why stay?" "Because I love you, Patris." He stood dumbfounded. He knew that she loved him, and he had already told her so. But that she loved him to the extent of preferring to die in his company, this was an unexpected, exquisite, and at the same time terrible delight. "Ah," he said, "you love me, Coralie? You love me?" "I love you, my own Patris." She put her arms around his neck, and he felt that hers was an embrace too strong to be sundered. Nevertheless, he was resolved to save her, and he refused to yield. "If you love me," he said, "you must obey me and save your life. Believe me, it is 100 times more painful for me to die with you than to die alone. If I know that you are free and alive, death will be sweet to me." She did not listen and continued her confession, happy in making it, happy in uttering words which she had kept to herself so long. "I have loved you, Patris, from the first day I saw you. I knew it without your telling me, and my only reason for not telling you earlier was that I was waiting for a solemn occasion, for a time when it would be a glory to tell you so, while I looked into the depths of your eyes and offered myself to you entirely. As I have had to speak on the brink of the grave, listen to me and do not force upon me a separation which would be worse than death." "No, no," he said, striving to release himself. "It is your duty to go." He made another effort and caught hold of her hands. "It is your duty to go," he whispered, "and when you are free, to do all that you can to save me." "What are you saying, Patris?" "Yes," he repeated, "to save me. There is no reason why you should not escape from that scoundrel's clutches. Repot him. Seek assistance, warn our friends. You can call out, you can play some trick. She looked at him with so sad a smile and such a doubting expression that he stopped speaking. You are trying to mislead me, my poor darling, she said, but you are no more taken in by what you say than I am. No, Patris, you well know that, if I surrender myself to that man, he will reduce me to silence or imprison me in some hiding place, bound hand and foot, until you have drawn your last breath. You really think that, just as you do, Patris, just as you are sure of what will happen afterwards. Well, what will happen? Ah, Patris, if that man saves my life, it will not be out of generosity. Don't you see what his plan is, his abominable plan, once I am his prisoner? And don't you also see what my only means of escape will be? Therefore, Patris, if I am to die in a few hours, why not die now? In your arms, at the same time as yourself, with my lips to yours. Is that dying? Is it not rather living in one instant the most wonderful of lives? He resisted her embrace. He knew that the first kiss of her proffered lips would deprive him of all his power of will. This is terrible, he muttered. How can you expect me to accept your sacrifice, you so young, with years of happiness before you? Years of mourning and despair, if you are gone. You must live, Coralie. I entreat you to with all my soul. I cannot live without you, Patris. You are my only happiness. I have no reason for existence except to love you. You have taught me to love. I love you? Oh, those heavenly words. For the second time they rang between the far walls of that room. The same words spoken by the daughter, which the mother had spoken with the same passion and the same glad acceptance of her fate, the same words made twice holy by the recollection of death past and the thought of death to come. Coralie uttered them without alarm. All her fears seemed to disappear in her love, and it was love alone that shook her voice and dimmed the brightness of her eyes. Patris contemplated her with a rapt look. He too was beginning to think that minutes such as these were worth dying for. Nevertheless, he made a last effort. And if I ordered you to go, Coralie? That is to say, she murmured, if you ordered me to go to that man and surrender myself to him. Is that what you wish, Patris? The thought was too much for him. Oh, the horror of it, that man, you, my Coralie, so stainless and undefiled. Neither he nor she pictured the man in the exact image of Simeon. To both of them, notwithstanding the hideous vision perceived above, the enemy retained a mysterious character. It was perhaps Simeon. It was perhaps another, of whom Simeon was but the instrument. Assuredly it was the enemy, the evil genius crouching above their heads, preparing their death throes while he pursued Coralie with his foul desire. Patris asked one more question. Did you ever notice that Simeon sought your company? No, never. If anything, he rather avoided me. Then it's because he's mad. I don't think he is mad. He is revenging himself. Impossible. He was my father's friend. All his life long he worked to bring us together. Surely he would not kill us deliberately? I don't know, Patris, I don't understand. They discussed it no further. It was of no importance whether their death was caused by this one or that one. It was death itself that they had to fight, without troubling who had set it loose against them. And what could they do to ward it off? You agree, do you not? Asked Coralie, in a low voice. He made no answer. I shall not go, she went on, but I want you to be of one mind with me. I entreat you. It touches me to think that you are suffering more than I do. You must let me bear my share. Tell me that you agree. Yes, he said, I agree. My own Patris, now give me your 2 hands, look right into my eyes and smile. Mad with love and longing, they plunged themselves for an instant into a sort of ecstasy. Then she asked, What is it, Patris? You seem distraught again. He gave a hoarse cry. Look, look. This time he was certain of what he had seen. The ladder was going up. The 10 minutes were over. He rushed forward and caught hold of one of the rungs. The ladder no longer moved. He did not know exactly what he intended to do. The ladder afforded Coralie's only chance of safety. Could he abandon that hope and resign himself to the inevitable? 1 or 2 minutes passed. The ladder must have been hooked fast again, for Patris felt a firm resistance up above. Coralie was entreating him. Patris? She asked. Patris, what are you hoping for? He looked around and above him, as though seeking an idea, and he seemed also to look inside himself, as though he were seeking that idea amid all the memories which he had accumulated at the moment when his father also held the ladder, in a last effort of will. And suddenly, throwing up his leg, he placed his left foot on the 5th rung of the ladder and began to raise himself by the uprights. It was an absurd attempt to scale the ladder, to reach the skylight, to lay hold of the enemy and thus save himself and Coralie. If his father had failed before him, how could he hope to succeed? It was all over in less than 3 seconds. The ladder was at once unfastened from the hook that kept it hanging from the skylight, and Patris and the ladder came to the ground together. At the same time, a strident laugh rang out above, followed the next moment by the sound of the skylight closing. Patris picked himself up in a fury, hurled insults at the enemy, and as his rage increased, fired 2 revolver shots, which broke 2 of the panes. He next attacked the doors and windows, banging at them with the iron dog which he had taken from the fender. He hit the walls, he hit the floor, he shook his fist at the invisible enemy who was mocking him. But suddenly, after a few blows struck at space, he was compelled to stop. Something like a thick veil had glided overhead. They were in the dark. He understood what had happened. The enemy had lowered a shutter upon the skylight, covering it entirely. "Patris, Patris," cried Coralie, maddened by the blotting out of the light and losing all her strength of mind. "Patris, where are you, Patris? Oh, I'm frightened. Where are you?" They began to grope for each other, like blind people, and nothing that had gone before seemed to them more horrible than to be lost in this pitiless blackness. "Patris, oh, Patris, where are you?" Their hands touched, Coralie's poor little frozen fingers and Patris's hands that burned with fever, and they pressed each other and twined together and clutched each other as though to assure themselves that they were still living. "Oh, don't leave me, Patris," Coralie implored. "I am here," he replied. "Have no fear, they can't separate us." "You are right," she panted. "They can't separate us, we are in our grave." The word was so terrible, and Coralie uttered it so mournfully, that a reaction overtook Patris. "No, what are you talking about?" he exclaimed. "We must not despair, there is hope of safety until the last moment." Releasing one of his hands, he took aim with his revolver. A few faint rays trickled through the chinks around the skylight. He fired 3 times. They heard the crack of the woodwork and the chuckle of the enemy, but the shutter must have been lined with metal, for no split appeared. Besides, the chinks were forthwith stopped up, and they became aware that the enemy was engaged in the same work that he had performed around the doors and windows. It was obviously very thorough and took a long time in the doing. Next came another work, completing the first. The enemy was nailing the shutter to the frame of the skylight. It was an awful sound. Swift and light as were the taps of the hammer, they seemed to drive deep into the brain of those who heard them. It was their coffin that was being nailed down, their great coffin with a lid hermetically sealed that now bore heavy upon them. There was no hope left, not a possible chance of escape. Each tap of the hammer strengthened their dark prison, making yet more impregnable the walls that stood between them and the outer world and bade defiance to the most resolute assault. "Patris," stammered Coralie, "I'm frightened, that tapping hurts me so." She sank back in his arms. Patris felt tears coursing down her cheeks. Meanwhile, the work overhead was being completed. They underwent the terrible experience which condemned men must feel on the morning of their last day, when from their cells they hear the preparations. The engine of death that is being set up, or the electric batteries that are being tested. They hear men striving to have everything ready, so that not one propitious chance may remain, and so that destiny may be fulfilled. Death had entered the enemy's service and was working hand in hand with him. He was death itself, acting, contriving, and fighting against those whom he had resolved to destroy. "Don't leave me," sobbed Coralie. "Don't leave me?" "Only for a second or 2, he said. "We must be avenged later." "What is the use, Patris? What can it matter to us?" He had a box containing a few matches. Lighting them one after the other, he led Coralie to the panel with the inscription. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "I will not have our death put down to suicide. I want to do what our parents did before us and to prepare for the future. Someone will read what I am going to write and will avenge us." He took a pencil from his pocket and bent down. There was a free space right at the bottom of the panel. He wrote, "Patris Belleville and Coralie, his betrothed, die the same death, murdered by Simeon Diadoches, 14 April, 1915. But, as he finished writing, he noticed a few words of the former inscription which he had not yet read, because they were placed outside it, so to speak, and did not appear to form part of it. "One more match," he said. "Did you see? There are some words there, the last, no doubt, that my father wrote." She struck a match. By the flickering light they made out a certain number of misshapen letters, obviously written in a hurry and forming 2 words. Asphyxiated. Oxide. The match went out. They rose in silence. Asphyxiated? They understood. That was how their parents had perished and how they themselves would perish. But they did not yet fully realize how the thing would happen. The lack of air would never be great enough to suffocate them in this large room, which contained enough to last them for many days. "Unless," muttered Patris, "unless the quality of the air can be impaired and therefore—" He stopped. Then he went on, Yes, that's it, I remember. He told Coralie what he suspected, or rather what conformed so well with the reality as to leave no room for doubt. He had seen in old Simeon's cupboard not only the rope ladder which the madman had brought with him, but also a coil of lead pipes. And now, Simeon's behavior from the moment when they were locked in, his movements to and fro around the lodge, the care with which he had stopped up every crevice, his labors along the wall and on the roof. All this was explained in the most definite fashion. Old Simeon had simply fitted to a gas meter, probably in the kitchen, the pipe which he had next laid along the wall and on the roof. This therefore was the way in which they were about to die, as their parents had died before them, stifled by ordinary gas. Panic-stricken, they began to run aimlessly about the room, holding hands, while their disordered brains, bereft of thought or will, seemed like tiny things shaken by the fiercest gale. Coralie uttered incoherent words. Petrus, while imploring her to keep calm, was himself carried away by the storm and powerless to resist the terrible agony of the darkness wherein death lay waiting. At such times a man tries to flee, to escape the icy breath that is already chilling his marrow. He must flee, but where? Which way? The walls are insurmountable, and the darkness is even hotter than the walls. They stopped, exhausted. A low hiss was heard somewhere in the room, the faint hiss that issues from a badly closed gas jet. They listened and perceived that it came from above. The torture was beginning. It will last half an hour, or an hour at most, Petrus whispered. Coralie had recovered her self-consciousness. We shall be brave, she said. Oh, if I were alone, but you, my poor Coralie. It is painless, she murmured. You are bound to suffer, you so weak? One suffers less the weaker one is. Besides, I know that we shan't suffer, Petrus. She suddenly appeared so placid that he on his side was filled with a great peace. Seated on a sofa, their fingers still entwined, they silently steeped themselves in the mighty calm which comes when we think that events have run their course. This calm is resignation, submission to superior forces. Natures such as theirs cease to rebel when destiny has manifested its orders, and when nothing remains but acquiescence and prayer. She put her arm round Petrus's neck. I am your bride in the eyes of God, she said. May he receive us as he would receive a husband and wife. Her gentle resignation brought tears to his eyes. She dried them with her kisses, and of her own seeking, offered him her lips. They sat wrapped in an infinite silence. They perceived the first smell of gas descending around them, but they felt no fear. Everything will happen as it did before, Coralie, whispered Petrus, down to the very last second. Your mother and my father, who loved each other as we do, also died in each other's arms with their lips joined together. They had decided to unite us, and they have united us. Our grave will be near theirs, she murmured. Little by little, their ideas became confused, and they began to think much as a man sees through a rising mist. They had had nothing to eat, and hunger now added its discomfort to the vertigo in which their minds were imperceptibly sinking. As it increased, their uneasiness and anxiety left them, to be followed by a sense of ecstasy, then lassitude, extinction, repose. The dread of the coming annihilation faded out of their thoughts. Coralie, the first to be affected, began to utter delirious words which astonished Petrus at first. Dearest, there are flowers falling, roses all around us. How delightful. Presently he himself grew conscious of the same blissful exaltation, expressing itself in tenderness and joyful emotion. With no sort of dismay, he felt her gradually yielding in his arms and abandoning herself, and he had the impression that he was following her down a measureless abyss, all bathed with light, where they floated, he and she, descending slowly and without effort towards a happy valley. Minutes or perhaps hours passed. They were still descending, he supporting her by the waist, she with her head thrown back a little way, her eyes closed and a smile upon her lips. He remembered pictures showing gods thus gliding through the blue of heaven, and, drunk with pure, radiant light and air, he continued to circle above the happy valley. But as he approached it, he felt himself grow weary. Coralie weighed heavily on his bent arm. The descent increased in speed. The waves of light turned to darkness. A thick cloud came, followed by others that formed a whirl of gloom. And suddenly, worn out, his forehead bathed in sweat and his body shaking with fever, he pitched forward into a great black pit. Roman 14, a strange character, it was not yet exactly death. In his present condition of agony, what lingered of Petrus's consciousness mingled, as in a nightmare, the life which he knew with the imaginary world in which he now found himself, the world which was that of death. In this world, Coralie no longer existed, and her loss distracted him with grief. but he seemed to hear and see somebody whose presence was revealed by a shadow passing before his closed eyelids. This somebody he pictured to himself, though without reason, under the aspect of Simeon, who came to verify the death of his victims, began by carrying Coralie away, then came back to Petrus and carried him away also, and laid him down somewhere. And all this was so well defined that Petrus wondered whether he had not woke up. Next hours passed, or seconds. In the end, Petrus had a feeling that he was falling asleep, but as a man sleeps in hell, suffering the moral and physical tortures of the damned. He was back at the bottom of the black pit, which he was making desperate efforts to leave, like a man who has fallen into the sea and is trying to reach the surface. In this way, with the greatest difficulty, he passed through one waste of water after another, the weight of which stifled him. He had to scale them, gripping with his hands and feet to things that slipped, to rope ladders which, possessing no points of support, gave way beneath him. Meanwhile, the darkness became less intense. A little muffled daylight mingled with it. Petrus felt less greatly oppressed. He half opened his eyes, drew a breath or two, and, looking round, beheld a sight that surprised him, the embrasure of an open door, near which he was lying in the air, on a sofa. Beside him he saw Coralie, on another sofa. She moved restlessly and seemed to be in great discomfort. She is climbing out of the black pit, he thought to himself. Like me, she is struggling, my poor Coralie. There was a small table between them with 2 glasses of water on it. Parched with thirst, he took one of them in his hand, but he dared not drink. At that moment someone came through the open door, which Petrus perceived to be the door of the lodge, and he observed that it was not old Simeon, as he had thought, but a stranger whom he had never seen before. I am not asleep, he said to himself. I am sure that I am not asleep and that this stranger is a friend. And he tried to say it aloud, to make certainty doubly sure, but he had not the strength. The stranger, however, came up to him and in a gentle voice said, "Don't tire yourself, Captain. You're all right now. Allow me, have some water." The stranger handed him one of the 2 glasses. Petrus emptied it at a draught without any feeling of distrust and was glad to see Coralie also drinking. "Yes, I'm all right now," he said. "Heavens, how good it is to be alive. Coralie is really alive, isn't she?" He did not hear the answer and dropped into a welcome sleep. When he woke up, the crisis was over, though he still felt a buzzing in his head and a difficulty in drawing a deep breath. He stood up, however, and realized that all these sensations were not fanciful, that he was really outside the door of the lodge, and that Coralie had drunk the glass of water and was peacefully sleeping. How good it is to be alive! He repeated. He now felt a need for action, but dared not go into the lodge, notwithstanding the open door. He moved away from it, skirting the cloisters containing the graves, and then, with no exact object, for he did not yet grasp the reason of his own actions, did not understand what had happened to him, and was simply walking at random, he came back towards the lodge, on the other front, the one overlooking the garden. Suddenly he stopped. A few yards from the house, at the foot of a tree standing beside the slanting path, a man lay back in a wicker long chair, with his face in the shade and his legs in the sun. He was sleeping, with his head fallen forward and an open book upon his knees. Then, and not till then, did Petrus clearly understand that he and Coralie had escaped being killed, that they were both really alive, and that they owed their safety to this man, whose sleep suggested a state of absolute security and satisfied conscience. Petrus studied the stranger's appearance. He was slim of figure, but broad-shouldered, with a sallow complexion, a slight mustache on his lips and hair beginning to turn gray at the temples. His age was probably 50 at most. The cut of his clothes pointed to dandyism. Petrus leant forward and read the title of the book, The Memoirs of Benjamin Franklin. He also read the initials inside a hat lying on the grass. L.P. "It was he who saved me," said Petrus to himself. "I recognize him. He carried us both out of the studio and looked after us. But how was the miracle brought about? Who sent him?" He tapped him on the shoulder. The man was on his feet at once, his face lit up with a smile. "Pardon me, Captain, but my life is so much taken up that, when I have a few minutes to myself, I use them for sleeping, wherever I may be, like Napoleon, eh? Well, I don't object to the comparison. But enough about myself. How are you feeling now? And madam, little mother Coralie, is she better? I saw no use in waking you after I had opened the doors and taken you outside. I had done what was necessary and felt quite easy. You were both breathing, so I left the rest to the good pure air." He broke off at the sight of Petrus's disconcerted attitude, and his smile made way for a merry laugh. "Oh, I was forgetting. You don't know me? Of course, it's true, the letter I sent you was intercepted. Let me introduce myself. Don Luis Perina, 3 a member of an old Spanish family, genuine patent of nobility, papers all in order. But I can see that all this tells you nothing," he went on, laughing still more gaily. "No doubt Yvonne described me differently when he wrote my name on that street wall, one evening a fortnight ago. Aha, you're beginning to understand? Yes, I'm the man you sent for to help you. Shall I mention the name just bluntly? Well, here goes, Captain Arsène Lupin, at your service." Petrus was stupefied. He had utterly forgotten Yvonne's proposal and the unthinking permission which he had given him to call in the famous adventurer. And here was Arsène Lupin standing in front of him, Arsène Lupin, who, by a sheer effort of will that resembled an incredible miracle, had dragged him and Coralie out of their hermetically sealed coffin. He held out his hand and said, "Thank you?" "Tut," said Don Luis playfully. "No thanks, just a good handshake, that's all. And I'm a man you can shake hands with, Captain, believe me. I may have a few peccadilloes on my conscience, but on the other hand I have committed a certain number of good actions which should win me the esteem of decent folk, beginning with my own." And so, he interrupted himself again, seemed to reflect, and taking Petrus by a button of his jacket, said, "Don't move, we are being watched." "By whom?" "Someone on the quay, right at the end of the garden. The wall is not high. There's a grating on the top of it. They're looking through the bars and trying to see us." "How do you know?" "You have your back turned to the quay, and then there are the trees. Listen. I don't hear anything out of the way. Yes, the sound of an engine, the engine of a stopping car. Now what would a car want to stop here for on the quay, opposite a wall with no house near it? Then who do you think it is? Why, old Simeon, of course." "Old Simeon?" "Certainly. He's looking to see whether I've really saved the two of you." "Then he's not mad?" "Mad? No more mad than you or I. And yet, what you mean is that Simeon used to protect you, that his object was to bring you two together, that he sent you the key of the garden door, and so on and so on. Do you know all that?" "Well, of course, if not, how could I have rescued you?" "But," said Petrus anxiously, "suppose the scoundrel returns to the attack. Ought we not to take some precautions? Let's go back to the lodge. Coralie is all alone." "There's no danger." "Why?" "Because I'm here." Petrus was more astounded than ever. "Then Simeon knows you?" he asked. "He knows that you are here?" "Yes, thanks to a letter which I wrote you under cover to Yvonne and which he intercepted. I told you that I was coming, and he hurried to get to work. Only, as my habit is on these occasions, I hastened on my arrival by a few hours, so that I caught him in the act." "At that moment you did not know he was the enemy? You knew nothing?" "Nothing at all." "Was it this morning?" "No, this afternoon, at 1:45. Petrus took out his watch, "and it's now 4, so in 2 hours. Not that, I've been here an hour." "Did you find out from Yvonne?" "Do you think I've no better use for my time? Yvonne simply told me that you were not there, which was enough to astonish me. After that, I looked to see where you were." "How?" "I first searched your room and, doing so in my own thorough fashion, ended by discovering that there was a crack at the back of your roll-top desk, and that this crack faced a hole in the wall of the next room. I was able therefore to pull out the book in which you kept your diary and acquaint myself with what was going on. This, moreover, was how Simeon became aware of your least intentions. This was how he knew of your plan to come here, on a pilgrimage, on the 14th of April. This was how, last night, seeing you write, he preferred, before attacking you, to know what you were writing. Knowing it and learning, from your own words, that you were on your guard, he refrained. You see how simple it all is. If M. Masserin had grown uneasy at your absence, he would have been just as successful. Only he would have been successful tomorrow. That is to say, too late. Yes, too late. This really isn't his business, however, nor that of the police. So I would rather that they didn't meddle with it. I asked your wounded soldiers to keep silent about anything that may strike them as queer. Therefore, if M. Masserin comes today, he will think that everything is in order. Well, having satisfied my mind in this respect and possessing the necessary information from your diary, I took Yvonne with me and walked across the lane and into the garden. Was the door open? No, but Simeon happened to be coming out at that moment. Bad luck for him, wasn't it? I took advantage of it boldly. I put my hand on the latch and we went in, without his daring to protest. He certainly knew who I was. But you didn't know at that time that he was the enemy? I didn't know, and what about your diary? I had no notion. But, Captain, every page is an indictment of the man. There's not an incident in which he did not take part, not a crime which he did not prepare. In that case you should have collared him. And if I had, what good would it have done me? Should I have compelled him to speak? No, I shall hold him tightest by leaving him his liberty. That will give him rope, you know. You see already he's prowling round the house instead of clearing out. Besides, I had something better to do. I had first to rescue you two, if there was still time. Yvonne and I therefore rushed to the door of the lodge. It was open, but the door of the studio, was locked and bolted. I drew the bolts, and to force the lock was, for me, child's play. Then the smell of gas was enough to tell me what had happened. Simeon must have fitted an old meter to some outside pipe, probably the one which supplied the lamps on the lane, and he was suffocating you. All that remained for us to do was to fetch the two of you out and give you the usual treatment. Rubbing, artificial respiration, and so on. You were saved. I suppose he removed all his murderous appliances? Asked Petrus. No, he evidently contemplated coming back and putting everything to rights, so that his share in the business could not be proved, so too that people might believe in your suicide. A mysterious suicide, death without apparent cause. In short, the same tragedy that happened with your father and little mother Coralie's mother. Then you know? Why, haven't I eyes to read with? What about the inscription on the wall, your father's revelations? I know as much as you do, Captain, and perhaps a bit more. More? Well, of course, habit, experience, plenty of problems unintelligible to others seem to me the simplest and clearest that can be. Therefore, Don Luis hesitated whether to go on. No, he said, it's better that I shouldn't speak. The mystery will be dispelled gradually. Let us wait. For the moment, he again stopped, this time to listen. There, he must have seen you, and now that he knows what he wants to, he's going away. Petrus grew excited. He's going away? You really ought to have collared him. Shall we ever find him again, the scoundrel? Shall we ever be able to take our revenge? Don Luis smiled. There you go, calling him a scoundrel, the man who watched over you for 20 years, who brought you and little mother Coralie together, who was your benefactor. Oh, I don't know, all this is so bewildering. I can't help hating him. The idea of his getting away maddens me. I should like to torture him, and yet. He yielded to a feeling of despair and took his head between his two hands. Don Luis comforted him. Have no fear, he said. He was never nearer his downfall than at the present moment. I hold him in my hand as I hold this leaf. But how? The man who's driving him belongs to me. What's that? What do you mean? I mean that I put one of my men on the driver's seat of a taxi, with instructions to hang about at the bottom of the lane, and that Simeon did not fail to take the taxi in question. That is to say, you suppose so. Petrus corrected him, feeling more and more astounded. I recognized the sound of the engine at the bottom of the garden when I told you. And are you sure of your man? Certain. What's the use? Simeon can drive far out of Paris, stab the man in the back, and then when shall we get to know? Do you imagine that people can get out of Paris and go running about the high roads without a special permit? No, if Simeon leaves Paris, he will have to drive to some railway station or other, and we shall know of it 20 minutes after. And then we'll be off. How? By motor? Then you have a pass? Yes, valid for the whole of France. You don't mean it? I do, and a genuine pass at that, made out in the name of Don Luis Perina, signed by the Minister of the Interior and countersigned. By whom? By the President of the Republic. Petrus felt his bewilderment change all at once into violent excitement. Hitherto, in the terrible adventure in which he was engaged, he had undergone the enemy's implacable will, and had known little besides defeat and the horrors of ever-threatening death. But now, a more powerful will suddenly arose in his favor, and everything was abruptly altered. Fate seemed to be changing its course, like a ship which an unexpected fair wind brings back into harbor. Upon my word, Captain, said Don Luis, I thought you were going to cry like little mother Coralie. Your nerves are overstrung, and I dare say you're hungry. We must find you something to eat. Come along. He led him slowly towards the lodge and, speaking in a rather serious voice, I must ask you, he said, to be absolutely discreet in this whole matter. With the exception of a few old friends and of Yvonne, whom I met in Africa, where he saved my life, no one in France knows me by my real name. I call myself Don Luis Perina. In Morocco, where I was soldiering, I had occasion to do a service to the very gracious sovereign of a neighboring neutral nation, who, though obliged to conceal his true feelings, is ardently on our side. He sent for me, and in return, I asked him to give me my credentials and to obtain a pass for me. Officially, therefore, I am on a secret mission which expires in 2 days. In 2 days I shall go back, to whence I came, to a place where, during the war, I am serving France in my fashion. Not a bad one, believe me, as people will see one day. They came to the settee on which Coralie lay sleeping. Don Luis laid his hand on Petrus's arm. One word more, Captain. I swore to myself, and I gave my word of honor to him who trusted me that, while I was on this mission, my time should be devoted exclusively to defending the interests of my country to the best of my power. I must warn you, therefore, that, notwithstanding all my sympathy for you, I shall not be able to prolong my stay for a single minute after I have discovered the 1,800 bags of gold. They were the one and only reason why I came in answer to Yvonne's appeal. When the bags of gold are in our possession, that is to say, tomorrow evening at latest, I shall go away. However, the two quests are joined. The clearing up of the one will mean the end of the other. And now enough of words. Introduce me to little Mother Coralie and let's get to work. Make no mystery with her, Captain, he added, laughing. Tell her my real name. I have nothing to fear. Arsène Lupin has every woman on his side. 40 minutes later, Coralie was back in her room, well cared for and well watched. Petrus had taken a substantial meal, while Don Luis walked up and down the terrace smoking cigarettes. Finished, Captain? Then we'll make a start. He looked at his watch, 5:30. We have more than an hour of daylight left, that'll be enough. Enough? You surely don't pretend that you will achieve your aim in an hour? My definite aim, no, but the aim which I am setting myself at the moment, yes, and even earlier. An hour? What for? To do what? Why, you'll be a good deal wiser in a few minutes. Don Luis asked to be taken to the cellar under the library, where SS Bay used to keep the bags of gold until the time had come to send them off. Was it through this ventilator that the bags were let down? Yes. Is there no other outlet? None except the staircase leading to the library and the other ventilator. Opening on the terrace? Yes. Then that's clear. The bags used to come in by the first and go out by the second. But there's no but about it. Captain, how else would you have it happen? You see, the mistake people always make is to go looking for difficulties where there are none. They returned to the terrace. Don Luis took up his position near the ventilator and inspected the ground immediately around. It did not take long. 4 yards away, outside the windows of the library, was the basin with the statue of a child spouting a jet of water through a shell. Don Luis went up, examined the basin and, leaning forwards, reached the little statue, which he turned upon its axis from right to left. At the same time, the pedestal described a quarter of a circle. That's it, he said, drawing himself up again. What? The basin will empty itself. He was right. The water sank very quickly, and the bottom of the fountain appeared. Don Luis stepped into it and squatted on his haunches. The inner wall was lined with a marble mosaic composing a wide red and white fretwork pattern. In the middle of one of the frets was a ring, which Don Luis lifted and pulled. All that portion of the wall which formed the pattern yielded to his effort and came down, leaving an opening of about 12 inches by 10. That's where the bags of gold went, said Don Luis. It was the second stage. They were dispatched in the same manner, on a hook sliding along a wire. Look, here is the wire, in this groove at the top. By Jove! Cried Captain Belleville. But you've unraveled this in a masterly fashion. What about the wire? Can't we follow it? No, but it will serve our purpose if we know where it finishes. I say, Captain, go to the end of the garden by the wall, taking a line at right angles to the house. When you get there, cut off a branch of a tree, rather high up. Oh, I was forgetting. I shall have to go out by the lane. Have you the key of the door? Give it me, please. Petrus handed him the key and then went down to the wall beside the key. A little farther to the right, Don Luis instructed him. A little more still, that's better. Now wait. He left the garden by the lane, reached the key and called out from the other side of the wall. Are you there, Captain? Yes. Fix your branch so that I can see it from here. Capital. Petrus now joined Don Luis, who was crossing the road, all the way down the Seine are wharves, built on the bank of the river, and used for loading and unloading vessels. Barges put in alongside, discharged their cargoes, taken fresh ones and often lie moored one next to the other. At the spot where Don Luis and Petrus descended by a flight of steps, there was a series of yards, one of which, the one which they reached first, appeared to be abandoned, no doubt since the war. It contained, amid a quantity of useless materials, several heaps of bricks and building stones, a hut with broken windows, and the lower part of a steam crane. A placard swinging from a post bore the inscription, Berthu, Waffinger, and Builder. Don Luis walked along the foot of the embankment, 10 or 12 feet high, above which the quay was suspended like a terrace. Half of it was occupied by a heap of sand, and they saw in the wall the bars of an iron grating, the lower half of which was hidden by the sand heap shot up with planks. Don Luis cleared the grating and said, jestingly, "Have you noticed that the doors are never locked in this adventure? Let's hope that it's the same with this one." His theory was confirmed, somewhat to his own surprise, and they entered one of those recesses where workmen put away their tools. "So far, nothing out of the common," said Don Luis, switching on an electric torch. "Buckets, pickaxes, wheelbarrows, a ladder. Just as I expected. Rails, a complete set of light rails. Lend me a hand, Captain. Let's clear out the back. Good, that's done it. Level with the ground and opposite the grating was a rectangular opening exactly similar to the one in the basin. The wire was visible above, with a number of hooks hanging from it. So this is where the bags arrived, Don Luis explained. They dropped, so to speak, into one of the two little trolleys which you see over there, in the corner. The rails were laid across the bank, of course at night, and the trolleys were pushed to a barge into which they tipped their contents. So that the French gold went this way, anywhere you like, somewhere abroad. And you think that the last 1,800 bags have also been dispatched? I fear so. Then we are too late? Don Luis reflected for a while without answering. Petrus, though disappointed by a development which he had not foreseen, remained amazed at the extraordinary skill with which his companion, in so short a time, had succeeded in unraveling a portion of the tangled skein. "It's an absolute miracle," he said at last. "How on earth did you do it?" Without a word, Don Luis took from his pocket the book which Petrus had seen lying on his knees, the Memoirs of Benjamin Franklin, and motioned to him to read some lines which he indicated with his finger. They were written towards the end of the reign of Louis Roman XVI and ran: "We go daily to the village of Passy adjoining my home, where you take the waters in a beautiful garden. Streams and waterfalls pour down on all sides, this way and that, in artfully leveled beds. I am known to like skillful mechanism, so I have been shown the basin where the waters of all the rivulets meet and mingle. There stands a little marble figure in the midst, and the weight of water is strong enough to turn it a quarter circle to the left, and then pour down straight to the Seine by a conduit, which opens in the ground of the basin." Petrus closed the book, and Don Luis went on to explain. "Things have changed since, no doubt, thanks to the energies of Essa's Bay. The water escapes some other way now, and the aqueduct was used to drain off the gold. Besides, the bed of the river has narrowed. Quays have been built, with a system of canals underneath them. You see, Captain, all this was easy enough to discover once I had the book to tell me, doctus cum libro. Yes, but even so, you had to read the book. A pure accident. I unearthed it in Simeon's room and put it in my pocket because I was curious to know why he was reading it." "Why, that's just how he must have discovered Essa's Bay's secret," cried Petrus. "He didn't know the secret. He found the book among his employer's papers and got up his facts that way. What do you think? Don't you agree? You seem not to share my opinion. Have you some other view?" Don Luis did not reply. He stood looking at the river. Beside the wharves, at a slight distance from the yard, a barge lay moored, with apparently no one on her. But a slender thread of smoke now began to rise from a pipe that stood out above the deck. "Let's go and have a look at her," he said. The barge was lettered, La Nonchalant. Bone, they had to cross the space between the barge and the wharf, and to step over a number of ropes and empty barrels covering the flat portions of the deck. A companionway brought them to a sort of cabin, which did duty as a stateroom and a kitchen in one. Here they found a powerful-looking man, with broad shoulders, curly black hair, and a clean-shaven face. His only clothes were a blouse and a pair of dirty, patched canvas trousers. Don Luis offered him a 20-franc note. The man took it eagerly. "Just tell me something, mate. Have you seen a barge lately lying at Berthu's wharf?" "Yes, a motor barge. She left 2 days ago." "What was her name?" "The Belle Hélène. The people on board, 2 men and a woman, were foreigners talking I don't know what lingo. We didn't speak to one another." "But Berthu's wharf has stopped work, hasn't it?" "Yes, the owners joined the army, and the foremen as well. We've all got to, haven't we? I'm expecting to be called up myself, though I've got a weak heart. But if the yard stopped work, what was the boat doing here?" "I don't know. They worked the whole of one night, however. They had laid rails along the quay. I heard the trolleys and they were loading up. What with I don't know. And then, early in the morning, they unmoored." "Where did they go?" "Downstream, Mantsway." "Thanks, mate. That's what I wanted to know." 10 minutes later, when they reached the house, Petrus and Don Luis found the driver of the cab which Simeon Diadoches had taken after meeting Don Luis. As Don Luis expected, Simeon had told the man to go to a railway station, the Gare Saint-Lazare, and they bought his ticket. "Where to?" "To Mantes. Roman 15 the Belle Hélène, there's no mistake about it," said Petrus. The information conveyed to M. Masserin that the gold had been sent away, the speed with which the work was carried out at night, mechanically, by the people belonging to the boat, their alien nationality, the direction which they took, it all agrees. The probability is that, between the cellar into which the gold was shot and the place where it finished its journey, there was some spot where it used to remain concealed, unless the 1,800 bags can have awaited their dispatch, slung one behind the other, along the wire. But that doesn't matter much. The great thing is to know that the Belle Hélène, hiding somewhere in the outskirts, lay waiting for the favorable opportunity. In the old days, SS Bay, by way of precaution, used to send her a signal with the aid of that shower of sparks which I saw. This time old Simeon, who is continuing SS work, no doubt on his own account, gave the crew notice, and the bags of gold are on their way to Rouen and La Havre, where some steamer will take them over and carry them eastwards. After all, 40 or 50 tons hidden in the hold under a layer of coal is nothing. What do you say? That's it, isn't it? I feel positive about it. Then we have Manse, to which he took his ticket and for which the Belhaline is bound. Could anything be clearer? Manse, where he'll pick up his cargo of gold and go on board in some seafaring disguise, unknown and unseen. Loot and looter disappearing together. It's as clear as daylight, don't you agree? Once again Don Luis did not answer. However, he must have acquiesced in Petrus's theories, for after a minute he declared, "Very well, I'll go to Manse." And turning to the chauffeur, "Hurry off to the garage," he said, "and come back in the 6-cylinder. I want to be at Manse in less than an hour. You, Captain? I shall come with you. And who will look after Coralie? She's in no danger. Who can attack her now? Simeon has failed in his attempt and is thinking only of saving his own skin and his bags of gold. You insist, do you?" "Absolutely. I don't know that you're wise, however, that's your affair. Let's go. By the way, though, one precaution." He raised his voice. "Yabon." The Senegalese came hastening up. While Yabon felt for Petrus all the affection of a faithful dog, he seemed to profess towards Don Luis something more nearly approaching religious devotion. The adventurer's slightest action roused him to ecstasy. He never stopped laughing in the great chief's presence. "Yabon, are you all right now? Is your wound healed? You don't feel tired? Good. In that case, come with me." He led him to the quay, a short distance away from Berthu's wharf. "At 9 o'clock this evening," he said, "you ought to be on guard here on this bench. Bring your food and drink with you, and keep a particular lookout for anything that happens over there downstream. Perhaps nothing will happen at all, but never mind. You're not to move until I come back unless something does happen, in which case you will act accordingly." He paused and then continued, "Above all, Yabon, beware of Simeon. It was he who gave you that wound. If you catch sight of him, leap at his throat and bring him here. But mind you don't kill him. No nonsense now. I don't want you to hand me over a corpse but a live man. Do you understand, Yabon?" Petrus began to feel uneasy. "Do you fear anything from that side?" he asked. "Look here, it's out of the question, as Simeon has gone, Captain," said Don Luis. "When a good general goes in pursuit of the enemy, that does not prevent him from consolidating his hold on the conquered ground and leaving garrisons in the fortresses. Berthu's wharf is evidently one of our adversaries' rallying points. I'm keeping it under observation." Don Luis also took serious precautions with regard to Coralie. She was very much overstrained and needed rest and attention. They put her into the car, and after making a dash at full speed towards the center of Paris, so as to throw any spies off the scent, took her to the home on the Boulevard Maillot, where Petrus handed her over to the matron and recommended her to the doctor's care. The staff received strict orders to admit no strangers to see her. She was to answer no letter, unless the letter was signed Captain Petrus. At 9 o'clock, the car sped down the Saint-Germain and Manse road. Sitting inside with Don Luis, Petrus felt all the enthusiasm of victory and indulged freely in theories, every one of which possessed for him the value of an unimpeachable certainty. A few doubts lingered in his mind, however, points which remained obscure and on which he would have been glad to have Don Luis' opinion. "There are two things," he said, "which I simply cannot understand. In the first place, who was the man murdered by SS at 19 minutes past 7 in the morning on the 4th of April? I heard his dying cries. Who was killed, and what became of the body?" Don Luis was silent, and Petrus went on. "The second point is stranger still. I mean Simeon's behavior. He is a man who devotes his whole life to a single object, that of revenging his friend Belleville's murder, and at the same time ensuring my happiness and Coralie's. This is his one aim in life, and nothing can make him swerve from his obsession. And then, on the day when his enemy, SS Bay, is put out of the way, suddenly he turns round completely and persecutes Coralie and me, going to the length of using against us the horrible contrivance which SS Bay had employed so successfully against our parents. You really must admit that it's an amazing change. Can it be the thought of the gold that has hypnotized him? Are his crimes to be explained by the huge treasure placed at his disposal on the day when he discovered the secret? Has a decent man transformed himself into a bandit to satisfy a sudden instinct? What do you think?" Don Luis persisted in his silence. Petrus, who expected to see every riddle solved by the famous adventurer in a twinkling, felt peevish and surprised. He made a last attempt, and the golden triangle, another mystery. For after all, there's not a trace of a triangle in anything we've seen. Where is this golden triangle? Have you any idea what it means? Don Luis allowed a moment to pass and then said, Captain, I have the most thorough liking for you and I take the liveliest interest in all that concerns you, but I confess that there is one problem which excludes all others and one object towards which all my efforts are now directed. That is the pursuit of the gold of which we have been robbed, and I don't want this gold to escape us. I have succeeded on your side, but not yet on the other. You are both of you safe and sound, but I haven't the 1,800 bags, and I want them. I want them. You'll have them, since we know where they are. I shall have them, said Don Luis, when they lie spread before my eyes. Until then, I can tell you nothing. At Manse the inquiries did not take long. They almost immediately had the satisfaction of learning that a traveler, whose description corresponded with old Simeon's, had gone to the Hotel des Trois Empires and was now asleep in a room on the 3rd floor. Don Luis took a ground floor room, while Petrus, who would have attracted the enemy's attention more easily because of his lame leg, went to the Grand Hotel. He woke late the next morning. Don Luis rang him up and told him that Simeon, after calling at the post office, had gone down to the river and then to the station, where he met a fashionably dressed woman, with her face hidden by a thick veil, and brought her back to the hotel. The two were lunching together in the room on the 3rd floor. At 4 o'clock Don Luis rang up again, to ask Petrus to join him at once in a little café at the end of the town, facing the Seine. Here Petrus saw Simeon on the quay. He was walking with his hands behind his back, like a man strolling without any definite object. Comforter, spectacles, the same get-up as usual, said Petrus. Not a thing about him changed. Watch him. He's putting on an air of indifference, but you can bet that his eyes are looking upstream, in the direction from which the Belhaline is coming. Yes, yes, said Don Luis. Here's the lady. Oh, that's the one, is it? Said Petrus. I've met her 2 or 3 times already in the street. A dust cloak outlined her figure and shoulders, which were wide and rather well developed. A veil fell around the brim of her felt hat. She gave Simeon a telegram to read. Then they talked for a moment, seemed to be taking their bearings, passed by the café and stopped a little lower down. Here Simeon wrote a few words on a sheet of notepaper and handed it to his companion. She left him and went back into the town. Simeon resumed his walk by the riverside. You must stay here, Captain, said Don Luis. But the enemy doesn't seem to be on his guard, protested Petrus. He's not turning round. It's better to be prudent, Captain. What a pity that we can't have a look at what Simeon wrote down. I might go after the lady. No, no, Captain. Without wishing to offend you, you're not quite cut out for it. I'm not sure that even I, and he walked away. Petrus waited. A few boats moved up or down the river. Mechanically, he glanced at their names. And suddenly, half an hour after Don Luis had left him, he heard the clearly marked rhythm, the pulsation of one of those powerful motors which, for a few years past, have been fitted to certain barges. At the bend of the river, a barge appeared. As she passed in front of him, he distinctly, and with no little excitement, read the name of the Belhaline. She was gliding along at a fair pace, to the accompaniment of a regular, throbbing beat. She was big and broad in the beam, heavy and pretty deep in the water, though she appeared to carry no cargo. Petrus saw 2 watermen on board, sitting and smoking carelessly. A dinghy floated behind at the end of a painter. The barge went on and passed out of sight at the turn. Petrus waited another hour before Don Luis came back. Well, he asked, have you seen her? Yes, they let go the dinghy 1.5 miles from here and put in for Simeon. Then he's gone with them? Yes. Without suspecting anything? You're asking me too much, Captain. Never mind, we've won. We shall catch them up in the car, pass them, and at Vernon or somewhere, inform the military and civil authorities so that they may proceed to arrest the men and seize the boat. We shall inform nobody, Captain. We shall proceed to carry out these little operations ourselves. What do you mean? Surely. The two looked at each other. Petrus had been unable to dissemble the thought that occurred to his mind. Don Luis showed no resentment. You're afraid that I shall run away with the 300 millions? By jingo, it's a largish parcel to hide in one's jacket pocket. Still, said Petrus, may I ask what you intend to do? You may, Captain, but allow me to postpone my reply until we've really won. For the moment, we must first find the barge again. They went to the Hotel des Trois Empires and drove off in the car towards Vernon. This time they were both silent. The road joined the river a few miles lower down, at the bottom of the steep hill which begins at Rusney. Just as they reached Rusney, the Belle Helene was entering the long loop, which curves out to La Roche-Guyon, turns back and joins the high road again at Bonnières. She would need at least 3 hours to cover the distance, whereas the car, climbing the hill and keeping straight ahead, arrived at Bonnières in 15 minutes. They drove through the village. There was an inn a little way beyond it, on the right. Don Luis made his chauffeur stop here. If we are not back by 12 tonight, he said, go home to Paris. Will you come with me, Captain? Petrus followed him towards the right, whence a small road led them to the riverbank. They followed this for a quarter of an hour. At last Don Luis found what he appeared to be seeking, a boat fastened to a stake, not far from a villa with closed shutters. Don Luis unhooked the chain. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening. Night was falling fast, but a brilliant moonlight lit the landscape. First of all, said Don Luis, a word of explanation. We're going to wait for the barge. She'll come in sight on the stroke of 10 and find us lying across stream. I shall order her to heave to, and there's no doubt that, when they see your uniform by the light of the moon or of my electric lamp, they will obey. Then we shall go on board. Suppose they refuse? If they refuse, we shall board her by force. There are 3 of them and 2 of us. So, and then? And then? Well, there's every reason to believe that the 2 men forming the crew are only extra hands, employed by Simeon, but ignorant of his actions and knowing nothing of the nature of the cargo. Once we have reduced Simeon to helplessness and paid them handsomely, they'll take the barge wherever I tell them. But mind you, and this is what I was coming to, I mean to do with the barge exactly as I please. I shall hand over the cargo as and when I think fit. It's my booty, my prize. No one is entitled to it but myself. The officer drew himself up. Oh, I can't agree to that, you know. Very well, then give me your word of honor that you'll keep a secret which doesn't belong to you. After which, we'll say good night and go our own ways. I'll do the boarding alone, and you can go back to your own business. Observe, however, that I am not insisting on an immediate reply. You have plenty of time to reflect and to take the decision which your interest, honor, and conscience may dictate to you. For my part, excuse me, but you know my weakness. When circumstances give me a little spare time, I take advantage of it to go to sleep. Cop somnum, as the poet says. Good night, Captain. And without another word, Don Luis wrapped himself in his greatcoat, sprang into the boat, and lay down. Petrus had to make a violent effort to restrain his anger. Don Luis' calm, ironic tone, and well-bred, bantering voice got on his nerves all the more, because he felt the influence of that strange man, and fully recognized that he was incapable of acting without his assistance. Besides, he could not forget that Don Luis had saved his life and Coralie's. The hours slipped by. The adventurer slumbered peacefully in the cool night air. Petrus hesitated what to do, seeking for some plan of conduct which would enable him to get at Simeon and rid himself of that implacable adversary, and at the same time to prevent Don Luis from laying hands on the enormous treasure. He was dismayed at the thought of being his accomplice. And yet, when the first throbs of the motor were heard in the distance, and when Don Luis awoke, Petrus was by his side, ready for action. They did not exchange a word. A village clock struck 10. The Belle Helene was coming towards them. Petrus felt his excitement increase. The Belle Helene meant Simeon's capture, the recovery of the millions, Coralie out of danger, the end of that most hideous nightmare, and the total extinction of Esser's handiwork. The engine was throbbing nearer and nearer. Its loud and regular beat sounded wide over the motionless Seine. Don Luis had taken the sculls and was pulling hard for the middle of the river, and suddenly they saw in the distance a black mass looming up in the white moonlight. 12 or 15 more minutes passed and the Belle Helene was before them. "Shall I lend you a hand?" whispered Petrus. "It looks as if you had the current against you and as if you had a difficulty in getting along." "Not the least difficulty," said Don Luis, and he began to hum a tune. But Petrus was stupefied. The boat had turned in its own length and was making for the bank. "But I say," he said, "what's this? Are you going back? Are you giving up? I don't understand. You're surely not afraid because they're 3 to our 2? Don Luis leapt on shore at a bound and stretched out his hand to him. Petrus pushed it aside, growling, "Will you explain what it all means?" "Take too long," replied Don Luis. "Just one question, though. You know that book I found in old Simeon's room, the Memoirs of Benjamin Franklin. Did you see it when you were making your search? Look here, it seems to me we have other things too. It's an urgent question, Captain." "Well, no, it wasn't there." "Then that's it," said Don Luis. "We've been done brown, or rather, to be accurate, I have. Let's be off, Captain, as fast as we can." Petrus was still in the boat. He pushed off abruptly and caught up the scull, muttering, As I live, I believe the beggar's getting at me. He was 10 yards from Shaw when he cried, "If you're afraid, I'll go alone, don't want any help." "Right you are, Captain," replied Don Luis. "I'll expect you presently at the inn." Petrus encountered no difficulties in his undertaking. At the first order, which he shouted in a tone of command, the Belhaline stopped, and he was able to board her peacefully. The two Bajis were men of a certain age, natives of the Basque coast. He introduced himself as a representative of the military authorities, and they showed him over their craft. He found neither old Simeon nor the very smallest bag of gold. The hold was almost empty. The questions and answers did not take long. "Where are you going?" "To Rouen. We've been requisitioned by the government for transport of supplies." "But you picked up somebody on the way." "Yes, at Manse." "His name, please?" "Simeon Diadoches." "Where's he got to?" "He made us put him down a little after to take the train." "What did he want?" "To pay us." "For what?" "For a shipload we took at Paris 2 days ago." "Bags?" "Yes, what of?" "Don't know, we were well paid and asked no questions." "And what's become of the load?" "We transhipped it last night to a small steamer that came alongside of us below Passy." "What's the steamer's name?" "The Chamois, crew of 6. Where is she now?" "Ahead of us. She was going fast. She must be at Rouen by this time. Simeon Diadoches is on his way to join her." "How long have you known Simeon Diadoches?" "It's the first time we saw him, but we knew that he was in M.S.'s service." "Oh, so you've worked for M.S.'s?" "Yes, often, same job and same trip." "He called you by means of a signal, didn't he?" "Yes, he used to light an old factory chimney." "Was it always bags?" "Yes, we didn't know what was inside. He was a good payer." Petrus asked no more questions. He hurriedly got into his boat, pulled back to Shaw, and found Don Luis seated with a comfortable supper in front of him. "Quick," he said. "The cargo is on board a steamer, the Chamois. We can catch her up between Rouen and La Havre." Don Luis rose and handed the officer a white paper packet. "Here's a few sandwiches for you, Captain," he said. "We've an arduous night before us. I'm very sorry that you didn't get a sleep as I did. Let's be off, and this time I shall drive. We'll knock some pace out of her. Come and sit beside me, Captain." They both stepped into the car. The chauffeur took his seat behind them, but they had hardly started when Petrus exclaimed, "Hi, what are you up to?" "Not this way. We're going back to Manse or Paris." "That's what I mean to do," said Louis with a chuckle. "Eh, what, Paris?" "Well, of course. Oh, look here, this is a bit too thick. Didn't I tell you that the two Bajis, those Bajis of yours, are humbugs? They declared that the cargo, no go. But the Chamois, sham was. I tell you once more, we're done, Captain Dun Brown. Old Simeon is a wonderful old hand. He's a match worth meeting. He gives you a run for your money. He laid a trap in which I've been fairly caught. It's a magnificent joke, but there's moderation in all things. We've been fooled enough to last us the rest of our lives. Let's be serious now." "But aren't you satisfied yet, Captain? After the Belhaline, do you want to attack the Chamois?" "As you please. You can get out at Manse, only, I warn you, Simeon is in Paris with 3 or 4 hours start of us." Petrus gave a shudder. Simeon in Paris, where Coralie was alone and unprotected. He made no further protest, and Don Luis ran on. "Oh, the rascal, how well he played his hand. The memoirs of Benjamin Franklin were a master stroke. Knowing of my arrival, he said to himself, Arsène Lupin is a dangerous fellow, capable of disentangling the affair and putting both me and the bags of gold in his pocket. To get rid of him, there's only one thing to be done. I must act in such a way as to make him rush along the real track at so fast a rate of speed that he does not perceive the moment when the real track becomes a false track. That was clever of him, wasn't it? And so we have the Franklin book, held out as a bait, the page opening of itself at the right place, my inevitable easy discovery of the conduit system, the clue of Ariadne most obligingly offered. I follow up the clue like a trusting child, led by Simeon's own hand, from the cellar down to Berthu's wharf. So far all's well. But from that moment, take care. There's nobody at Berthu's wharf. On the other hand, there's a barge alongside, which means a chance of making inquiries, which means the certainty that I shall make inquiries. And I make inquiries, and having made inquiries, I am done for. But then that man? Yes, an accomplice of Simeon's, whom Simeon, knowing that he would be followed to the Gare Saint-Lazare, instructs in this way to direct me to Manse for the second time. At Manse the comedy continues. The Belhaline passes with her double freight, Simeon and the bags of gold. We go running after the Belhaline. Of course, on the Belhaline there's nothing. No Simeon, no bags of gold. Run after the Chamois. We've transhipped it all on the Chamois. We run after the Chamois to Rouen, to La Havre, to the end of the world, and of course our pursuit is fruitless, for the chamois does not exist. But we are convinced that she does exist and that she has escaped our search. And by this time the trick is played. The millions are gone, Simeon has disappeared, and there is only one thing left for us to do, which is to resign ourselves and abandon our quest. You understand, we're to abandon our quest, that's the fellow's object. And he would have succeeded if the car was traveling at full speed. From time to time Don Luis would stop her dead with extraordinary skill. Post of territorials. Pass to be produced. Then a leap onward and once more the breakneck pace. If what? Asked Petrus, half convinced. Which was the clue that put you on the track? The presence of that woman at Manse. It was a vague clue at first. But suddenly I remembered that, in the first barge, the nonchalant, the person who gave us information. Do you recollect? Well, that this person somehow gave me the queer impression, I can't tell you why, that I might be talking to a woman in disguise. The impression occurred to me once more. I made a mental comparison with the woman at Manse. And then it was like a flash of light. Don Luis paused to think and, in a lower voice, continued, "But who the devil can this woman be?" There was a brief silence, after which Petrus said, from instinct rather than reason, "Gregoire, I suppose." "Eh, what's that? Gregoire?" Yes, Gregoire is a woman." "What are you talking about?" "Well, obviously, don't you remember? The accomplice told me so on the day when I had them arrested outside the cafe. Why, your diary doesn't say a word about it." "Oh, that's true? I forgot to put down that detail." "A detail? He calls it a detail. Why, it's of the greatest importance, Captain. If I had known, I should have guessed that that Baji was no other than Gregoire, and we should not have wasted a whole night. Hang it all, Captain, you really are the limit." But all this was unable to affect his good humor. While Petrus, overcome with presentiments, grew gloomier and gloomier, Don Luis began to sing victory in his turn. "Thank goodness, the battle is becoming serious. Really, it was too easy before, and that was why I was sulking, I, Lupin. Do you imagine things go like that in real life? Does everything fit in so accurately? Benjamin Franklin, the uninterrupted conduit for the gold, the series of clues that reveal themselves of their own accord, the man and the bags meeting at Manse, the bell Haline. No, it all worried me. The cat was being choked with cream, and then the gold escaping in a barge. All very well in times of peace, but not in wartime, in the face of the regulations. Passes, patrol boats, inspections, and I don't know what. How could a fellow like Simeon risk a trip of that kind? No, I had my suspicions, and that was why, Captain, I made Yvonne mount guard, on the off chance, outside Berthu's wharf. It was just an idea that occurred to me. The whole of this adventure seemed to center round the wharf. Well, was I right or not? Is Lupin no longer able to follow a scent, Captain? I repeat, I shall go back tomorrow evening. Besides, as I told you, I've got to. Whether I win or lose, I'm going. But we shall win. Everything will be cleared up. There will be no more mysteries, not even the mystery of the Golden Triangle. Oh, I don't say that I shall bring you a beautiful triangle of 18-karat gold. We mustn't allow ourselves to be fascinated by words. It may be a geometrical arrangement of the bags of gold, a triangular pile, or else a hole in the ground dug in that shape. No matter, we shall have it, and the bags of gold shall be ours, and Petrus and Coralie shall appear before Monsieur le Maire and receive my blessing and live happily ever after. They reached the gates of Paris. Petrus was becoming more and more anxious. Then you think the danger's over? Oh, I don't say that. The play isn't finished. After the great scene of the third act, which we will call the scene of the oxide of carbon, there will certainly be a fourth act and perhaps a fifth. The enemy has not laid down his arms by any means. They were skirting the quays. "Let's get down," said Don Luis. He gave a faint whistle and repeated it 3 times. "No answer," he said. "Yvonne's not there. The battle has begun. But Coralie? What are you afraid of for her? Simeon doesn't know her address." There was nobody on Berthu's wharf and nobody on the quay below, but by the light of the moon they saw the other barge, the Nonchalant. "Let's go on board," said Don Luis. "I wonder if the lady known as Gregoire makes a practice of living here. Has she come back, believing us on our way to Le Havre? I hope so. In any case, Yvonne must have been there and no doubt left something behind to act as a signal. Will you come, Captain?" "Right you are. It's a queer thing, though. I feel frightened." "What of?" asked Don Luis, who was plucky enough himself to understand this presentiment. "Of what we shall see. My dear sir, there may be nothing there." Each of them switched on his pocket lamp and felt the handle of his revolver. They crossed the plank between the Shaw and the boat. A few steps downwards brought them to the cabin. The door was locked. "Hi, mate, open this, will you?" There was no reply. They now set about breaking it down, which was no easy matter, for it was massive and quite unlike an ordinary cabin door. At last it gave way. "By jingo," said Don Luis, who was the first to go in. "I didn't expect this. What? Look, the woman whom they called Gregoire, she seems to be dead." She was lying back on a little iron bedstead, with her man's blouse open at the top and her chest uncovered. Her face still bore an expression of extreme terror. The disordered appearance of the cabin suggested that a furious struggle had taken place. I was right. Here by her side are the clothes she wore at Manse. But what's the matter, Captain? Patris had stifled a cry. There, opposite, under the window. It was a little window overlooking the river. The panes were broken. "Well?" asked Don Luis. "What? Yes, I believe someone's been thrown out that way." "The veil, that blue veil," stammered Patris, "is her nurse's veil, Coralie's." Don Luis grew vexed. "Nonsense, impossible, nobody knew her address." Still what? You haven't written to her? You haven't telegraphed to her?" "Yes, I telegraphed to her from Manse." "What's that? Oh, but look here, this is madness. You don't mean that you really telegraphed?" "Yes, I do." "You telegraphed from the post office at Manse?" "Yes." "And was there anyone in the post office?" "Yes, a woman." "What woman? The one who lies here murdered?" "Yes, but she didn't read what you wrote." "No, but I wrote the telegram twice over." "And you threw the first draft anywhere on the floor so that anyone who came along." "Oh, really, Captain, you must confess?" But Patris was running towards the car and was already out of earshot. Half an hour after, he returned with 2 telegrams which he had found on Coralie's table. The first, the one which he had sent, said, "All well. Be easy and stay indoors. Fondest love, Captain Patris." The second, which had evidently been dispatched by Simeon, ran as follows: "Events taking serious turn. Plans changed. Coming back. Expect you 9 o'clock this evening at the small door of your garden. Captain Patris." This second telegram was delivered to Coralie at 8 o'clock, and she had left the home immediately afterwards. "Roman 16, the 4th act, Captain," said Don Luis. "You've scored 2 fine blunders. The first was your not telling me that Gregoire was a woman. The second—" But Don Luis saw that the officer was too much dejected for him to care about completing his charge. He put his hand on Patris Belville's shoulder. "Come," he said, "don't upset yourself. The position's not as bad as you think." Coralie jumped out of the window to escape that man. Patris muttered. "Your Coralie is alive," said Don Luis, shrugging his shoulders. "In Simeon's hands, but alive. Why, what do you know about it? Anyway, if she's in that monster's hands, might she not as well be dead? Doesn't it mean all the horrors of death? Where's the difference? It means a danger of death, but it means life if we come in time, and we shall. Have you a clue? Do you imagine that I have sat twiddling my thumbs, and that an old hand like myself hasn't had time in half an hour to unravel the mysteries which this cabin presents?" "Then let's go," cried Patris, already eager for the fray. "Let's have at the enemy." "Not yet," said Don Luis, who was still hunting around him. "Listen to me. I'll tell you what I know, Captain, and I'll tell it you straight out, without trying to dazzle you by a parade of reasoning, and without even telling you of the tiny trifles that serve me as proofs. The bare facts, that's all." "Well, then?" "Yes." Little Mother Coralie kept the appointment at 9 o'clock. Simeon was there with his female accomplice. Between them they bound and gagged her and brought her here. Observe that, in their eyes, it was a safe spot for the job, because they knew for certain that you and I had not discovered the trap. Nevertheless, we may assume that it was a provisional base of operations, adopted for part of the night only, and that Simeon reckoned on leaving little Mother Coralie in the hands of his accomplice and setting out in search of a definite place of confinement, a permanent prison. But luckily, and I'm rather proud of this, Yabon was on the spot. Yabon was watching on his bench in the dock. He must have seen them cross the embankment and no doubt recognized Simeon's walk in the distance. We'll take it that he gave chase at once, jumped onto the deck of the barge, and arrived here at the same time as the enemy, before they had time to lock themselves in. 4 people in this narrow space, in pitch darkness, must have meant a frightful upheaval. I know my Yabon. He's terrible at such times. Unfortunately, it was not Simeon whom he caught by the neck with that merciless hand of his, but the woman. Simeon took advantage of this. He had not let go of little Mother Coralie. He picked her up in his arms and went up the companionway, flung her on the deck, and then came back to lock the door on the 2 as they struggled. "Do you think so? Do you think it was Yabon and not Simeon who killed the woman?" "I'm sure of it. If there were no other proof, there is this particular fracture of the windpipe, which is Yabon's special mark. What I do not understand is why, when he had settled his adversary, Yabon didn't break down the door with a push of his shoulder and go off to Simeon. I presume that he was wounded and that he had not the strength to make the necessary effort. I presume also that the woman did not die at once and that she spoke, saying things against Simeon, who had abandoned her instead of defending her. This much is certain, that Yabon broke the window panes. To jump into the Seine, wounded as he was, with his one arm? Said Petrus. Not at all. There's a ledge running along the window. He could set his feet on it and get off that way. Very well. But he was quite 10 or 20 minutes behind Simeon. That didn't matter if the woman had time before dying to tell him where Simeon was taking refuge. How can we get to know? I've been trying to find out all the time that we've been chatting, and I've just discovered the way. Here, this minute, and I expected no less from Yabon. The woman told him of a place in the cabin look, that open drawer, probably, in which there was a visiting card with an address on it. Yabon took it and, in order to let me know, pinned the card to the curtain over there. I had seen it already, but it was only this moment that I noticed the pin that fixed it, a gold pin with which I myself fastened the Morocco cross to Yabon's breast. What is the address? Amédée Vacherot, 18, Rue Guimard. The Rue Guimard is close to this, which makes me quite sure of the road they took. The two men at once went away, leaving the woman's dead body behind. As Don Luis said, the police must make what they could of it. As they crossed Berthu's wharf, they glanced at the recess, and Don Luis remarked, "There's a ladder missing. We must remember that detail. Simeon has been in there. He's beginning to make blunders too." The car took them to the Rue Guimard, a small street in Passy. No, 18 was a large house let out in flats, of fairly ancient construction. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when they rang. A long time elapsed before the door opened, and as they passed through the carriage entrance, the potter put his head out of his lodge. "Who's there?" he asked. "We want to see him. Amédée Vacherot on urgent business." "That's myself." "You?" "Yes, I, the potter, but by what right?" "Orders of the prefect of police," said Don Luis, displaying a badge. They entered the lodge. Amédée Vacherot was a little, respectable-looking old man with white whiskers. He might have been a beadle. "Answer my questions plainly," Don Luis ordered in a rough voice, "and don't try to prevaricate. We are looking for a man called Simeon Diadoches." The potter took fright at once. "To do him harm?" he exclaimed. "If it's to do him harm, it's no use asking me any questions. I would rather die by slow tortures than injure that kind Simeon." Don Luis assumed a gentler tone. "Do him harm? On the contrary, we are looking for him to do him a service, to save him from a great danger." "A great danger?" cried Vacherot. "Oh, I'm not at all surprised. I never saw him in such a state of excitement." "Then he's been here?" "Yes, since midnight." "Is he here now?" "No, he went away again." Petrus made a despairing gesture and asked, "Perhaps he left someone behind?" "No, but he intended to bring someone." "A lady?" Vacherot hesitated. "We know," Don Luis resumed, "that Simeon Diadoches was trying to find a place of safety in which to shelter a lady for whom he entertained the deepest respect." "Can you tell me the lady's name?" asked the potter, still on his guard. "Certainly, Mme. Esses, the widow of the banker to whom Simeon used to act as secretary." "Mme. Esses is a victim of persecution. He is defending her against her enemies. And as we ourselves want to help the two of them and to take this criminal business in hand, we must insist that you—" "Oh, well," said Vacherot, now fully reassured. "I have known Simeon Diadoches for ever so many years. He was very good to me at the time when I was working for an undertaker. He lent me money. He got me my present job. And he used often to come and sit in my lodge and talk about heaps of things." "Such as relations with Esses Bey?" asked Don Luis carelessly. "All his plans concerning Petrus Belleville?" "Heaps of things," said the potter, after a further hesitation. "He is one of the best of men, does a lot of good, and used to employ me in distributing his local charity. And just now again he was risking his life for Mme. Esses. One more word. Had you seen him since Esses Bey's death?" "No, it was the first time. He arrived a little before 1 o'clock. He was out of breath and spoke in a low voice, listening to the sounds of the street outside. 'I've been followed,' said he. 'I've been followed. I could swear it.' 'By whom?' said I. 'You don't know him,' said he. 'He has only one hand, but he wrings your neck for you.' And then he stopped. And then he began again in a whisper so that I could hardly hear. 'Listen to me, you're coming with me. We're going to fetch a lady, Mme. Esses. They want to kill her. I've hidden her all right, but she's fainted. We shall have to carry her.' 'Oh no, I'll go alone, I'll manage, but I want to know, is my room still free? I must tell you, he has a little lodging here since the day when he too had to hide himself. He used to come to it sometimes, and he kept it on in case he might want it, for it's a detached lodging, away from the other tenants.'" "What did he do after that?" asked Petrus anxiously. "After that he went away." "But why isn't he back yet? I admit that it's alarming. Perhaps the man who was following him has attacked him, or perhaps something has happened to the lady." "What do you mean, something happened to the lady?" "I'm afraid something may have. When he first showed me the way we should have to go to fetch her, he said, "Quick, we must hurry." To save her life, I had to put her in a hole. That's all very well for 2 or 3 hours, but if she's left longer, she will suffocate. The want of air. Patris had leapt upon the old man. He was beside himself, maddened at the thought that Coralie, ill and worn out as she was, might be at the point of death in some unknown place, a prey to terror and suffering. "You shall speak," he cried, "and this very minute, you shall tell us where she is. Oh, don't imagine that you can fool us any longer. Where is she? You know, he told you." He was shaking him, Vacheron by the shoulders and hurling his rage into the old man's face with unspeakable violence. Don Luis, on the other hand, stood chuckling. "Splendid, Captain," he said. "Splendid? My best compliments, you're making real progress since I joined forces with you. Vacheron will go through fire and water for us now." "Well, you see if I don't make the fellow speak," shouted Patris. "It's no use, sir," declared the potter, very firmly and calmly. "You have deceived me. You are enemies of Simeon's. I shall not say another word that can give you any information. You refuse to speak, do you? You refuse to speak?" In his exasperation, Patris drew his revolver and aimed it at the man. "I'm going to count 3. If by that time you don't make up your mind to speak, you shall see the sort of man that Captain Belville is." The potter gave a start. "Captain Belville, did you say? Are you Captain Belville? Ah, old fellow, that seems to give you food for thought. Are you Captain Belville, Patris Belville? At your service, and if in 2 seconds from this you haven't told me. Patris Belville, and you are Simeon's enemy, and you want to? I want to do him up like the cur he is, your blackguard of a Simeon, and you, his accomplice with him. A nice pair of rascals. Well, have you made up your mind?" "Unhappy man," gasped the potter. "Unhappy man, you don't know what you're doing. Kill him. Simeon, you, why, you're the last man who could commit a crime like that. What about it? Speak, will you old numbskull? You kill him, Simeon, you Patris, you Captain Belville, you, and why not? Speak, damn it, why not? You are his son." All Patris's fury, all his anguish at the thought that Coralie was in Simeon's power or else lying in some pit, all his agonized grief, all his alarm, all this gave way for a moment to a terrible fit of merriment, which revealed itself in a long burst of laughter. "Simeon's son? What the devil are you talking about? Oh, this beats everything. Upon my word, you're full of ideas when you're trying to save him. You old ruffian, of course it's most convenient. Don't kill that man, he's your father." "He my father, that putrid Simeon? Simeon Diadoches, Patris Belville's father? Oh, it's enough to make a chap split his sides." Don Luis had listened in silence. He made a sign to Patris. "Will you allow me to clear up this business, Captain? It won't take me more than a few minutes, and that certainly won't delay us." And without waiting for the officer's reply, he turned to the old man and said slowly, "Let's have this out, Vacheron. It's of the highest importance. The great thing is to speak plainly and not to lose yourself in superfluous words. Besides, you have said too much not to finish your revelation. Simeon Diadoches is not your benefactor's real name, is it?" "No, that's so. He is Armand Belville, and the woman who loved him used to call him Patris?" "Yes, his son's name. Nevertheless, this Armand Belville was a victim of the same murderous attempt as the woman he loved, who was Coralie Esser's mother." "Yes, but Coralie Esser's mother died, and he did not." "That was on the 14th of April, 1895. The 14th of April, 1895. Patris caught hold of Don Luis' arm. "Come," he spluttered. "Coralie's at death's door. The monster has buried her. That's the only thing that matters." "Then you don't believe that monster to be your father?" asked Don Luis. "You're mad. For all that, Captain, you're trembling?" I dare say, but it's because of Coralie. I can't even hear what the man's saying. Oh, it's a nightmare. Every word of it. Make him stop, make him shut up. Why didn't I wring his neck?" He sank into a chair, with his elbows on the table and his head in his hands. It was really a horrible moment, and no catastrophe would have overwhelmed a man more utterly. Don Luis looked at him with feeling and then turned to the potter. "Explain yourself, Vacheron," he said. "As briefly as possible, won't you? No details. We can go into them later. We were saying, on the 14th of April, 1895, On the 14th of April, 1895, a solicitor's clerk, accompanied by the commissary of police, came to my governor's, close by here, and ordered 2 coffins for immediate delivery. The whole shop got to work. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the governor, one of my mates, and I went to the Rue Rainward, to a sort of pavilion or lodge standing in a garden. I know, go on. There were 2 bodies. We wrapped them in winding sheets and put them into the coffins. At 11 o'clock, my governor and my fellow workmen went away and left me alone with the Sister of Mercy. There was nothing more to do except to nail the coffins down. Well, just then, The nun, who had been watching and praying, fell asleep and something happened. Oh, an awful thing. It made my hair stand on end, sir. I shall never forget it as long as I live. My knees gave way beneath me. I shook with fright. Sir, the man's body had moved. The man was alive. Then you didn't know of the murder at that time? Asked Don Luis. You hadn't heard of the attempt? No, we were told that they had both suffocated themselves with gas. It was many hours before the man recovered consciousness entirely. He was in some way poisoned. But why didn't you inform the nun? I couldn't say. I was simply stunned. I looked at the man as he slowly came back to life and ended by opening his eyes. His first words were, "She's dead, I suppose." And then at once he said, "Not a word about all this. Let them think me dead, that will be better." And I can't tell you why, but I consented. The miracle had deprived me of all power of will. I obeyed like a child. He ended by getting up. He leant over the other coffin, drew aside the sheet, and kissed the dead woman's face over and over again, whispering, "I will avenge you. All my life shall be devoted to avenging you and also, as you wished, to uniting our children. If I don't kill myself, it will be for Petrus and Coralie's sake. Goodbye." Then he told me to help him. Between us, we lifted the woman out of the coffin and carried it into the little bedroom next door. Then we went into the garden, took some big stones and put them into the coffins where the two bodies had been. When this was done, I nailed the coffins down, woke the good sister, and went away. The man had locked himself into the bedroom with the dead woman. Next morning, the undertaker's men came and fetched away the two coffins. Petrus had unclasped his hands and thrust his distorted features between Don Luis and the potter. Fixing his haggard eyes upon the latter, he asked, struggling with his words, "But the graves? The inscription saying that the remains of both lie there, near the lodge where the murder was committed? The cemetery?" Armand Belville wished it so. At that time I was living in a garret in this house. I took a lodging for him where he came and lived by stealth, under the name of Simeon Diadoches, since Armand Belville was dead, and where he stayed for several months without going out. Then, in his new name and through me, he bought his lodge. And bit by bit, we dug the graves. Coralie's and his because, I repeat, he wished it so. Petrus and Coralie were both dead. It seemed to him in this way that he was not leaving her. Perhaps also, I confess, despair had upset his balance a little, just a very little, only in what concerned his memory of the woman who died on the 14th of April, 1895, and his devotion for her. He wrote her name and his own everywhere, on the grave and also on the walls, on the trees, and in the very borders of the flower beds. They were Coralie S.'s name and yours. And for this, for all that had to do with his revenge upon the murderer, and with his son, and with the dead woman's daughter, oh, for these matters he had all his wits about him, believe me, sir. Petrus stretched his clutching hands and his distraught face towards the potter. "Proofs, proofs, proofs?" he insisted in a stifled voice. "Give me proofs at once. There's someone dying at this moment by that scoundrel's criminal intentions. There's a woman at the point of death. Give me proofs? You need have no fear," said Vacherot. "My friend has only one thought, that of saving the woman, not killing her. He lured her and me into the lodge to kill us as our parents were killed before us. He is trying only to unite you? Yes, in death. No, in life. You are his dearly loved son. He always spoke of you with pride." "He is a ruffian, a monster?" shouted the officer. "He is the very best man living, sir, and he is your father." Petrus started, stung by the insult. "Proofs?" he roared. "Proofs? I forbid you to speak another word until you have proved the truth in a manner admitting of no doubt." Without moving from his seat, the old man put out his arm towards an old mahogany escritoire, lowered the lid and, pressing a spring, pulled out one of the drawers. Then he held out a bundle of papers. "You know your father's handwriting, don't you, Captain?" he said. "You must have kept letters from him, since the time when you were at school in England. Well, read the letters which he wrote to me. You will see your name repeated 100 times, the name of his son, and you will see the name of the Coralie whom he meant you to marry. Your whole life, your studies, your journeys, your work, is described in these letters. And you will also find your photographs, which he had taken by various correspondents, and photographs of Coralie, whom he had visited at Salonika. And you will see above all his hatred for SS Bey, whose secretary he had become, and his plans of revenge, his patience, his tenacity. And you will also see his despair when he heard of the marriage between SS and Coralie, and immediately afterwards, his joy at the thought that his revenge would be more cruel when he succeeded in uniting his son Petrus with SS' wife. As the old fellow spoke, He placed the letters one by one under the eyes of Petrus, who had at once recognized his father's hand and sat greedily devouring sentences in which his own name was constantly repeated. Vacheron watched him. "Have you any more doubts, Captain?" he asked at last. The officer again pressed his clenched fists to his temples. "I saw his face," he said, above the skylight, in the lodge into which he had locked us. "It was gloating over our death. It was a face mad with hatred. He hated us even more than Essays did." "A mistake, pure imagination," the old man protested. "All madness," muttered Petrus. Then he struck the table violently in a fit of revulsion. "It's not true, it's not true," he exclaimed. "That man is not my father. What a scoundrel like that!" He took a few steps round the little room and, stopping in front of Don Luis, jerked out, "Let's go, else I shall go mad too. It's a nightmare, there's no other word for it. A nightmare in which things turn upside down until the brain itself capsizes. Let's go. Coralie is in danger, that's the only thing that matters." The old man shook his head. "I'm very much afraid." "What are you afraid of?" bellowed the officer. "I'm afraid that my poor friend has been caught up by the person who was following him, and then how can he have saved Emily? Essays? The poor thing was hardly able to breathe, he told me." Hanging on to Don Luis' arm, Petrus staggered out of the Potter's lodge like a drunken man. "She's done for, she must be?" he cried. "Not at all," said Don Luis. "Simeon is as feverishly active as yourself. He is nearing the catastrophe. He is quaking with fear and not in a condition to weigh his words. Believe me, your Coralie is in no immediate danger. We have some hours before us. But Yabon, suppose Yabon has laid hands upon him? I gave Yabon orders not to kill him. Therefore, whatever happens, Simeon is alive, that's the great thing. So long as Simeon is alive, there is nothing to fear. He won't let your Coralie die." "Why not, seeing that he hates her? Why not? What is there in that man's heart? He devotes all his existence to a work of love on our behalf, and from one minute to the next that love turns to execration." He pressed on Louis' arm and, in a hollow voice, asked, "Do you believe that he is my father?" "Simeon Diadoches is your father, Captain," replied Don Luis. "Ah, don't, it's too horrible. God, but we are in the valley of the shadow." "On the contrary," said Don Luis, "the shadow is lifting slightly, and I confess that our talk with him, Vacheron, has given me a little light." "Do you mean it?" But in Petrus Belleville's fevered brain, one idea jostled another. He suddenly stopped. Simeon may have gone back to the Potter's lodge, and we shan't be there. Perhaps he will bring Coralie back. "No," Don Luis declared. "He would have done that before now, if it could be done. No, it's for us to go to him." "But where?" "Well, of course, where all the fighting has been, where the gold lies. All the enemy's operations are centered in that gold, and you may be sure that, even in retreat, he can't get away from it. Besides, we know that he is not far from Berthu's Wharf." Petrus allowed himself to be led along without a word, but suddenly Don Luis cried, "Did you hear?" "Yes, a shot." At that moment they were on the point of turning into the Rue Rainward. The height of the houses prevented them from perceiving the exact spot from which the shot had been fired, but it came approximately from the Essays house or the immediate precincts. Petrus was filled with alarm. "Can it be Yabon?" "I'm afraid so," said Don Luis, "and as Yabon wouldn't fire, someone must have fired a shot at him." "Oh, by Jove, if my poor Yabon were to be killed." "And suppose it was at her, at Coralie," whispered Petrus. Don Luis began to laugh. "Oh, my dear Captain, I'm almost sorry that I ever mixed myself up in this business. You were much cleverer before I came and a good deal clearer-sighted. Why the devil should Simeon attack your Coralie, considering that she's already in his power?" They hurried their steps. As they passed the Essays house, they saw that everything was quiet, and they went on until they came to the lane, down which they turned. Petrus had the key, but the little door which opened on to the garden of the lodge was bolted inside. "Aha," said Don Luis. "That shows that we're warm. Meet me on the quay, Captain. I shall run down to Berthu's Wharf to have a look round." During the past few minutes, a pale dawn had begun to mingle with the shades of night. The embankment was still deserted, however. Don Luis observed nothing in particular at Berthu's Wharf, but when he returned to the quay above, Petrus showed him a ladder lying right at the end of the pavement which skirted the garden of the lodge. And Don Luis recognized the ladder as the one whose absence he had noticed from the recess in the yard. With that quick vision, which was one of his greatest assets, he at once furnished the explanation. As Simeon had the key of the garden, it was obviously Yabon who used the ladder to make his way in. Therefore he saw Simeon take refuge there on returning from his visit to old Vacheron and after coming to fetch Coralie. Now the question is, did Simeon succeed in fetching little mother Coralie, or did he run away before fetching her? That I can't say. But in any case, bending low down, he examined the pavement and continued, in any case, what is certain is that Yabon knows the hiding place where the bags of gold are stacked, and that it is there most likely that your Coralie was, and perhaps still is, worse luck, if the enemy, giving his first thought to his personal safety, has not had time to remove her. Are you sure? Look here, Captain, Yabon always carries a piece of chalk in his pocket. As he doesn't know how to write, except just the letters forming my name, he has drawn these two straight lines which, with the line of the wall, make a triangle, the golden triangle. Don Luis drew himself up. The clue is rather meager, but Yabon looks upon me as a wizard. He never doubted that I should manage to find this spot and that those 3 lines would be enough for me. Poor Yabon? But, objected Patris, all this, according to you, took place before our return to Paris, between 12 and 1 o'clock therefore. Yes. Then what about the shot which we have just heard, 4 or 5 hours later? As to that I'm not so positive. We may assume that Simeon squatted somewhere in the dock. Possibly at the first break of day, feeling easier and hearing nothing of Yabon, he risked taking a step or two. Then Yabon, keeping watch in silence, would have leaped upon him. So you think? I think that there was a struggle, that Yabon was wounded and that Simeon escaped, or else was killed. However, we shall know all about it in a few minutes. He set the ladder against the railing at the top of the wall. Patris climbed over with Don Luis' assistance. Then, stepping over the railing in his turn, Don Luis drew up the ladder, threw it into the garden, and made a careful examination. Finally, they turned their steps, through the tall grasses and bushy shrubs, towards the lodge. The daylight was increasing rapidly, and the outlines of everything were becoming clearer. The 2 men walked round the lodge, Don Luis leading the way. When he came in sight of the yard on the street side, he turned and said, I was right. And he ran forward. Outside the hall door lay the bodies of the 2 adversaries, clutching each other in a confused heap. Yabon had a horrible wound in the head, from which the blood was flowing all over his face. With his right hand he held Simeon by the throat. Don Luis at once perceived that Yabon was dead, and Simeon Diadoques alive. Romans 17 Simeon gives battle. It took them some time to loosen Yabon's grip. Even in death, the Senegalese did not let go his prey, and his fingers, hard as iron and armed with nails piercing as a tiger's claws, dug into the neck of the enemy, who lay gurgling, deprived of consciousness and strength. Don Luis caught sight of Simeon's revolver on the cobbles of the yard. It was lucky for you, you old ruffian, he said, in a low voice, that Yabon did not have time to squeeze the breath out of you before you fired that shot. But I wouldn't chottle overmuch if I were you. He might perhaps have spared you, whereas, now that Yabon's dead, you can write to your family and book your seat below. De profundis Diadoques? And giving way to his grief, he added, Poor Yabon, he saved me from a horrible death one day in Africa, and today he dies by my orders, so to speak. My poor Yabon. Assisted by Patris, he carried the Negro's corpse into the little bedroom next to the studio. We'll inform the police this evening, Captain, when the drama is finished. For the moment, it's a matter of avenging him and the others. He thereupon applied himself to making a minute inspection of the scene of the struggle, after which he went back to Yabon, and then to Simeon, whose clothes and shoes he examined closely. Patris was face to face with his terrible enemy, whom he had propped against the wall of the lodge and was contemplating in silence, with a fixed stare of hatred. Simeon Diadoques, the execrable demon who, 2 days before, had hatched the terrible plot and, bending over the skylight, had laughed as he watched their awful agony. Simeon Diadoques, who, like a wild beast, had hidden Coralie in some hole, so that he might go back and torture her at his ease. He seemed to be in pain and to breathe with great difficulty. His windpipe had no doubt been injured by Yabon's clutch. His yellow spectacles had fallen off during the fight. A pair of thick, grizzled eyebrows lowered about his heavy lids. Search him, Captain, said Don Luis. But as Patris seemed to shrink from the task, he himself felt in Simeon's jacket and produced a pocketbook, which he handed to the officer. It contained first of all a registration card, in the name of Simeon Diadoques, Greek subject, with his photograph gummed to it. The photograph was a recent one, taken with the spectacles, the comforter, and the long hair, and bore a police stamp dated December 1914. There was a collection of business documents, invoices, and memoranda, addressed to Simeon as SS Bey's secretary, and among these papers, a letter from Amédée Vacherot, running as follows: Dear M. Simeon, I have succeeded. A young friend of mine has taken a snapshot of Emily, SS and Patris at the hospital, at a moment when they were talking together. I am so glad to be able to gratify you, But when will you tell your dear son the truth? How delighted he will be when he hears it." At the foot of the letter were a few words in Simeon's hand, a sort of personal note. "Once more, I solemnly pledge myself not to reveal anything to my dearly beloved son, until Coralie, my bride, is avenged, and until Patris and Coralie SS are free to love each other and to marry." "That's your father's writing, is it not?" asked Don Luis. "Yes," said Patris in bewilderment, "and it is also the writing of the letters which he addressed to his friend Vacheron." "Oh, it's too hideous to be true. What a man, what a scoundrel." Simeon moved. His eyes opened and closed repeatedly. Then, coming to himself entirely, he looked at Patris, who at once, in a stifled voice, asked, "Where's Coralie?" And as Simeon, still dazed, seemed not to understand and sat gazing at him stupidly, he repeated, in a harsher tone, "Where's Coralie? What have you done with her? Where have you put her? She must be dying." Simeon was gradually recovering life and consciousness. He mumbled, "Patris, Patris." He looked around him, saw Don Luis, no doubt remembered his fight to the death with Yabon, and closed his eyes again. But Patris's rage increased. "Will you attend?" he shouted. "I won't wait any longer. It'll cost you your life if you don't answer." The man's eyes opened again, red-rimmed, bloodshot eyes. He pointed to his throat to indicate his difficulty in speaking. At last, with a visible effort, he repeated, "Patris, is it you? I have been waiting for this moment so long. And now we are meeting as enemies." "As mortal enemies," said Patris with emphasis. "Death stands between us, Yabon's death, Coralie's perhaps. Where is she? You must speak, Patris, is it really you?" The man repeated in a whisper. The familiarity exasperated the officer. He caught his adversary by the lapel of his jacket and shook him. But Simeon had seen the pocketbook which he held in his other hand, and, without resisting Patris's roughness, whined, "You wouldn't hurt me, Patris? You must have found some letters, and you now know the link that binds us together." Oh, how happy I should have been. Patris had released his hold and stood staring at him in horror. Sinking his voice in his turn, he said, "Don't dare to speak of that. I won't believe it. It's the truth, Patris." You lie," cried the officer, unable to restrain himself any longer, while his grief distorted his face out of all recognition. "Ah, I see you have guessed it, then I need not explain. You lie. You're just a common scoundrel. If what you say is true, why did you plot against Coralie and me? Why did you try to murder the two of us?" "I was mad, Patris. Yes, I go mad at times. All these tragedies have turned my head. My own Coralie's death, and then my life in Esser's shadow, and then, above all, the gold. Did I really try to kill you both? I no longer remember. Or at least I remember a dream I had. It happened in the lodge, didn't it? As before. Oh, madness, what a torture. I'm like a man in the galleys. I have to do things against my will. Then it was in the lodge, was it, as before? And in the same manner, with the same implements? Yes, in my dream, I went through all my agony over again, and that of my darling. But instead of being tortured, I was the torturer. What a torment. He spoke low, inside himself, with hesitations and intervals and an unspeakable air of suffering. Don Luis kept his eyes fixed on him, as though trying to discover what he was aiming at. And Simeon continued, "My poor Patris, I was so fond of you, and now you are my worst enemy. How indeed could it be otherwise? How could you forget? Oh, why didn't they lock me up after Esser's death? It was then that I felt my brain going." "So it was you who killed him?" asked Patris. No, that's just it. Somebody else robbed me of my revenge." "Who?" "I don't know. The whole business is incomprehensible to me. Don't speak of it. It all pains me. I have suffered so since Coralie's death." "Coralie?" exclaimed Patris. "Yes, the woman I loved. As for little Coralie, I've suffered also on her account. She ought not to have married Esses." "Where is she?" asked Patris in agony. "I can't tell you." "Oh," cried Patris, shaking with rage, "you mean she's dead?" "No, she's alive, I swear it." "Then where is she? That's the only thing that matters. All the rest belongs to the past. But this thing, a woman's life, Coralie's life. Listen." Simeon stopped and gave a glance at Don Luis. "Tell him to go away," he said. Don Luis laughed. "Of course, little mother Coralie is hidden in the same place as the bags of gold. To save her means surrendering the bags of gold." "Well," said Patris in an almost aggressive tone. "Well, Captain," replied Don Luis, not without a certain touch of banter in his voice, "if this honorable gentleman suggested that you should release him on parole so that he might go and fetch your Coralie, I don't suppose you'd accept. No. You haven't the least confidence in him, have you? And you're right. The honorable gentleman, mad though he may be, gave such proofs of mental superiority and balance, when he sent us trundling down the road to Manse, that it would be dangerous to attach the least credit to his promises. The consequence is, well, This, captain, that the honorable gentleman means to propose a bargain to you, which may be couched thus. You can have Coralie, but I'll keep the gold. And then, it would be a capital notion if you were alone with the honorable gentleman. The bargain would soon be concluded. But I'm here, by Jupiter? Petrus had drawn himself up. He stepped towards Don Luis and said, in a voice which became openly hostile, I presume that you won't raise any opposition. It's a matter of a woman's life. No doubt, but on the other hand, it's a matter of 300 million francs. Then you refuse? Refuse? I should think so. You refuse when that woman is at her last gasp. You would rather she died. Look here, you seem to forget that this is my affair, that. The two men were standing close together. Don Luis retained that chaffing calmness, that air of knowing more than he chose to say, which irritated Petrus. At hot Petrus, while yielding to Don Luis' mastery, resented it and felt a certain embarrassment at accepting the services of a man with whose past he was so well acquainted. Then you actually refuse? He rapped out, clenching his fists. Yes, said Don Luis, preserving his coolness. Yes, Captain Belville, I refuse this bargain, which I consider absurd. Why, it's the confidence trick, by jingo. 300 millions, give up a windfall like that. Never. But I haven't the least objection to leaving you alone with the honorable gentleman. That's what he wants, isn't it? Yes. Well, talk it over between yourselves, sign the compact. The honorable gentleman who, for his part, has every confidence in his son, will tell you the whereabouts of the hiding place, and you shall release your Coralie. And you? What about you? Snarled Petrus angrily. I'm going to complete my little inquiry into the present and the past by revisiting the room where you nearly met your death. See you later, Captain. And whatever you do, insist on guarantees. Switching on his pocket lamp, Don Luis entered the lodge and walked straight to the studio. Petrus saw the electric rays playing on the panels between the walled-up windows. He went back to where Simeon sat. Now then, he said, in a voice of authority. Be quick about it. Are you sure he's not listening? Quite sure. Be careful with him, Petrus. He means to take the gold and keep it. Don't waste time, said Petrus impatiently. Get to Coralie. I've told you Coralie was alive. She was alive when you left her, but since then? Yes, since then. Since then what? You seem to have your doubts. It was last night, 5 or 6 hours ago, and I am afraid. Petrus felt a cold shudder run down his back. He would have given anything for a decisive word, and at the same time he was almost strangling the old man to punish him. He mastered himself, however. Don't let's waste time, he repeated. Tell me where to go. No, we'll go together. You haven't the strength. Yes, I can manage. It's not far. Only, listen to me. The old man seemed utterly exhausted. From time to time his breathing was interrupted, as though Yabon's hand were still clutching him by the throat, and he sank into a heap, moaning. Petrus stooped over him. I'm listening, he said. But for God's sake, hurry? All right, said Simeon. All right, she'll be free in a few minutes, but on one condition, just one. Petrus, you must swear to me on Coralie's head that you will not touch the gold and that no one shall know. I swear it on her head. You swear it, yes, but the other one, your damned companion, he'll follow us, he'll see. No, he won't. Yes, he will, unless you consent. To what? Oh, in heaven's name, speak. I'll tell you, listen. But remember, we must go to Coralie's assistance, and that quickly, otherwise. Petrus hesitated, bending one leg almost on his knees. Then come do, he said, modifying his tone. Please come because Coralie? Yes, but that man. Oh, Coralie first? What do you mean? Suppose he sees us? Suppose he takes the gold from us? What does that matter? Oh, don't say that, Petrus. The gold? That's the one thing. Since that gold has been mine, my life is changed. The past no longer counts, nor does hatred nor love. There's only the gold, the bags of gold. I'd rather die, and let Coralie die, and see the whole world disappear. But look here, what is it you want? What is it you demand? Petrus had taken the two arms of this man who was his father, and whom he had never detested with greater vehemence. He was imploring him with all the strength of his being. He would have shed tears had he thought that the old man would allow himself to be moved by tears. What is it? I'll tell you, listen, he's there, isn't he? Yes. In the studio? Yes. In that case, he mustn't come out. How do you mean? No, he must stay there until we've done. But it's quite easy. Listen carefully. You've only to make a movement to shut the door on him. The lock has been forced, but there are the 2 bolts, and those will do. Do you consent? Petrus rebelled. But you're mad. I consent, Why, the man saved my life. He saved Coralie. But he's doing for her now. Think a moment. If he were not there, if he were not interfering, Coralie would be free. Do you accept? No. Why not? Do you know what that man is? A highway robber, a wretch who has only one thought, to get hold of the millions. And you have scruples? Come, it's absurd, isn't it? Do you accept? No, and again no. Then so much the worse for Coralie. Oh yes, I see you don't realize the position exactly. It's time you did, Patris. Perhaps it's even too late. Oh, don't say that. Yes, yes, you must learn the facts and take your share of the responsibility. When that damned Negro was chasing me, I got rid of Coralie as best I could, intending to release her in an hour or two. And then you know what happened. It was 11 o'clock at night, nearly 8 hours ago. So work it out for yourself. Patris wrung his hands. Never had he imagined that a man could be tortured to such a degree, and Simeon continued, unrelentingly. She can't breathe, on my soul she can't. Perhaps just a very little air reaches her, but that is all. Then again, I can't tell that all that covers and protects her hasn't given way. If it has, she's suffocating while you stand here arguing. Look here, can it matter to you to lock up that man for 10 minutes? Only 10 minutes, you know, and you still hesitate? Then it's you who are killing her, Patris. Think, buried alive. Patris drew himself up. His resolve was taken. At that moment he would have shrunk from no act, however painful. And what Simeon asked was so little. What do you want me to do? He asked. Give your orders. You know what I want, said the other. It's quite simple. Go to the door, bolt it, and come back again. The officer entered the lodge with a firm step and walked through the hall. The light was dancing up and down at the far end of the studio. Without a word, without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the door, shot both the bolts, and hastened back. He felt relieved. The action was a base one, but he never doubted that he had fulfilled an imperative duty. That's it, he said. Let's hurry. Help me up, said the old man. I can't manage by myself. Patris took him under the armpits and lifted him to his feet, but he had to support him, for the old man's legs were swaying beneath him. Oh, curse it, blurted Simeon. That blasted nigger has done for me. I'm suffocating too, I can't walk. Patris almost carried him while Simeon, in the last stage of weakness, stammered. This way, now straight ahead. They passed the corner of the lodge and turned their steps towards the graves. You're quite sure you fastened the door? The old man continued. Yes, I heard it slam. Oh, he's a terrible fellow that. You have to be on your guard with him. But you swore not to say anything, didn't you? Swear it again by your mother's memory. No, better, swear it by Coralie. May she die on the spot if you betray your oath? He stopped. A spasm prevented his going any further until he had drawn a little air into his lungs. Nevertheless, he went on talking. I needn't worry, need I? Besides, you don't care about gold. That being so, why should you speak? Never mind, swear that you will be silent. Ah, look here, give me your word of honor. That's best. Your word, eh? Patris was still holding him round the waist. It was a terrible, long agony for the officer, this slow crawl and this sort of embrace which he was compelled to adopt in order to effect Coralie's release. As he felt the contact of the detested man's body, he was more inclined to squeeze the life out of it. And yet a vile phrase kept recurring deep down within him. I am his son, I am his son. It's here, said the old man. Here, but these are the graves. Coralie's grave and mine, it's what we were making for. He turned round in alarm. I say, the footprints, you'll get rid of them on the way back, won't you? For he would find our tracks otherwise, and he would know that this is the place. Let's hurry. So Coralie is here, down there, buried? Oh, how horrible. It seemed to Patris as if each minute that passed meant more than an hour's delay, and as if Coralie's safety might be jeopardized by a moment's hesitation or a single false step. He took every oath that was demanded of him. He swore upon Coralie's head. He pledged his word of honor. At that moment there was not an action which he would not have been ready to perform. Simeon knelt down on the grass under the little temple, pointing with his finger. It's there, he repeated. Underneath that. Under the tombstone? Yes. Then the stone lifts? Asked Patris anxiously. I can't lift it by myself, it can't be done. It would take 3 men to lift that. No, said the old man. The stone swings on a pivot, you'll manage quite easily. All you have to do is to pull at one end, this one, on the right. Patris came and caught hold of the great stone slab with its inscription, Here lie Patris and Coralie, and pulled. The stone rose at the first endeavor, as if a counterweight had forced the other end down. Wait, said the old man. We must hold it in position, or it will fall down again. You'll find an iron bar at the bottom of the second step. There were 3 steps running into a small cavity, barely large enough to contain a man stooping. Patris saw the iron bar and, propping up the stone with his shoulder, took the bar and set it up. Good, said Simeon. That will keep it steady. What you must now do is to lie down in the hollow. This was where my coffin was to have been and where I often used to come and lie beside my dear Coralie. I would remain for hours, flat on the ground, speaking to her. We both talked. Yes, I assure you, we used to talk. Oh, Petrus? Petrus had bent his tall figure in the narrow space where he was hardly able to move. What am I to do? He asked. Don't you hear your Coralie? There's only a partition wall between you, a few bricks hidden under a thin layer of earth, and a door. The other vault, Coralie's, is behind it, and behind that there's a third with the bags of gold. The old man was bending over and directing the search as he knelt on the grass. The door's on the left, farther than that. Can't you find it? That's odd. You mustn't be too slow about it, though. Ah, have you got it now? No? Oh, if I could only go down too, but there's not room for more than one. There was a brief silence, then he began again. Stretch a bit farther. Good, can you move? Yes, said Petrus. Then go on moving, my lad, cried the old man with a yell of laughter, and stepping back briskly, he snatched away the iron bar. The enormous block of stone came down heavily, slowly, because of the counterweight, but with irresistible force. Though floundering in the newly turned earth, Petrus tried to rise at the sight of his danger. Simeon had taken up the iron bar, and now struck him a blow on the head with it. Petrus gave a cry and moved no more. The stone covered him up. The whole incident had lasted but a few seconds. Simeon did not lose an instant. He knew that Petrus, wounded as he was bound to be and weakened by the posture to which he was condemned, was incapable of making the necessary effort to lift the lid of his tomb. On that side, therefore, there was no danger. He went back to the lodge, and though he walked with some difficulty, he had no doubt exaggerated his injuries, for he did not stop until he reached the door. He even scorned to obliterate his footprints and went straight ahead. On entering the hall, he listened. Don Luis was tapping against the walls and the partition inside the studio and the bedroom. Capital, said Simeon with a grin. His turn now. It did not take long. He walked to the kitchen on the right, opened the door of the meter and, turning the key, released the gas, thus beginning again with Don Luis what he had failed to achieve with Petrus and Coralie. Not till then did he yield to the immense weariness with which he was overcome and allow himself to lie back in a chair for 2 or 3 minutes. His most terrible enemy also was now out of the way, but it was still necessary for him to act and ensure his personal safety. He walked round the lodge, looked for his yellow spectacles and put them on, went through the garden, opened the door and closed it behind him. Then he turned down the lane to the quay. Once more stopping, in front of the parapet above Berthu's wharf, he seemed to hesitate what to do. But the sight of people passing, common, market gardeners and others, put an end to his indecision. He hailed a taxi and drove to the Rue Guimard. His friend Vacherot was standing at the door of his lodge. "Oh, is that you, Simeon?" cried the porter. "But what a state you're in." "Hush, no names," he whispered, entering the lodge. "Has anyone seen me?" "No, it's only 7:30 and the house is hardly awake, but Lord forgive us, what have the scoundrels done to you? You look as if you had no breath left in your body." "Yes, that nigger who came after me. But the others?" "What others?" "The 2 who were here. Petrus? Has Petrus been?" asked Simeon, still speaking in a whisper. "Yes, last night after you left. And you told him?" "That he was your son." "Then that," mumbled the old man, "is why he did not seem surprised at what I said. Where are they now?" "With Coralie. I was able to save her. I've handed her over to them. But it's not a question of her. Quick, I must see a doctor. There's no time to lose. We have one in the house." "No, that's no use. Have you a telephone directory?" "Here you are. Turn up Dr. Gayraduk." "What, you can't mean that?" "Why not? He has a private hospital quite close on the Boulevard de Montmorency with no other house near it." "That's so, but haven't you heard? There are all sorts of rumors about him afloat, something to do with passports and forged certificates." "Never mind that." Vacherot hunted out the number in the directory and rang up the exchange. The line was engaged, and he wrote down the number on the margin of a newspaper. Then he telephoned again. The answer was that the doctor had gone out and would be back at 10. "It's just as well," said Simeon. "I'm not feeling strong enough yet. Say that I'll call at 10 o'clock. "Shall I give your name as Simeon?" "No, my real name, Armand Belville. Say it's urgent, say it's a surgical case." The porter did so and hung up the instrument with a moan. "Oh, my poor Simeon, a man like you, so good and kind to everybody. Tell me what happened." "Don't worry about that. Is my place ready?" "To be sure it is." "Take me there without anyone seeing us." "As usual." "Be quick. Put your revolver in your pocket. What about your lodge? Can you leave it?" 5 minutes won't hurt." The lodge opened at the back on a small courtyard, which communicated with a long corridor. At the end of this passage was another yard, in which stood a little house consisting of a ground floor and an attic. They went in. There was an entrance hall followed by 3 rooms, leading one into the other. Only the second room was furnished. The third had a door opening straight on a street that ran parallel with the Rue Guimard. They stopped in the second room. Did you shut the hall door after you? Yes, Simeon. No one saw us come in. I suppose, not a soul. No one suspects that you're here? No, give me your revolver. Here it is. Do you think if I fired it off anyone would hear? No, certainly not. Who is there to hear? But what? You're surely not going to fire. Yes, I am. At yourself, Simeon, at yourself? Are you going to kill yourself? Don't be an ass. Well, who then? You, of course, chuckled Simeon. Pressing the trigger, he blew out the luckless man's brains. His victim fell in a heap, stone dead. Simeon flung aside the revolver and remained impassive, a little undecided as to his next step. He opened out his fingers, one by one, up to 6, apparently counting the 6 persons of whom he had got rid in a few hours. Grégoire, Coralie, Yvonne, Patrice, Don Louis, old Vacherot. His mouth gave a grin of satisfaction. One more endeavor, and his flight and safety were assured. For the moment he was incapable of making the endeavor. His head whirled. His arms struck out at space. He fell into a faint with a gurgle in his throat, his chest crushed under an unbearable weight. But at 9:45, with an effort of will, he picked himself up and, mastering himself and disregarding the pain, he went out by the other door of the house. At 10 o'clock, after twice changing his taxi, he arrived at the Boulevard Montmorency, just at the moment when Dr. Gayradec was alighting from his car and mounting the steps of the handsome villa in which his private hospital had been installed since the beginning of the war. Roman 18 Simeon's lost victim Dr. Gayradec's hospital had several annexes, each of which served a specific purpose, grouped around it in a fine garden. The villa itself was used for the big operations. The doctor had his consulting room here also, and it was to this room that Simeon Diadoches was first shown. But after answering a few questions put to him by a male nurse, Simeon was taken to another room in a separate wing. Here he was received by the doctor, a man of about 60, still young in his movements, clean-shaven and wearing a glass screwed into his right eye, which contracted his features into a constant grimace. He was wrapped from the shoulders to the feet in a large white operating apron. Simeon explained his case with great difficulty, for he could hardly speak. A footpad had attacked him the night before, taken him by the throat and rubbed him, leaving him half dead in the road. You have had time to send for a doctor since, said Dr. Gayradec, fixing him with a glance. Simeon did not reply, and the doctor added, however, it's nothing much. The fact that you are alive shows that there's no fracture. It reduces itself, therefore, to a contraction of the larynx, which we shall easily get rid of by tubing. He gave his assistant some instructions. A long aluminum tube was inserted in the patient's windpipe. The doctor, who had absented himself meanwhile, returned and, after removing the tube, examined the patient, who was already beginning to breathe with greater ease. That's over, said Dr. Gayradec, and much quicker than I expected. There was evidently in your case an inhibition which caused the throat to shrink. Go home now, and when you've had a rest you'll forget all about it. Simeon asked what the fee was and paid it, but as the doctor was seeing him to the door, he stopped and, without further preface, said, I am a friend of MME, Albanins. The doctor did not seem to understand what he meant. Perhaps you don't recognize the name, Simeon insisted. When I tell you, however, that it conceals the identity of MME, Mosgranum, I have no doubt that we shall be able to arrange something. What about? Asked the doctor, while his face displayed still greater astonishment. Come, doctor, there's no need to be on your guard. We are alone. You have soundproof double doors. Sit down and let's talk. He took a chair. The doctor sat down opposite him, looking more and more surprised, and Simeon proceeded with his statement. I am a Greek subject. Greece is a neutral, indeed, I may say, a friendly country, and I can easily obtain a passport and leave France. But for personal reasons, I want the passport made out not in my own name but in some other, which you and I will decide upon together, and which will enable me, with your assistance, to go away without any danger. The doctor rose to his feet indignantly. Simeon persisted. Oh, please don't be theatrical. It's a question of price, is it not? My mind is made up. How much do you want? The doctor pointed to the door. Simeon raised no protest. He put on his hat, but on reaching the door he said, 20,000 francs, is that enough? Do you want me to ring? Asked the doctor, and have you turned out? Simeon laughed and quietly, with a pause after each figure, 30,000. He asked, 40? 50? Oh, I see, we're playing a great game, we want a round sum. All right. Only, you know, everything must be included in the price we settle. You must not only fix me up a passport so genuine that it can't be disputed, but you must guarantee me the means of leaving France as you did for MME. Mosgranum, on terms not half so handsome, by Jove. However, I'm not haggling. I need your assistance. Is it a bargain? 100,000 francs. Dr. Geradek bolted the door, came back, sat down at his desk, and said simply, "We'll talk about it." "I repeat the question," said Simeon, coming closer. "Are we agreed at 100,000? "We are agreed," said the doctor, "unless any complications appear later." "What do you mean?" "I mean that the figure of 100,000 francs forms a suitable basis for discussion, that's all." Simeon hesitated a second. The man struck him as rather greedy. However, he sat down once more, and the doctor at once resumed the conversation. "Your real name, please." "You mustn't ask me that. I tell you there are reasons." "Then it will be 200,000 francs. "Eh?" said Simeon with a start. "I say that's a bit steep. I never heard of such a price." "You're not obliged to accept," replied Geradek calmly. "We are discussing a bargain. You are free to do as you please. But look here, once you agree to fix me up a false passport, what can it matter to you whether you know my name or not? It matters a great deal. I run an infinitely greater risk in assisting the escape, for that's the only word, of a spy than I do in assisting the escape of a respectable man. I'm not a spy. How do I know? Look here, you come to me to propose a shady transaction. You conceal your name and your identity, and you're in such a hurry to disappear from sight that you're prepared to pay me 100,000 francs to help you. And in the face of that, you lay claim to being a respectable man. Come, it's absurd. A respectable man does not behave like a burglar or a murderer." Old Simeon did not wince. He slowly wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. He was evidently thinking that Geradek was a haughty antagonist, and that he would perhaps have done better not to go to him. But, after all, the contract was a conditional one. There would always be time enough to break it off. I say, he said, with an attempt at a laugh. "You are using big words." "They're only words," said the doctor. "I am stating no hypothesis. I am content to sum up the position and to justify my demands." "You're quite right." "Then we're agreed?" "Yes. Perhaps, however, and this is the last observation I propose to make, you might let me off more cheaply, considering that I'm a friend of MME, Mosgranum's." "What do you suggest by that?" asked the doctor. "MME, Mosgranum herself told me that you charged her nothing." "That's true, I charged her nothing," replied the doctor with a fatuous smile, "but perhaps she presented me with a good deal." MME, Mosgranum was one of those attractive women whose favors command their own price. There was a silence. Old Simeon seemed to feel more and more uncomfortable in his interlocutor's presence. At last the doctor sighed. "Poor MME, Mosgranum. What makes you speak like that?" asked Simeon. "What, haven't you heard? I have had no letters from her since she left." "I see, I had one last night, and I was greatly surprised to learn that she was back in France." "In France, MME, Mosgranum?" "Yes, and she even gave me an appointment for this morning. A very strange appointment." "Where?" asked Simeon with visible concern. "You'll never guess." "On a barge, yes, called the Nonchalant, moored at the Quai de Passy alongside Berthu's Wharf." "Is it possible?" said Simeon. "It's as I tell you, and do you know how the letter was signed? It was signed Grégoire." "Grégoire, a man's name?" muttered the old man, almost with a groan. "Yes, a man's name. Look, I have the letter on me. She tells me that she is leading a very dangerous life, that she distrusts the man with whom her fortunes are bound up, and that she would like to ask my advice." Then you went?" "Yes, I was there this morning while you were ringing up here. Unfortunately, well, I arrived too late. Grégoire, or rather MME, Mosgranum, was dead. She had been strangled." "So you know nothing more than that?" asked Simeon, who seemed unable to get his words out. "Nothing more about what?" "About the man whom she mentioned." "Yes, I do, for she told me his name in the letter. He's a Greek, who calls himself Simeon Diadokis. She even gave me a description of him. I haven't read it very carefully." He unfolded the letter and ran his eyes down the second page, mumbling, "A broken-down old man. Passes himself off as mad. Always goes about in a comforter and a pair of large yellow spectacles." Dr. Geradek ceased reading and looked at Simeon with an air of amazement. Both of them sat for a moment without speaking. Then the doctor said, "You are Simeon Diadokis." The other did not protest. All these incidents were so strangely, and at the same time, so naturally interlinked as to persuade him that lying was useless. "This alters the situation," declared the doctor. "The time for trifling is past. It's a most serious and terribly dangerous matter for me, I can tell you. You'll have to make it 1,000,000. "Oh, no," cried Simeon, excitedly. "Certainly not. Besides, I never touched Emily Mosgranum. I was myself attacked by the man who strangled her, the same man, a Negro called Yabon, who caught me up and took me by the throat." "Yabon, did you say Yabon?" Yes, a one-armed Senegalese. And did you two fight? Yes, and did you kill him? Well, the doctor shrugged his shoulders with a smile. Listen, sir, to a curious coincidence. When I left the barge, I met half a dozen wounded soldiers. They spoke to me and said that they were looking for a comrade, this very Yabon, and also for their captain, Captain Belville, and a friend of this officer's and a lady, the lady they were staying with. All these people had disappeared, and they accused a certain person. Wait, they told me his name. Oh, but this is more curious. The man's name was Simeon Diodokes. It was you they accused? Isn't it odd? But on the other hand, you must confess that all this constitutes fresh facts and therefore. There was a pause. Then the doctor formulated his demand in plain tones. I shall want 2 millions. This time Simeon remained impassive. He felt that he was in the man's clutches, like a mouse clawed by a cat. The doctor was playing with him, letting him go and catching him again, without giving him the least hope of escaping from this grim spot. This is blackmail, he said, quietly. The doctor nodded. There's no other word for it, he admitted. It's blackmail. Moreover, it's a case of blackmail in which I have not the excuse of creating the opportunity that gives me my advantage. A wonderful chance comes within reach of my hand. I grab at it as you would do in my place. What else is possible? I have had a few differences, which you know of, with the police. We've signed a peace, the police and I, but my professional position has been so much injured that I cannot afford to reject with scorn what you so kindly bring me. Suppose I refuse to submit? Then I shall telephone to the headquarters of police, with whom I stand in great favor at present, as I am able to do them a good turn now and again. Simeon glanced at the window and at the door. The doctor had his hand on the receiver of the telephone. There was no way out of it. Very well, he declared. After all, it's better so. You know me, and I know you. We can come to terms. On the basis suggested? Yes, tell me your plan. No, it's not worthwhile. I have my methods, and there's no object in revealing them beforehand. The point is to secure your escape and to put an end to your present danger. I'll answer for all that. What guarantee have I? You will pay me half the money now and the other half when the business is done. There remains the matter of the passport, a secondary matter for me. Still, we shall have to make one out. In what name is it to be? Any name you like. The doctor took a sheet of paper and wrote down the description, looking at Simeon between the phrases and muttering, gray hair, clean-shaven, yellow spectacles. Then he stopped and asked, but how do I know that I shall be paid the money? That's essential, you know. I want banknotes, real ones. You shall have them. Where are they? In a hiding place that can't be got at. Tell me where. I have no objection. Even if I give you a clue to the general position, you'll never find it. Well, go on. Gregoire had the money in her keeping, 4 million francs. It's on board the barge. We'll go there together, and I'll count you out the first million. You say those millions are on board the barge? Yes, and there are 4 of those millions? Yes, I won't accept any of them in payment. Why not? You must be mad. Why not? Because you can't pay a man with what already belongs to him. What's that you're saying? Cried Simeon in dismay. Those 4 millions belong to me, so you can't offer them to me. Simeon shrugged his shoulders. You're talking nonsense. For the money to belong to you, it must first be in your possession. Certainly. And is it? It is. Explain yourself at once, snarled Simeon, beside himself with anger and alarm. I will explain myself. The hiding place that couldn't be got at consisted of 4 old books, back numbers of Button's directory for Paris and the provinces, each in 2 volumes. The 4 volumes were hollow inside, as though they had been scooped out, and there was 1 million francs in each of them. You lie, you lie. They were on a shelf in a little lumber room next the cabin. Well, what then? What then? They are here. Here? Yes, here on that bookshelf in front of your nose. So, in the circumstances, you see, as I am already the lawful owner, I can't accept. You thief, shouted Simeon, shaking with rage and clenching his fist. You're nothing but a thief, and I'll make you disgorge. Oh, you dirty thief. Dr. Gayradec smiled very calmly and raised his hand in protest. This is strong language and quite unjustified. Quite unjustified. Let me remind you that Emma Mosgranum honored me with her affection. One day, or rather one morning, after a moment of expansiveness, my dear friend, she said, she used to call me her dear friend. My dear friend, when I die, she was given to those gloomy forebodings. When I die, I bequeath to you the contents of my home. Her home, at that moment, was the barge. Do you suggest that I should insult her memory by refusing to obey so sacred a wish? Old Simeon was not listening. An infernal thought was awakening in him, and he turned to the doctor with a movement of affrighted attention. We are wasting precious time, my dear sir, said the doctor. What have you decided to do? He was playing with the sheet of paper on which he had written the particulars required for the passport. Simeon came up to him without a word. At last the old man whispered, "Give me that sheet of paper. I want to see." He took the paper out of the doctor's hand, ran his eyes down it, and suddenly leapt backwards. "What name have you put? What name have you put? What right have you to give me that name? Why did you do it? You told me to put any name I pleased, you know. But why this one? Why this one? Can it be your own?" The old man started with terror and, bending lower and lower over the doctor, said in a trembling voice, one man alone was capable of guessing." There was a long pause. Then the doctor gave a little chuckle. "I know that only one man was capable of it, so let's take it that I'm the man." "One man alone," continued the other, while his breath once again seemed to fail him, "one man alone could find the hiding place of the 4 millions in a few seconds." The doctor did not answer. He smiled, and his features gradually relaxed. In a sort of terror-stricken tone, Simeon hissed out, "Arsène Lupin? Arsène Lupin?" "You've hit it in one," exclaimed the doctor, rising. He dropped his eyeglass, took from his pocket a little pot of grease, smeared his face with it, washed it off in a basin in a recess, and reappeared with a clear skin, a smiling, bantering face, and an easy carriage. "Arsène Lupin?" repeated Simeon, petrified. "Arsène Lupin, I'm in for it. Up to the neck, you old fool? And what a silly fool you must be. Why, you know me by reputation. You feel for me the intense and wholesome awe with which a decent man of my stamp is bound to inspire an old rascal like you. And you go and imagine that I should be ass enough to let myself be bottled up in that lethal chamber of yours. Mind you, at that very moment I could have taken you by the hair of the head and gone straight on to the great scene in the 5th act, which we are now playing. Only my 5th act would have been a bit short, you see, and I'm a born actor manager. As it is, observe how well the interest is sustained, and what fun it was seeing the thought of it take birth in your old Turkish noddle, and what a lark to go into the studio, fasten my electric lamp to a bit of string, make poor dear Patris believe that I was there, and go out, and hear Patris denying me 3 times and carefully bolting the door on what? My electric lamp. That was all first-class work, don't you think? What do you say to it? I can feel that you're speechless with admiration. And 10 minutes after, when you came back, the same scene in the wings and with the same success. Of course, you old Simeon, I was banging at the walled-up door, between the studio and the bedroom on the left. Only I wasn't in the studio. I was in the bedroom, and you went away quietly, like a good kind landlord. As for me, I had no need to hurry. I was as certain as that twice 2 is 4 that you would go to your friend Amédée Vacherot the potter. And here, I may say, old Simeon, you committed a nice piece of imprudence which got me out of my difficulty. No one in the potter's lodge, that couldn't be helped, but what I did find was a telephone number on a scrap of newspaper. I did not hesitate for a moment. I rang up the number, coolly. "Monsieur, it was I who telephoned to you just now. Only I've got your number, but not your address." Back came the answer, "Dr. Gayradec, Boulevard de Montmorency." Then I understood. "Dr. Gayradec? You would want your throat tubed for a bit, then the all-essential passport, and I came off here, without troubling about your poor friend M. Vacherot, whom you murdered in some corner or other to escape a possible giveaway on his side. And I saw Dr. Gayradec, a charming man, whose worries have made him very wise and submissive, and who lent me his place for the morning. I had still 2 hours before me. I went to the barge, took the millions, cleared up a few odds and ends, and here I am." He came and stood in front of the old man. "Well, are you ready?" he asked. Simeon, who seemed absorbed in thought, gave a start. "Ready for what?" said Don Luis, replying to his unspoken question. "Why, for the great journey, of course. Your passport is in order. Your tickets taken, Paris to hell, single, non-stop hearse, sleeping coffin. Step in, sir." The old man, tottering on his legs, made an effort and stammered. "And Patris? What about him?" "I offer you his life in exchange for my own." Don Luis folded his arms across his chest. "Well, of all the cheek. Patris is a friend, and you think me capable of abandoning him like that. Do you see me, Lupin, making more or less witty jokes upon your imminent death while my friend Patris is in danger? Old Simeon, you're getting played out. It's time you went and rested in a better world." He lifted a hanging, opened a door, and called out, "Well, Captain, how are you getting on? Ah, I see you've recovered consciousness. Are you surprised to see me?" "No, no thanks, but please come in here. Our old Simeon's asking for you." Then, turning to the old man, he said, "Here's your son, you unnatural father." Patris entered the room with his head bandaged, for the blow which Simeon had struck him and the weight of the tombstone had opened his old wounds. He was very pale and seemed to be in great pain. At the sight of Simeon Diadoches he gave signs of terrible anger. He controlled himself, however. The two men stood facing each other without stirring, and Don Luis, rubbing his hands, said in an undertone, "What a scene, what a splendid scene. Isn't it well arranged, the father and the son, the murderer and his victim? Listen to the orchestra," a slight tremolo. "What are they going to do? Will the son kill his father or the father kill his son?" A thrilling moment. And the mighty silence? Only the call of the blood is heard, and in what terms? Now we're off. The call of the blood has sounded, and they are going to throw themselves into each other's arms, the better to strangle the life out of each other. Petrus had taken 2 steps forward, and the movement suggested by Don Luis was about to be performed. Already the officer's arms were flung wide for the fight. But suddenly Simeon, weakened by pain and dominated by a stronger will than his own, let himself go and implored his adversary. "Petrus," he entreated. "Petrus, what are you thinking of doing?" Stretching out his hands, he threw himself upon the other's pity, and Petrus, arrested in his onrush, stood perplexed, staring at the man to whom he was bound by so mysterious and strange a tie. "Coralie," he said, without lowering his hands, "Coralie, tell me where she is, and I'll spare your life." The old man started. His evil nature was stimulated by the remembrance of Coralie, and he recovered a part of his energy at the possibility of wrongdoing. He gave a cruel laugh. "No, no," he answered. "Coralie in one scale and I in the other? I'd rather die. Besides, Coralie's hiding place is where the gold is. No, never. I may just as well die." "Kill him then, Captain," said Don Luis, intervening. "Kill him, since he prefers it." Once more the thought of immediate murder and revenge sent the red blood rushing to the officer's face, but the same hesitation unnerved him. "No, no," he said in a low voice. "I can't do it." "Why not?" Don Luis insisted. "It's so easy. Come along, wring his neck like a chicken's and have done with it." "I can't." "But why do you dislike the thought of strangling him? Does it repel you? And yet, if it were a botch, on the battlefield—" "Yes, but this man? Is it your hands that refuse? The idea of taking hold of the flesh and squeezing? Here, Captain, take my revolver and blow out his brains." Petrus accepted the weapon eagerly and aimed it at old Simeon. The silence was appalling. Old Simeon's eyes had closed and drops of sweat were streaming down his livid cheeks. At last the officer lowered his arm. "I can't do it," he said. "Nonsense," said Don Luis. "Get on with the work." "No, no. But in heaven's name, why not?" "I can't." "You can't? Shall I tell you the reason? You are thinking of that man as if he were your father." "Perhaps it's that," said the officer, speaking very low. "There's a chance of it, you know. What does it matter if he's a beast and a blackguard?" "No, no, I haven't the right. Let him die by all means, but not by my hand. I haven't the right." "You have the right." "No, it would be abominable. It would be monstrous." Don Luis went up to him and, tapping him on the shoulder, said, gravely, "You surely don't believe that I should stand here, urging you to kill that man if he were your father." Petrus looked at him wildly. "Do you know something? Do you know something for certain? Oh, for heaven's sake." Don Luis continued, "Do you believe that I would even encourage you to hate him if he were your father?" "Oh," exclaimed Petrus. "Do you mean that he's not my father?" "Of course he's not," cried Don Luis with irresistible conviction and increasing eagerness. "Your father indeed? Why, look at him. Look at that scoundrelly head. Every sort of vice and violence is written on the brute's face. Throughout this adventure, from the first day to the last, there was not a crime committed but was his handiwork. Not one, do you follow me? There were not 2 criminals, as we thought, not essays, to begin the hellish business, and old Simeon to finish it. There was only 1 criminal. One, do you understand, Petrus? Before killing Coralie and Yabon and Vacherot the potter and the woman who was his own accomplice, he killed others. He killed one other in particular, one whose flesh and blood you are, the man whose dying cries you heard over the telephone, the man who called you Petrus and who only lived for you. He killed that man, and that man was your father, Petrus? He was Armand Belville. Now do you understand?" Petrus did not understand. Don Luis' words fell uncomprehended. Not one of them lit up the darkness of Petrus's brain. However, one thought insistently possessed him, and he stammered, "That was my father? I heard his voice, you say? Then it was he who called to me?" "Yes, Petrus, your father." "And the man who killed him?" "Was this one," said Don Luis, pointing to Simeon. The old man remained motionless, wild-eyed, like a felon awaiting sentence of death. Petrus, quivering with rage, stared at him fixedly. "Who are you? Who are you?" he asked, and turning to Don Luis, "Tell me his name, I beseech you. I want to know his name before I destroy him." "His name? Haven't you guessed it yet? Why, from the very first day I took it for granted. After all, it was the only possible theory." "But what theory? What was it you took for granted?" cried Petrus impatiently. Do you really want to know? Oh, please, I'm longing to kill him, but I must first know his name. Well, then, there was a long silence between the two men as they stood close together, looking into each other's eyes. Then Lupin let fall these four syllables. Essers Bay. Petrus felt a shock that ran through him from head to foot. Not for a second did he try to understand by what prodigy this revelation came to be merely an expression of the truth. He instantly accepted this truth, as though it were undeniable and proved by the most evident facts. The man was Essers Bay and had killed his father. He had killed him, so to speak, twice over. First years ago, in the lodge in the garden, taking from him all the light of life and any reason for living, and again the other day, in the library, when Armand Belville had telephoned to his son. This time Petrus was determined to do the deed. His eyes expressed an indomitable resolution. His father's murderer, Corélie's murderer, must die then and there. His duty was clear and precise. The terrible Essers was doomed to die by the hand of the son and the bridegroom. Say your prayers, said Petrus coldly. In 10 seconds you will be a dead man. He counted out the seconds and at the 10th was about to fire, when his enemy, in an access of mad energy proving that, under the outward appearance of old Simeon, there was hidden a man still young and vigorous, shouted with a violence so extraordinary that it made Petrus hesitate. Very well, kill me? Yes, let it be finished. I am beaten. I accept defeat. But it is a victory all the same, because Corélie is dead and my gold is saved. I shall die, but nobody shall have either one or the other, the woman whom I love or the gold that was my life. Ah, Petrus, Petrus, the woman whom we both loved to distraction is no longer alive, or else she is dying without a possibility of saving her now. If I cannot have her, you shall not have her either, Petrus. My revenge has done its work. Corélie is lost. He had recovered a fierce energy and was shouting and stammering at the same time. Petrus stood opposite him, holding him covered with the revolver, ready to act, but still waiting to hear the terrible words that tortured him. She is lost, Petrus, Simeon continued, raising his voice still louder. Lost, there's nothing to be done, and you will not find even her body in the bowels of the earth where I buried her with the bags of gold. Under the tombstone? No, not such a fool. No, Petrus, you will never find her. The gold is stifling her. She's dead. Corélie is dead. Oh, the delight of throwing that in your face, the anguish you must be feeling. Corélie is dead. Corélie is dead. Don't shout so, you'll wake her, said Don Luis calmly. The brief sentence was followed by a sort of stupor which paralyzed the two adversaries. Petrus's arms dropped to his sides. Simeon turned giddy and sank into a chair. Both of them, knowing the things of which Don Luis was capable, knew what he meant. But Petrus wanted something more than a vague sentence that might just as easily be taken as a jest. He wanted a certainty. Wake her? He asked in a broken voice. Well, of course, said Don Luis. When you shout too loud, you wake people up. Then she's alive. You can't wake the dead, whatever people may say, you can only wake the living. Corélie is alive, Corélie is alive, Petrus repeated in a sort of rapture that transfigured his features. Can it be possible? But then she must be here? Oh, I beg of you, say you're in earnest, give me your word. Oh no, it's not true, is it? I can't believe it, you must be joking. Let me answer you, Captain, as I answered that wretch just now. You are admitting that it is possible for me to abandon my work before completing it. How little you know me. What I undertake to do, I do. It's one of my habits and a good one at that. That's why I cling to it. Now watch me. He turned to one side of the room. Opposite the hanging that covered the door by which Petrus had entered was a second curtain, concealing another door. He lifted the curtain. No, no, she's not there, said Petrus, in an almost inaudible voice. I dare not believe it. The disappointment would be too great. Swear to me? I swear nothing, Captain. You have only to open your eyes. By Jove, for a French officer, you're cutting a pretty figure. Why, you're as white as a sheet. Of course it's she. It's little Mother Corélie. Look, she's in bed asleep with 2 nurses to watch her. But there's no danger, she's not wounded. A bit of a temperature, that's all, and extreme weakness. Poor little Mother Corélie. I never could have imagined her in such a state of exhaustion and coma. Petrus had stepped forward, brimming over with joy. Don Luis stopped him. That will do, Captain. Don't go any nearer. I brought her here instead of taking her home because I thought a change of scene and atmosphere essential. But she must have no excitement. She's had her share of that, and you might spoil everything by showing yourself. You're right, said Petrus. But are you quite sure? That she's alive? Asked Don Luis, laughing. She's as much alive as you or I, and quite ready to give you the happiness you deserve, and to change her name to Mme. Petrus Belville. You must have just a little patience, that's all. And there is yet one obstacle to overcome, Captain. for remember she's a married woman. He closed the door and led Petrus back to SS Bay. There's the obstacle, Captain. Is your mind made up now? This wretch still stands between you and your Coralie. SS had not even glanced into the next room, as though he knew that there could be no doubt about Don Luis' word. He sat shivering in his chair, cowering, weak and helpless. You don't seem comfortable, said Don Luis. What's worrying you? You're frightened, perhaps? What for? I promise you that we will do nothing except by mutual consent and until we are all of the same opinion. That ought to cheer you up. We'll be your judges, the three of us, here and now. Captain Petrus Belville, Arsène Lupin and old Simeon will form the court. Let the trial begin. Does anyone wish to speak in defense of the prisoner at the bar, SS Bay? No one. The prisoner at the bar is sentenced to death. Extenuating circumstances. No notice of appeal. No commutation of sentence. No reprieve. No immediate execution. Yes, you see there's no delay. What about the means of death? A revolver shot? That will do. It's clean, quick work. Captain Belville, your bird, the gun's loaded. Here you are. Petrus did not move. He stood gazing at the foul brute who had done him so many injuries, his whole being seethed with hatred. Nevertheless, he replied, I will not kill that man. I agree, Captain. Your scruples do you honor. You have not the right to kill a man whom you know to be the husband of the woman you love. It is not for you to remove the obstacle. Besides, you hate taking life. So do I. This animal is too filthy for words. And so, my good man, there's no one left but yourself to help us out of this delicate position. Don Luis ceased speaking for a moment and leant over SS. Had the wretched man heard? Was he even alive? He looked as if he were in a faint, deprived of consciousness. Don Luis shook him by the shoulder. The gold? Moaned SS. The bags of gold? Oh, you're thinking of that, you old scoundrel, are you? You're still interested. The bags of gold are in my pocket, if a pocket can contain 1,800 bags of gold. The hiding place? Your hiding place? It doesn't exist so far as I'm concerned. I needn't prove it to you, need I, since Coralie's here? As Coralie was buried among the bags of gold, you can draw your own conclusion. So you're nicely done. The woman you wanted is free and, what is worse still, free by the side of the man whom she adores and whom she will never leave. And, on the other hand, your treasure is discovered, so it's all finished, eh? We are agreed? Come, here's the toy that will release you. He handed him the revolver. SS took it mechanically and pointed it at Don Luis, but his arm lacked the strength to take aim and fell by his side. Capital? Said Don Luis. We understand each other, and the action which you are about to perform will atone for your evil life, you old blackguard. When a man's last hope is dispelled, there's nothing for it but death. That's the final refuge. He took hold of the other's hand and, bending SS' nerveless fingers round the revolver, forced him to point it towards his own face. Come, said he, just a little pluck. What you've resolved to do is a very good thing. As Captain Belville and I refuse to disgrace ourselves by killing you, you've decided to do the job yourself. We are touched, and we congratulate you, but you must behave with courage. No resistance, come? That's right, that's much more like it. Once more, my compliments. It's very smart, your manner of getting out of it. You perceive that there's no room for you on earth, that you're standing in the way of Petrus and Coralie, and that the best thing you can do is to retire. And you're jolly well right. No love and no gold. No gold, Simeon. The beautiful shiny coins which you coveted, with which you would have managed to secure a nice, comfortable existence, all fled, vanished. You may just as well vanish yourself, what? Whether because he felt himself to be helpless, or because he really understood that Don Luis was right, and that his life was no longer worth living, Simeon offered hardly any resistance. The revolver rose to his forehead. The barrel touched his temple. At the touch of the cold steel he gave a moan. Mercy? No, 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 said Don Luis. You mustn't show yourself any mercy, and I won't help you either. Perhaps, if you hadn't killed my poor Yvonne, we might have put our heads together and sought for another ending. But honestly, you inspire me with no more pity than you feel for yourself. You want to die and you are right. I won't prevent you. Besides, your passport is made out. You've got your ticket in your pocket. They are expecting you down below. And you know, you need have no fear of being barred. Have you ever seen a picture of hell? Everyone has a huge stone over his tomb, and everyone is lifting the stone and supporting it with his back, in order to escape the flames bursting forth beneath him. You see, there's plenty of fun. Well, your grave is reserved. Baths ready, sir? Slowly and patiently he had succeeded in slipping the wretched man's forefinger under the handle, so as to bring it against the trigger. SS was letting himself go. He was little more than a limp rag. Death had already cast its shadow upon him. Mind you, said Don Luis, you're perfectly free. You can pull the trigger if you feel like it. It's not my business. I'm not here to compel you to commit suicide, but only to advise you and to lend you a hand. He had in fact let go the forefinger and was holding only the arm, but he was bearing upon Essays with all his extraordinary power of will, the will to seek destruction, the will to seek annihilation, an indomitable will which Essays was unable to resist. Every second death sank a little deeper into that invertebrate body, breaking up instinct, obscuring thought, and bringing an immense craving for rest and inaction. You see how easy it is. The intoxication is flying to your brain. It's an almost voluptuous feeling, isn't it? What a riddance to cease living, to cease suffering, to cease thinking of that gold which you no longer possess and can never possess again, of that woman who belongs to another and offers him her lips and all her entrancing self. You couldn't live, could you, with that thought on you? Then come on? Seized with cowardice, the wretch was yielding by slow degrees. He found himself face to face with one of those crushing forces, one of nature's forces, powerful as fate, which a man must needs accept. His head turned giddy and swam. He was descending into the abyss. Come along now, show yourself a man. Don't forget either that you are dead already. Remember, you can't appear in this world again without falling into the hands of the police. And of course, I'm there to inform them in case of need. That means prison and the scaffold. The scaffold, my poor fellow, the icy dawn, the knife, it was over. Essays was sinking into the depths of darkness. Everything whirled around him. Don Luis will penetrated him and annihilated his own. For one moment he turned to Petrus and tried to implore his aid. But Petrus persisted in his impassive attitude. Standing with his arms folded, he gazed with eyes devoid of pity upon his father's murderer. The punishment was well deserved. Fate must be allowed to take its course. Petrus did not interfere, and Don Luis continued, unrelentingly and without intermission. Come along, come along. It's a mere nothing and it means eternal rest. How good it feels already. To forget, to cease fighting. Think of the gold which you have lost. 300 millions gone forever. And Coralie lost as well. Mother and daughter, you can't have either. In that case, life is nothing but a snare and a delusion. You may as well leave it. Come, one little effort, one little movement. That little movement the miscreant made. Hardly knowing what he did, he pulled the trigger. The shot rang through the room, and Essays fell forward with his knees on the floor. Don Luis had to spring to one side to escape being splashed by the blood that trickled from the man's shattered head. By Jove! He cried. The blood of vermin like that would have brought me ill luck. And, Lord, what crawling vermin it is. Upon my word, I believe that this makes one more good action I've done in my life, and that this suicide entitles me to a little seat in paradise. What say you, Captain? Roman 19 Fiat Lux. On the evening of the same day, Petrus was pacing up and down the Quai de Passy. It was nearly 6 o'clock. From time to time, a tramcar passed, or some motor lorry. There were very few people about on foot. Petrus had the pavement almost to himself. He had not seen Don Luis Perina since the morning, had merely received a line in which Don Luis asked him to have Yvonne's body moved into the Essays house, and afterwards to meet him on the quay above Berthu's wharf. The time appointed for the meeting was near at hand, and Petrus was looking forward to this interview, in which the truth would be revealed to him at last. He partly guessed the truth, but no little darkness and any number of unsolved problems remained. The tragedy was played out. The curtain had fallen on the villain's death. All was well. There was nothing more to fear, no more pitfalls in store for them. The formidable enemy was laid low. But Petrus's anxiety was intense as he waited for the moment when light would be cast freely and fully upon the tragedy. A few words, he said to himself, a few words from that incredible person known as Arsène Lupin will clear up the mystery. It will not take him long. He will be gone in an hour. Will he take the secret of the gold with him, I wonder? Will he solve the secret of the golden triangle for me? And how will he keep the gold for himself? How will he take it away? A motor car arrived from the direction of the Trocadero. It slowed down and stopped beside the pavement. It must be Don Luis, thought Petrus. But to his great surprise, he recognized M. Masserin, who opened the door and came towards him with outstretched hand. Well, Captain, how are you? I'm punctual for the appointment, am I not? But I say, have you been wounded in the head again? Yes, an accident of no importance, replied Petrus. But what appointment are you speaking of? Why, the one you gave me, of course. I gave you no appointment. Oh, I say, said M. Masserin. What does this mean? Why, here's the note they brought me at the police office. Captain Belleville's compliments to M. Masserin. The problem of the golden triangle is solved. The 1,800 bags are at his disposal. Will he please come to the Quai de Passy at 6 o'clock, with full powers from the government to accept the conditions of delivery? It would be well if he brought with him 20 powerful detectives, of whom half should be posted 100 yards on one side of Esser's property, and the other half on the other. There you are, is it clear? Perfectly clear, said Patris, but I never sent you that note. Who sent it then? An extraordinary man who deciphered all those problems like so many children's riddles, and who certainly will be here himself to bring you the solution. What's his name? I shan't say. Oh, I don't know about that. Secrets are hard to keep in wartime. Very easy, on the contrary, sir, said a voice behind M. Masserin. All you need do is to make up your mind to it. M. Masserin and Patris turned round and saw a gentleman dressed in a long, black overcoat, cut like a frock coat, and a tall collar which gave him a look of an English clergyman. This is the friend I was speaking of, said Patris, though he had some difficulty in recognizing Don Luis. He twice saved my life and also that of the lady whom I am going to marry. I will answer for him in every respect. M. Masserin bowed, and Don Luis at once began, speaking with a slight accent. Sir, your time is valuable and so is mine, for I am leaving Paris tonight and France tomorrow. My explanation therefore will be brief. I will pass over the drama itself, of which you have followed the main vicissitudes so far. It came to an end this morning. Captain Belville will tell you all about it. I will merely add that our poor Yabon is dead, and that you will find 3 other bodies, that of Gregoire, whose real name was Emmeline, Mosgranum, in the barge over there, that of one Vacherot, a hall porter, in some corner of a block of flats at 18, Rue Guimard, and lastly the body of Simeon Diadoches, in Dr. Gayradic's private hospital, on the Boulevard de Montmorency. Old Simeon? Asked M. Masserin in great surprise. Old Simeon has killed himself. Captain Belville will give you every possible information about that person and his real identity, and I think you will agree with me that this business will have to be hushed up. But as I said, we will pass over all this. There remains the question of the gold, which, if I am not mistaken, interests you more than anything else. Have you brought your men? Yes, I have. But why? The hiding place, even after you have told me where it is, will be what it was before, undiscovered by those who do not know it. Certainly, but as the number of those who do know it increases, the secret may slip out. In any case, that is one of my 2 conditions. As you see, it is accepted. What is the other? A more serious condition, sir. So serious indeed that, whatever powers may have been conferred upon you, I doubt whether they will be sufficient. Let me hear, then we shall see. Very well. And Don Luis, speaking in a phlegmatic tone, as though he were telling the most unimportant story, calmly set forth his incredible proposal. 2 months ago, sir, thanks to my connection with the Near East and to my influence in certain Ottoman circles, I persuaded the clique which rules Turkey today to accept the idea of a separate peace. It was simply a question of a few hundred millions for distribution. I had the offer transmitted to the Allies, who rejected it, certainly not for financial reasons, but for reasons of policy, which it is not for me to judge. But I am not content to suffer this little diplomatic check. I failed in my first negotiation. I do not mean to fail in the second. That is why I am taking my precautions. He paused and then resumed, while his voice took on a rather more serious tone. At this moment, in April 1915, as you are well aware, conferences are in progress between the Allies and the last of the great European powers that has remained neutral. These conferences are going to succeed, and they will succeed because the future of that power demands it, and because the whole nation is uplifted with enthusiasm. Among the questions raised is one which forms the object of a certain divergency of opinion. I mean the question of money. This foreign power is asking us for a loan of 300 million francs in gold, while making it quite clear that a refusal on our part would in no way affect a decision which is already irrevocably taken. Well, I have 300 millions in gold. I have them at my command, and I desire to place them at the disposal of our new allies. This is my second and, in reality, my only condition. M. Masserin seemed utterly taken aback. But my dear sir, he said, these are matters quite outside our province. They must be examined and decided by others, not by us. Everyone has the right to dispose of his money as he pleases. M. Masserin made a gesture of distress. Come, sir, think a moment. You yourself said that this power was only putting forward the question as a secondary one. Yes, but the mere fact that it is being discussed will delay the conclusion of the agreement for a few days. Well, a few days will make no difference, surely. Sir, a few hours will make a difference. But why? For a reason which you do not know and which nobody knows, except myself and a few people some 1,500 miles away. What reason? The Russians have no munitions left. M. Mazarin shrugged his shoulders impatiently. What had all this to do with the matter? The Russians have no munitions left, repeated Don Luis. Now there is a tremendous battle being fought over there, a battle which will be decided not many hours hence. The Russian front will be broken, and the Russian troops will retreat and retreat. Heaven knows when they'll stop retreating. Of course, this assured, this inevitable contingency will have no influence on the wishes of the great power of which we are talking. Nevertheless, that nation has in its midst a very considerable party on the side of neutrality, a party which is held in check, but none the less violent for that. Think what a weapon you will place in its hands by postponing the agreement. Think of the difficulties which you are making for rulers preparing to go to war. It would be an unpardonable mistake, from which I wish to save my country. That is why I have laid down this condition. Mazarin seemed quite discomfited. Waving his hands and shaking his head, he mumbled, "It's impossible. Such a condition as that will never be accepted. It will take time, it will need discussion." A hand was laid on his arm by someone who had come up a moment before, and who had listened to Don Luis' little speech. Its owner had alighted from a car which was waiting some way off, and to Petrus's great astonishment, his presence had aroused no opposition on the part of either Mazarin or Don Luis Perona. He was a man well advanced in years, with a powerful, lined face. "My dear Mazarin," he said, "it seems to me that you are not looking at the question from the right point of view." "That's what I think, Monsieur le Président," said Don Luis. "Ah, do you know me, sir? Vaillanglais, I believe. I had the honor of calling on you some years ago, sir, when you were president of the council." "Yes, I thought I remembered, though I can't say exactly." "Please don't tax your memory, sir. The past does not concern us. What matters is that you should be of my opinion." "I don't know that I am of your opinion, but I consider that this makes no difference. And that is what I was telling you, my dear Mazarin. It's not a question of knowing whether you ought to discuss this gentleman's conditions. It's a question of accepting them or refusing them without discussion. There's no bargain to be driven in the circumstances. A bargain presupposes that each party has something to offer. Now we have no offer to make, whereas this gentleman comes with his offer in his hand and says, 'Would you like 300 million francs in gold? In that case you must do so and so with it. If that doesn't suit you, good evening.' That's the position, isn't it, Mazarin?" "Yes, Monsieur le Président." "Well, can you dispense with our friend here? Can you, without his assistance, find the place where the gold is hidden? Observe that he makes things very easy for you by bringing you to the place and almost pointing out the exact spot to you. Is that enough? Have you any hope of discovering the secret which you have been seeking for weeks and months?" Mazarin was very frank in his reply. "No, Monsieur le Président," he said, plainly and without hesitation. "Well then," and turning to Don Luis, "And you, sir," Vaillanglais asked, "is it your last word?" "My last word. If we refuse, good evening. You have stated the case precisely, Monsieur le Président. And if we accept, will the gold be handed over at once?" "At once. We accept." And after a slight pause, he repeated, "We accept. The ambassador shall receive his instructions this evening. Do you give me your word, sir?" "I give you my word." "In that case we are agreed." "We are agreed, now then?" All these sentences were uttered rapidly. Not 5 minutes had elapsed since the former Prime Minister had appeared upon the scene. Nothing remained to do but for Don Luis to keep his promise. It was a solemn moment. The 4 men were standing close together, like acquaintances who have met in the course of a walk and who stop for a minute to exchange their news. Vaillanglais, leaning with one arm on the parapet overlooking the lower quay, had his face turned to the river and kept raising and lowering his cane above the sand heap. Petrus and Mazarin stood silent, with faces a little set. Don Luis gave a laugh. "Don't be too sure, Monsieur le Président," he said, "that I shall make the gold rise from the ground with a magic wand or show you a cave in which the bags lie stacked. I always thought those words, the golden triangle, misleading because they suggest something mysterious and fabulous. Now, according to me, it was simply a question of the space containing the gold, which space would have the shape of a triangle. The golden triangle, that's it. Bags of gold arranged in a triangle, a triangular site. The reality is much simpler, therefore, and you will perhaps be disappointed." "I shan't be," said Vaillanglais, "if you put me with my face towards the 1,800 bags of gold." "You're that now, sir." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I say. Short of touching the bags of gold, it would be difficult to be nearer to them than you are." For all his self-control, Vaillanglais could not conceal his surprise. "You are not suggesting, I suppose, that I am walking on gold and that we have only to lift up the flags of the pavement or to break down this parapet." "That would be removing obstacles, sir, whereas there is no obstacle between you and what you are seeking. No obstacle? None, Monsieur le Président, for you have only to make the least little movement in order to touch the bags. The least little movement, said Vaillanglais, mechanically repeating Don Louis' words. I call a little movement what one can make without an effort, almost without stirring, such as dipping one's stick into a sheet of water, for instance, or what? Well, or a heap of sand. Vaillanglais remained silent and impassive, with at most a slight shiver passing across his shoulders. He did not make the suggested movement. He had no need to make it. He understood. The others also did not speak a word, struck dumb by the simplicity of the amazing truth which had suddenly flashed upon them like lightning. And amid this silence, unbroken by protest or sign of incredulity, Don Louis went on quietly talking. If you had the least doubt, Monsieur le Président, and I see that you have not, you would dig your cane, no great distance, 20 inches at most, into the sand beneath you. You would then encounter a resistance which would compel you to stop. That is the bags of gold. There ought to be 1,800 of them, and as you see, they do not make an enormous heap. A kilogram of gold represents 3,100 francs. Therefore, according to my calculation, a bag containing approximately 50 kilograms, or 155,000 francs done up in rouleaux of 1,000 francs, is not a very large bag. Piled one against the other, and one on top of the other, the bags represent a bulk of about 15 cubic yards, no more. If you shape the mass roughly like a triangular pyramid, you will have a base each of whose sides would be 3 yards long at most, or 3 yards and a half, allowing for the space lost between the rouleaux of coins. The height will be that of the wall, nearly. Cover the whole with a layer of sand and you have the heap which lies before your eyes. Don Louis paused once more before continuing, and which has been there for months, Monsieur le Président, safe from discovery not only by those who were looking for it, but also by accident on the part of a casual passerby. Just think, a heap of sand? Who would dream of digging a hole in it to see what is going on inside? The dogs sniff at it, the children play beside it and make mudpies, an occasional tramp lies down against it and takes a snooze. The rain softens it, the sun hardens it, the snow whitens it all over. But all this happens on the surface, in the pot that shows. Inside reigns impenetrable mystery, darkness unexplored. There is not a hiding place in the world to equal the inside of a sand heap exposed to view in a public place. The man who thought of using it to hide 300 millions of gold, Monsieur le Président, knew what he was about. The late Prime Minister had listened to Don Louis' explanation without interrupting him. When Don Louis had finished, Vaillanglais nodded his head once or twice and said, "He did indeed, but there is one man who is cleverer still. I don't believe it. Yes, there's the man who guessed that the heap of sand concealed the 300 million francs. That man is a master, before whom we must all bow." Flattered by the compliment, Don Louis raised his hat. Vaillanglais gave him his hand. "I can think of no reward worthy of the service which you have done the country." "I ask for no reward," said Don Louis. "I dare say, sir, but I should wish you at least to be thanked by voices that carry more weight than mine." "Is it really necessary, Monsieur le Président?" "I consider it essential. May I also confess that I am curious to learn how you discovered the secret. I should be glad, therefore, if you would call at my department in an hour's time." "I am very sorry, sir, but I shall be gone in 15 minutes. No, you can't go like this," said Vaillanglais with authority. "Why not, sir?" "Well, because we don't know your name or anything about you. That makes so little difference. In peacetime, perhaps, but in wartime it won't do at all. Surely, Monsieur le Président, you will make an exception in my case?" "An exception, indeed? What next? Suppose it's the reward which I ask, will you refuse me then?" "It's the only one which we are obliged to refuse you. However, you won't ask for it. A good citizen like yourself understands the constraints to which everybody is bound to submit. My dear Masserin, arrange it with this gentleman, at the department in an hour from now. Goodbye till then, sir. I shall expect you." And after a very civil bow, he walked away to his car, twirling his stick gaily and escorted by Masserin. "Well, on my soul," chuckled Don Louis. "There's a character for you. In the twinkling of an eye, he accepts 300 millions in gold, signs an epoch-making treaty, and orders the arrest of Arsène Lupin." "What do you mean?" cried Patris, startled out of his life. "Your arrest. Well, he orders me to appear before him, to produce my papers and the devil knows what. But that's monstrous. It's the law of the land, my dear captain. We must bow to it. But, captain, believe me when I say that a few little worries of this sort deprive me of none of the wholehearted satisfaction which I feel at rendering this great service to my country. I wanted, during the war, to to do something for France, and to make the most of the time which I was able to devote to her during my stay. I've done it. And then, I have another reward. The 4 millions, for I think highly enough of your Coralie to believe her incapable of wishing to touch this money, which is really her property. I'll go bail for her over that. Thank you, and you may be sure that the gift will be well employed, so everything is settled. I have still a few minutes to give you. Let us turn them to good account. M. Masserin is collecting his men by now. To simplify their task and avoid a scandal, we'll go down to the lower quay, by the sand heap. It'll be easier for him to collar me there. I accept your few minutes, said Patris as they went down the steps. But first of all I want to apologize. For what? For behaving a little treacherously and locking me into the studio of the lodge. You couldn't help yourself. You were trying to assist your Coralie. For thinking me capable of keeping the treasure on the day when I discovered it. You couldn't help that either. How could you imagine that Arsène Lupin would despise 300 million francs? Very well, no apologies, said Patris, laughing. But all my thanks. For what? For saving your life and saving Coralie's. Don't thank me, it's a hobby of mine, saving people. Patris took Don Louis' hand and pressed it firmly. Then, in a chaffing tone which hid his emotion, he said, Then I won't thank you. I won't tell you that you rid me of a hideous nightmare, by letting me know that I was not that monster's son, and by unveiling his real identity. I will not tell you either that I am a happy man now that life is opening radiantly before me, with Coralie free to love me. No, we won't talk of it. But shall I confess to you that my happiness is still a little, what shall I say? A little dim, a little timid? I no longer feel any doubt, but in spite of all, I don't quite understand the truth, and until I do understand it, the truth will cause me some anxiety. So tell me, explain to me, I want to know. And yet the truth is so obvious, cried Don Louis. The most complex truths are always so simple. Look here, don't you understand anything? Just think of the way in which the problem is set. For 16 or 18 years, Simeon Diadoches behaves like a perfect friend, devoted to the pitch of self-denial, in short, like a father. He has not a thought, outside that of his revenge, but to secure your happiness and Coralie's. He wants to bring you together. He collects your photographs. He follows the whole course of your life. He almost gets into touch with you. He sends you the key of the garden and prepares a meeting. Then, suddenly, a complete change takes place. He becomes your inveterate enemy and thinks of nothing but killing the pair of you. What is there that separates those two states of mind? One fact, that's all, or rather one date, the night of the 3rd of April and the tragedy that takes place that night and the following day at S.'s house. Until that date, you were Simeon Diadoches' son. After that date, you were Simeon Diadoches' greatest enemy. Does that suggest nothing to you? It's really curious. As for me, all my discoveries are due to this general view of the case which I took from the beginning. Patris shook his head without replying. He did not understand. The riddle retained a part of its unfathomable secret. Sit down there, said Don Louis, on our famous sand heap and listen to me. It won't take me 10 minutes. They were on Berthu's Wharf. The light was beginning to wane and the outlines on the opposite bank of the river were becoming indistinct. The barge rocked lazily at the edge of the quay. Don Louis expressed himself in the following terms. On the evening when, from the inner gallery of the library, you witnessed the tragedy at S.'s house, you saw before your eyes 2 men bound by their accomplices, S.S. Bey and Simeon Diadoches. They are both dead. One of them was your father. Let us speak first of the other. S.S. Bey's position was a critical one that evening. After draining our gold currency on behalf of an Eastern power, he was trying to filch the remainder of the millions of francs collected. The Belle Hélène, summoned by the rain of sparks, was lying moored alongside Berthu's Wharf. The gold was to be shifted at night from the sandbags to the motor barge. All was going well, when the accomplices, warned by Simeon, broke in. Thereupon, we have the blackmailing scene, Colonel Facai's death, and so on, with S.S. learning at one and the same time that his accomplices knew of his schemes and his plan to pilfer the gold, and also that Colonel Facai had informed the police about him. He was conned. What could he do? Run away? But in wartime, running away is almost impossible. Besides, running away meant giving up the gold and likewise giving up Coralie, which would never have done. So there was only one thing, to disappear from sight. To disappear from sight and yet to remain there, on the battlefield, near the gold and near Coralie. Night came, and he employed it in carrying out his plan. So much for S.S. We now come to Simeon Diadoches. Don Louis stopped to take breath. Patris had been listening eagerly, as though each word had brought its share of light into the oppressive darkness. The man who was known as Old Simeon, continued Don Lewis. That is to say, your father, Armand Belville, a farmer victim, together with Coralie's mother of Esseres Bay, had also reached a turning point of his career. He was nearly achieving his object. He had betrayed and delivered his enemy, Esseres, into the hands of Colonel Fakai and the accomplices. He had succeeded in bringing you and Coralie together. He had sent you the key of the lodge. He was justified in hoping that, in a few days more, everything would end according to his wishes. But next morning, on waking, certain indications unknown to me revealed to him a threatening danger, and he no doubt foresaw the plan which Esseres was engaged in elaborating. And he too put himself the same question. What was he to do? What was there for him to do? He must warn you without delay, telephone to you at once. For time was pressing, the danger was becoming definite. Esseres was watching and hunting down the man whom he had chosen as his victim for the second time. You can picture Simeon possibly feeling himself pursued and locking himself into the library. You can picture him wondering whether he would ever be able to telephone to you and whether you would be there. He asks for you. He calls out to you. Esseres hammers away at the door, and your father, gasping for breath, shouts, "Is that you, Patris? Have you the key? And the letter? No. But this is terrible." Then you don't know, and then a hoarse cry, which you hear at your end of the wire, and incoherent noises, the sound of an altercation, and then the lips gluing themselves to the instrument and stammering words at random. Patris, the amethyst pendant, Patris, I should so much have liked Patris, Coralie. Then a loud scream, cries that grow weaker and weaker, silence, and that is all. Your father is dead, murdered. This time, Esseres Bay, who had failed before in the lodge, took his revenge on his old rival. Oh, my unhappy father, murmured Patris in great distress. Yes, it was he. That was at 19 minutes past 7 in the morning, as you noted. A few minutes later, eager to know and understand, you yourself rang up, and it was Esseres who replied, with your father's dead body at his feet. Oh, the scoundrel! So that this body, which we did not find and were not able to find, was simply made up by Esseres, made up, disfigured, transformed into his own likeness. That, Captain, is how? And the whole mystery lies in this. Simeon Diadoches, dead, became Esseres Bay, while Esseres Bay, transformed into Simeon Diadoches, played the part of Simeon Diadoches. Yes, said Patris. I see, I understand. As to the relations existing between the two men, continued Don Lewis, I am not certain. Esseres may or may not have known before that old Simeon was none other than his former rival, the lover of Coralie's mother, the man in shot who had escaped death. He may or may not have known that Simeon was your father. These are points which will never be decided, and which, moreover, do not matter. What I do take for granted is that this new murder was not improvised on the spot. I firmly believe that Esseres, having noticed certain similarities in height and figure, had made every preparation to take Simeon's place if circumstances obliged him to disappear, and it was easily done. Simeon Diadoches wore a wig and no beard. Esseres, on the contrary, was bald-headed and had a beard. He shaved himself, smashed Simeon's face against the grate, mingled the hairs of his own beard with the bleeding mass, dressed the body in his clothes, took his victim's clothes for himself, put on the wig, the spectacles, and the comforter. The transformation was complete. Patris thought for a moment, then he raised an objection. Yes, that's what happened at 19 minutes past 7, but something else happened at 23 minutes past 12. No, nothing at all. But that clock, which stopped at 23 minutes past 12? I tell you, nothing happened at all. Only he had to put people off the scent. He had above all to avoid the inevitable accusation that would have been brought against the new Simeon. What accusation? What accusation? Why, that he had killed Esseres Bay, of course. A dead body is discovered in the morning. Who has committed the murder? Suspicion would at once have fallen on Simeon. He would have been questioned and arrested, and Esseres would have been found under Simeon's mask. No, he needed liberty and facilities to move about as he pleased. To achieve this, he kept the murder concealed all the morning and arranged so that no one set foot in the library. He went 3 times and knocked at his wife's door, so that she should say that Esseres Bay was still alive during the morning. Then, when she went out, he raised his voice and ordered Simeon, in other words himself, to see her to the hospital in the Champs-Élysées. And in this way, Mme. Esseres thought that she was leaving her husband behind her alive, and that she was escorted by old Simeon, whereas actually she was leaving old Simeon's corpse in an empty pot of the house, and was escorted by her husband. Then what happened? What the rascal had planned. At 1 o'clock, the police, acting on the information laid by Colonel Fakai, arrived and found themselves in the presence of a corpse. Whose corpse? There was not a shadow of hesitation on that point. The maids recognized their master, and when Mme. Esses returned, it was her husband whom she saw lying in front of the fireplace at which he had been tortured the night before. Old Simeon, that is to say, Esses himself, helped to establish the identification. You yourself were taken in. The trick was played. Yes, said Petrus, nodding his head, that is how things must have gone, they all fit in. The trick was played, Don Luis repeated, and nobody could make out how it was done. Was there not this further proof? The letter written in Esses' own hand and found on his desk. The letter was dated at 12 o'clock on the 4th of April, addressed to his wife, and told her that he was going away. Better still, the trick was so successfully played that the very clues which ought to have revealed the truth merely concealed it. For instance, your father used to carry a tiny album of photographs in a pocket stitched inside his undervest. Esses did not notice it, and did not remove the vest from the body. Well, when they found the album, they at once accepted that most unlikely hypothesis. Esses Bey carrying on his person an album filled with photographs of his wife and Captain Belleville. In the same way, when they found in the dead man's hand an amethyst pendant containing your two latest photographs, and when they also found a crumpled paper with something on it about the golden triangle, they at once admitted that Esses Bey had stolen the pendant and the document, and was holding them in his hand when he died. So absolutely certain were they all that it was Esses Bey who had been murdered, that his dead body lay before their eyes, and that they must not trouble about the question any longer. And in this way the new Simeon was master of the situation. Esses Bey is dead, long live Simeon. Don Luis indulged in a hearty laugh. The adventure struck him as really amusing. Then and there, he went on, Esses, behind his impenetrable mask, set to work. That very day he listened to your conversation with Coralie, and, overcome with fury at seeing you bend over her, fired a shot from his revolver. But when this new attempt failed, he ran away and played an elaborate comedy near the little door in the garden, crying murder, tossing the key over the wall to lay a false scent and falling to the ground half dead, as though he had been strangled by the enemy who was supposed to have fired the shot. The comedy ended with a skillful assumption of madness. But what was the object of this madness? What was the object? Why, to make people leave him alone and keep them from questioning him or suspecting him. Once he was looked upon as mad, he could remain silent and unobserved. Otherwise, Mme. Esses would have recognized his voice at the first words he spoke, however cleverly he might have altered his tone. From this time onward, he is mad. He is an irresponsible being. He goes about as he pleases. He is a madman, and his madness is so thoroughly admitted that he leads you, so to speak, by the hand to his former accomplices, and causes you to have them arrested, without asking yourself for an instant if this madman is not acting with the clearest possible sense of his own interest. He's a madman, a poor, harmless madman, one of those unfortunates with whom nobody dreams of interfering. Henceforth, he has only his last two adversaries to fight, Coralie and you, and this is an easy matter for him. I presume that he got hold of a diary kept by your father. At any rate, he knows every day of the one which you keep. From this he learns the whole story of the graves, and he knows that, on the 14th of April, Coralie and you are both going on a pilgrimage to those graves. Besides, he plans to make you go there, for his plot is laid. He prepares against the son and the daughter, against the Petrus and Coralie of today, the attempt which he once prepared against the father and the mother. The attempt succeeds at the start. It would have succeeded to the end, but for an idea that occurred to our poor Yvonne, thanks to which a new adversary, in the person of myself, entered the lists. But I need hardly go on. You know the rest as well as I do, and like myself, you can judge in all his glory the inhuman villain who, in the space of those 24 hours, allowed his accomplice Grégoire to be strangled, buried your Coralie under the sand-heap, killed Yvonne, locked me in the lodge, or thought he did, buried you alive in the grave dug by your father, and made away with Vacherot, the potter. And now, Captain Belleville, do you think that I ought to have prevented him from committing suicide, this pretty gentleman who in the last resort was trying to pass himself off as your father? You were right, said Petrus. You have been right all through, from start to finish. I see it all now, as a whole and in every detail. Only one point remains, the golden triangle. How did you find out the truth? What was it that brought you to this sand-heap and enabled you to save Coralie from the most awful death? Oh, that pot was even simpler, replied Don Luis, and the light came almost without my knowing it. I'll tell it you in a few words. But let us move away first. Masserin and his men are becoming a little troublesome. The detectives were distributed at the two entrances to Berthu's Wharf. Masserin was giving them his instructions. He was obviously speaking to them of Don Luis and preparing to accost him. "Let's get on the barge," said Don Luis. "I've left some important papers there." Petrus followed him. Opposite the cabin containing Gregoire's body was another cabin, reached by the same companionway. It was furnished with a table and a chair. "Here, Captain," said Don Luis, taking a letter from the drawer of the table and settling it, "is a letter which I will ask you to, but don't let us waste words. I shall hardly have time to satisfy your curiosity. Our friends are coming nearer. Well, we were saying, the Golden Triangle." He listened to what was happening outside with an attention whose real meaning Petrus was soon to understand, and, continuing to give ear, he resumed, "The Golden Triangle? There are problems which we solve more or less by accident without trying. We are guided to a right solution by external events, among which we choose unconsciously, feeling our way in the dark, examining this one, thrusting aside that one, and suddenly beholding the object aimed at. Well, this morning, after taking you to the tombs and burying you under the stone, SS Bay came back to me. Believing me to be locked into the studio, he had the pretty thought to turn on the gas meter and then went off to the quay above Berthu's Wharf. Here he hesitated, and his hesitation provided me with a precious clue. He was certainly then thinking of releasing Coralie. People passed and he went away. Knowing where he was going, I returned to your assistance, told your friends at SS house and asked them to look after you. Then I came back here. Indeed, the whole course of events obliged me to come back. It was unlikely that the bags of gold were inside the conduit, and as the Belhalian had not taken them off, they must be beyond the garden, outside the conduit, and therefore somewhere near here. I explored the barge we are now on, not so much with the object of looking for the bags, as with the hope of finding some unexpected piece of information, and also, I confess, the 4 millions in Gregoire's possession. Well, when I start exploring a place where I fail to find what I want, I always remember that capital story of Edgar Allan Poe's, The Purloined Letter. Do you recollect? The stolen diplomatic document, which was known to be hidden in a certain room. The police investigate every nook and corner of the room and take up all the boards of the floor, without results. But Dupin arrives, and almost immediately goes to a card rack dangling from a little brass knob on the wall and containing a solitary soiled and crumpled letter. This is the document of which he was in search. Well, I instinctively adopted the same process. I looked where no one would dream of looking, in places which do not constitute a hiding place, because it would really be too easy to discover. This gave me the idea of turning the pages of 4 old directories standing in a row on that shelf. The 4 millions were there, and I knew all that I wanted to know. About what? About SS' temperament, his habits, the extent of his attainments, his notion of a good hiding place. We had plunged on the expectation of meeting with difficulties. We ought to have looked at the outside, to have looked at the surface of things. I was assisted by 2 further clues. I had noticed that the uprights of the ladder, which Yabon must have taken from here, had a few grains of sand on them. Lastly, I remembered that Yabon had drawn a triangle on the pavement with a piece of chalk, and that this triangle had only 2 sides, the third side being formed by the foot of the wall. Why this detail? Why not a third line in chalk? To make a long story short, I lit a cigarette, sat down upstairs, on the deck of the barge, and looking round me, said to myself, "Lupin, my son, 5 minutes and no more." When I say, "Lupin, my son," I simply can't resist myself. By the time I had smoked a quarter of the cigarette, I was there. You had found out. I had found out. I can't say which of the factors at my disposal kindled the spark. No doubt it was all of them together. It's a rather complicated psychological operation, you know, like a chemical experiment. The correct idea is formed suddenly by mysterious reactions and combinations among the elements in which it existed in a potential stage. And then I was carrying within myself an intuitive principle, a very special incentive which obliged me, which inevitably compelled me, to discover the hiding place. Little Mother Coralie was there. I knew for certain that failure on my part, prolonged weakness or hesitation would mean her destruction. There was a woman there, within a radius of a dozen yards or so. I had to find out, and I found out. The spark was kindled, the elements combined, and I made straight for the sand heap. I at once saw the marks of footsteps and, almost at the top, the signs of a slight stamping. I started digging. You can imagine my excitement when I first touched one of the bags. But I had no time for excitement. I shifted a few bags. Coralie was there, unconscious, hardly protected from the sand which was slowly stifling her, trickling through, stopping up her eyes, suffocating her. I needn't tell you, Ma, need I? The wharf was deserted as usual. I got her out. I hailed a taxi. I first took her home. Then I turned my attention to Essays, to Vacherot the potter, and when I had discovered our enemy's plans, I went and made my arrangements with Dr. Gayradek. Lastly, I had you moved to the private hospital on the Boulevard de Montmorency, and gave orders for Coralie to be taken there too. And there you are, Captain, all done in 3 hours. When the doctor's car brought me back to the hospital, Essays arrived at the same time to have his injuries seen to. I had him safe. Don Luis ceased speaking. There were no words necessary between the two men. One had done the other the greatest services which a man has it in his power to render, and the other knew that these were services for which no thanks are adequate. And he also knew that he would never have an opportunity to prove his gratitude. Don Luis was in a manner above those proofs, owing to the mere fact that they were impossible. There was no service to be rendered to a man like him, disposing of his resources and performing miracles with the same ease with which we perform the trivial actions of everyday life. Petrus once again pressed his hand warmly, without a word. Don Luis accepted the homage of this silent emotion and said, "If ever people talk of Arsène Lupin before you, Captain, say a good word for him, won't you? He deserves it." And he added with a laugh, "It's funny, but as I get on in life, I find myself caring about my reputation. The devil was old, the devil a monk would be." He pricked up his ears and after a moment said, "Captain, it is time for us to part. Present my respects to little Mother Coralie. I shall not have known her, so to speak, and she will not know me. It is better so. Goodbye, Captain. Then we are taking leave of each other." "Yes, I hear him, Mazarin. Go to him, will you, and have the kindness to bring him here?" Petrus hesitated. Why was Don Luis sending him to meet him? Mazarin, was it so that he, Petrus, might intervene in his favor? The idea appealed to him, and he ran up the companionway. Then a thing happened which Petrus was destined never to understand, something very quick and quite inexplicable. It was as though a long and gloomy adventure were to finish suddenly with melodramatic unexpectedness. Petrus met Mazarin on the deck of the barge. "Is your friend here?" asked the magistrate. "Yes, but one word first. You don't mean to." "Have no fear. We shall do him no harm, on the contrary." The answer was so definite that the officer could find nothing more to say. Mazarin went down first, with Petrus following him. "Hullo," said Petrus. "I left the cabin door open?" He pushed the door, it opened, but Don Luis was no longer in the cabin. Immediate inquiries showed that no one had seen him go, neither the men remaining on the wharf nor those who had already crossed the gangway. "When you have time to examine this barge thoroughly," said Petrus, "I've no doubt you will find it pretty nicely faked." "So your friend has probably escaped through some trapdoor and swum away?" asked Mazarin, who seemed greatly annoyed. "I expect so," said Petrus, laughing. "Unless he's gone off on a submarine." "A submarine in the Seine? Why not? I don't believe that there's any limit to my friend's resourcefulness and determination." But what completely dumbfounded Mazarin was the discovery, on the table, of a letter directed to himself, the letter which Don Luis had placed there at the beginning of his interview with Petrus. Then he knew that I should come here. He foresaw, even before we met, that I should ask him to fulfill certain formalities. The letter ran as follows: "Sir, forgive my departure and believe that I, on my side, quite understand the reason that brings you here. My position is not in fact regular, and you are entitled to ask me for an explanation. I will give you that explanation some day or other. You will then see that, if I serve France in a manner of my own, that manner is not a bad one, and that my country will owe me some gratitude for the immense services, if I may venture to use the word, which I have done her during this war. On the day of our interview, I should like you to thank me, sir. You will then, for I know your secret ambition, be prefect of police. Perhaps I shall even be able personally to forward a nomination which I consider well deserved. I will exert myself in that direction without delay. I have the honor to be, etc. M." Mazarin remained silent for a time. "A strange character," he said at last. "Had he been willing, we should have given him great things to do. That was what I was instructed to tell him." "You may be sure, sir," said Petrus, "that the things which he is actually doing are greater still." And he added, "A strange character, as you say, and stranger still, more powerful and more extraordinary than you can imagine. If each of the allied nations had had 3 or 4 men of his stamp at its disposal, the war would have been over in 6 months. "I quite agree," said Mazarin. "Only those men are usually solitary, intractable people, who act solely upon their own judgment and refuse to accept any authority. I'll tell you what, there's something like that famous adventurer who, a few years ago, compelled the Kaiser to visit him in prison and obtain his release, and afterwards, owing to a disappointment in love, threw himself into the sea from the cliffs at Capri. Who was that? Oh, you know the fellow's name as well as I do? Lupin, that's it. Arsène Lupin. Roman 2 right hand and left leg, one rogue less in the world, little Mother Coralie, cried Patris Belleville, after he had led the girl back to the drawing room and made a rapid investigation with Yvonne. Remember his name? I found it engraved on his watch. Mustafa Rovalayev, the name of a rogue. He spoke gaily, with no emotion in his voice, and continued as he walked up and down the room. You and I, little Mother Coralie, who have witnessed so many tragedies and seen so many good fellows die, need not waste tears over the death of Mustafa Rovalayev or his murder by his accomplices. Not even a funeral oration, eh? Yvonne has taken him under his arm, waited until the square was clear, and carried him to the Rue Brignoles, with orders to fling the gentleman over the railings into the garden of the Musée Galliera. The railings are high, but Yvonne's right hand knows no obstacles. And so, little Mother Coralie, the matter is buried. You won't be talked about, and this time I claim a word of thanks. He stopped to laugh, a word of thanks, but no compliments. By Jove, I don't make much of a wada. It was clever the way those beggars snatched my prisoner. Why didn't I foresee that your other assailant, the man in the grey felt hat, would go and tell the third, who was waiting in his motor, and that they would both come back together to rescue their companion? And they came back, and while you and I were chatting, they must have forced the servants' entrance, passed through the kitchen, come to the little door between the pantry and the hall and pushed it open. There, close by them, lay their man, still unconscious and firmly bound, on his sofa. What were they to do? It was impossible to get him out of the hall without alarming Yvonne, and yet if they didn't release him, he would speak, give away his accomplices, and ruin a carefully prepared plan. So one of the two must have leant forward stealthily, put out his arm, thrown his string round that throat which Yvonne had already handled pretty roughly, gathered the buckles at the two ends and pulled quietly until death came. Not a sound, not a sigh, the whole operation performed in silence. We come, we kill, and we go away. Good night. The trick is done and our friend won't talk. Captain Belleville's merriment increased. Our friend won't talk, he repeated. And the police, when they find his body tomorrow morning inside a railed garden, won't understand a word of the business. Nor we either, little Mother Coralie, and we shall never know why those men tried to kidnap you. It's only too true. I may not be up to much as a wada, but I'm beneath contempt as a detective. He continued to walk up and down the room. The fact that his leg, or rather his calf, had been amputated seemed hardly to inconvenience him, and, as the joints of the knee and thigh bone had retained their mobility, there was at most a certain want of rhythm in the action of his hips and shoulders. Moreover, his tall figure tended to correct this lameness, which was reduced to insignificant proportions by the ease of his movements and the indifference with which he appeared to accept it. He had an open countenance, rather dark in color, burnt by the sun and tanned by the weather, with an expression that was frank, cheerful, and often bantering. He must have been between 28 and 30. His manner suggested that of the officers of the First Empire, to whom their life in camp imparted a special air which they subsequently brought into the ladies' drawing-rooms. He stopped to look at Coralie, whose shapely profile stood out against the gleams from the fireplace. Then he came and sat beside her. I know nothing about you, he said softly. At the hospital, the doctors and nurses call you Madame Coralie. Your patients prefer to say Little Mother. What is your married or your maiden name? Have you a husband or are you a widow? Where do you live? Nobody knows. You arrive every day at the same time and you go away by the same street. Sometimes an old serving man, with long gray hair and a bristly beard, with a comforter round his neck and a pair of yellow spectacles on his nose, brings you or fetches you. Sometimes also he waits for you, always sitting on the same chair in the covered yard. He has been asked questions, but he never gives an answer. I know only one thing, therefore, about you, which is that you are adorably good and kind, and that you are also, I may say it, may I not? Adorably beautiful. And it is perhaps, little Mother Coralie, because I know nothing about your life that I imagine it so mysterious and, in some way, so sad. You give the impression of living amid sorrow and anxiety, the feeling that you are all alone. There is no one who devotes himself to making you happy and taking care of you. So I have long thought and waited for an opportunity of telling you. I thought that you must need a friend, a brother, who would advise and protect you. Am I not right, little Mother Coralie? As he went on, Coralie seemed to shrink into herself and to place a greater distance between them, as though she did not wish him to penetrate those secret regions of which he spoke. "No," she murmured, "you are mistaken. My life is quite simple. I do not need to be defended." "You do not need to be defended?" he cried with increasing animation. "What about those men who tried to kidnap you, that plot hatched against you, that plot which your assailants are so afraid to see discovered that they go to the length of killing the one who allowed himself to be caught? Is that nothing? Is it mere delusion on my part when I say that you are surrounded by dangers, that you have enemies who stick at nothing, that you have to be defended against their attempts, and that, if you decline the offer of my assistance, I... She persisted in her silence, showed herself more and more distant, almost hostile. The officer struck the marble mantelpiece with his fist and, bending over her, finished his sentence in a determined tone. "Well, if you decline the offer of my assistance, I shall force it on you." She shook her head. "I shall force it on you," he repeated firmly. "It is my duty and my right." "No," she said in an undertone. "My absolute right," said Captain Belville, "for a reason which outweighs all the others and makes it unnecessary for me even to consult you." "What do you mean?" "I love you." He brought out the words plainly, not like a lover venturing on a timid declaration, but like a man proud of the sentiment that he feels and happy to proclaim it. She lowered her eyes and blushed, and he cried, exultantly, "You can take it, little mother, from me. No impassioned outbursts, no sighs, no waving of the arms, no clapping of the hands. Just 3 little words which I tell you without going on my knees, and it's the easier for me because you know it. Yes, Madame Coralie, it's all very well to look so shy, but you know my love for you and you've known it as long as I have. We saw it together take birth when your dear little hands touched my battered head. The others used to torture me. With you, it was nothing but caresses. So was the pity in your eyes and the tears that fell because I was in pain. But can anyone see you without loving you? Your 7 patients who were here just now are all in love with you, little Mother Coralie. Yvonne worships the ground you walk on. Only they are privates. They cannot speak. I am an officer, and I speak without hesitation or embarrassment, believe me." Coralie had put her hands to her burning cheeks and sat silent, bending forward. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" he went on, in a voice that rang. "When I say that I speak without hesitation or embarrassment, if I had been before the war what I am now, a maimed man, I should not have had the same assurance, and I should have declared my love for you humbly and begged your pardon for my boldness. But now, believe me, little Mother Coralie, when I sit here face to face with the woman I adore, I do not think of my infirmity. Not for a moment do I feel the impression that I can appear ridiculous or presumptuous in your eyes." He stopped as though to take breath, and then, rising, went on. "And it must needs be so. People will have to understand that those who have been maimed in this war do not look upon themselves as outcasts, lame ducks, or lepers, but as absolutely normal men." "Yes, normal. 1 leg shot. What about it? Does that rob a man of his brain or heart? Then, because the war has deprived me of a leg, or an arm, or even both legs or both arms, I have no longer the right to love a woman save at the risk of meeting with a rebuff or imagining that she pities me. Pity? But we don't want the woman to pity us, nor to make an effort to love us, nor even to think that she is doing a charity because she treats us kindly. What we demand, from women and from the world at large, from those whom we meet in the street, and from those who belong to the same set as ourselves, is absolute equality with the rest, who have been saved from our fate by their lucky stars or their cowardice." The captain once more struck the mantelpiece. "Yes, absolute equality. We all of us, whether we have lost a leg or an arm, whether blind in 1 eye or 2, whether crippled or deformed, claim to be just as good, physically and morally, as anyone you please, and perhaps better. What, shall men who have used their legs to rush upon the enemy be outdistanced in life, because they no longer have those legs, by men who have sat and warmed their toes at an office fire? What nonsense! We want our place in the sun as well as the others. It is our due, and we shall know how to get it and keep it. There is no happiness to which we are not entitled, and no work for which we are not capable with a little exercise and training. Yvonne's right hand is already worth any pair of hands in the wide world, and Captain Belville's left leg allows him to do his 5 miles an hour if he pleases." He began to laugh. "Right hand and left leg, left hand and right leg. What does it matter which we have saved, if we know how to use it? In what respect have we fallen off? Whether it's a question of obtaining a position or perpetuating our race, are we not as good as we were? And perhaps even better. I venture to say that the children which we shall give to the country will be just as well built as ever, with arms and legs and the rest, not to mention a mighty legacy of pluck and spirit. That's what we claim, little Mother Coralie. We refuse to admit that our wooden legs keep us back, or that we cannot stand as upright on our crutches as on legs of flesh and bone. We do not consider that devotion to us is any sacrifice, or that it's necessary to talk of heroism when a girl has the honor to marry a blind soldier. Once more, we are not creatures outside the pale. We have not fallen off in any way whatever, and this is a truth before which everybody will bow for the next 2 or 3 generations. You can understand that, in a country like France, when maimed men are to be met by the 100,000, the conception of what makes a perfect man will no longer be as hard and fast as it was. In the new form of humanity which is preparing, there will be men with 2 arms and men with only 1, just as there are fair men and dark, bearded men and clean-shaven. And it will all seem quite natural. And everyone will lead the life he pleases, without needing to be complete in every limb. And as my life is wrapped up in you, little Mother Coralie, and as my happiness depends on you, I thought I would wait no longer before making you my little speech. Well, that's finished. I have plenty more to say on the subject, but it can't all be said in a day, can it? He broke off, thrown out of his stride after all by Coralie's silence. She had not stirred since the first words of love that he uttered. Her hands had sought her forehead, and her shoulders were shaking slightly. He stooped and, with infinite gentleness, drawing aside the slender fingers, uncovered her beautiful face. "Why are you crying, little Mother Coralie?" He was calling her too now, but she did not mind. Between a man and the woman who has bent over his wounds, relations of a special kind arise, and Captain Belleville in particular had those rather familiar, but still respectful, ways at which it seems impossible to take offense. "Have I made you cry?" he asked. "No," she said in a low voice, "it's all of you who upset me. It's your cheerfulness, your pride, your way not of submitting to fate but mastering it. The humblest of you raises himself above his nature without an effort, and I know nothing finer or more touching than that indifference." He sat down beside her. "Then you're not angry with me for saying what I said?" "Angry with you?" she replied, pretending to mistake his meaning. "Why, every woman thinks as you do. If women, in bestowing their affection, had to choose among the men returning from the war, the choice, I am sure, would be in favor of those who have suffered most cruelly." He shook his head. "You see, I am asking for something more than affection, and a more definite answer to what I said. Shall I remind you of my words?" "No." "Then your answer?" "My answer, dear friend, is that you must not speak those words again." He put on a solemn air. "You forbid me?" "I do." "In that case, I swear to say nothing more until I see you again." "You will not see me again," she murmured. Captain Belleville was greatly amused at this. I say, and why shan't I see you again, little Mother Coralie?" "Because I don't wish it." "And your reason, please?" "My reason?" She turned her eyes to him and said slowly, "I am married." Belleville seemed in no way disconcerted by this news. On the contrary, he said, in the calmest of tones, "Well, you must marry again. No doubt your husband is an old man and you do not love him. He will therefore understand that, as you have someone in love with you. Don't jest, please." He caught hold of her hand, just as she was rising to go. "You are right, little Mother Coralie, and I apologize for not adopting a more serious manner to speak to you of very serious things. It's a question of our 2 lives. I am profoundly convinced that they are moving towards each other, and that you are powerless to restrain them. That is why your answer is beside the point. I ask nothing of you. I expect everything from fate. It is fate that will bring us together." "No," she said. "Yes," he declared. "That is how things will happen." "It is not. They will not and shall not happen like that. You must give me your word of honor not to try to see me again, nor even to learn my name. I might have granted more if you had been content to remain friends. The confession which you have made sets a barrier between us. I want nobody in my life, nobody." She made this declaration with a certain vehemence, and at the same time tried to release her arm from his grasp. Patris Belleville resisted her efforts and said, "You are wrong. You have no right to expose yourself to danger like this. Please reflect." She pushed him away. As she did so, she knocked off the mantelpiece a little bag which she had placed there. It fell on the carpet and opened. 2 or 3 things escaped, and she picked them up, while Patris Belleville knelt down on the floor to help her. "Here," he said, "you've missed this." It was a little case in plaited straw which had also come open. The beads of a rosary protruded from it. They both stood up in silence. Captain Belleville examined the rosary. "What a curious coincidence," he muttered. "These amethyst beads, this old-fashioned gold filigree setting. It's strange to find the same materials and the same workmanship." He gave a start, and it was so mocked that Coralie asked, "Why, what's the matter?" He was holding in his fingers a bead larger than most of the others, forming a link between the string of tens and the shot or prayer chain. And this bead was broken halfway across, almost level with the gold setting which held it. "The coincidence," he said, "is so inconceivable that I hardly dare, and yet the face can be verified at once. But first, one question: who gave you this rosary?" "Nobody gave it to me, I've always had it. But it must have belonged to somebody before. To my mother, I suppose." "Your mother?" "I expect so, in the same way as the different jewels which she left me." "Is your mother dead?" "Yes, she died when I was 4 years old. I have only the vaguest recollection of her." "But what has all this to do with a rosary?" "It's because of this," he said. "Because of this amethyst bead broken in two." He undid his jacket and took his watch from his waistcoat pocket. It had a number of trinkets fastened to it by a little leather and silver strap. One of these trinkets consisted of the half of an amethyst bead, also broken across, also held in a filigree setting. The original size of the two beads seemed to be identical. The two amethysts were of the same color and contained in the same filigree. Coralie and Belleville looked at each other anxiously. She stammered, "It's only an accident, nothing else?" "I agree," he said. "But supposing these two halves fit each other exactly?" "It's impossible," she said, herself frightened at the thought of the simple little act needed for the indisputable proof. The officer, however, decided upon that act. He brought his right hand, which held the rosary bead, and his left, which held the trinket, together. The hands hesitated, felt about, and stopped. The contact was made. The projections and indentations of the broken stones corresponded precisely. Each protruding part found a space to fit it. The two half amethysts were the two halves of the same amethyst. When joined, they formed one and the same bead. There was a long pause, laden with excitement and mystery. Then, speaking in a low voice, "I do not know either exactly where this trinket comes from," Captain Belleville said. "Ever since I was a child, I used to see it among other things of trifling value which I kept in a cardboard box. Watch keys, old rings, old-fashioned seals. I picked out these trinkets from among them 2 or 3 years ago. Where does this one come from? I don't know. But what I do know," he had separated the two pieces and, examining them carefully, concluded, "what I do know, beyond a doubt, is that the largest bead in this rosary came off one day and broke, and that the other, with its setting, went to form the trinket which I now have. You and I, therefore, possess the two halves of a thing which somebody else possessed 20 years ago." He went up to her, and, in the same low and rather serious voice, said, "You protested just now when I declared my faith in destiny and my certainty that events were leading us towards each other. Do you still deny it? For after all, this is either an accident so extraordinary that we have no right to admit it, or an actual fact which proves that our two lives have already touched in the past at some mysterious point, and that they will meet again in the future, never to part. And that is why, without waiting for the perhaps distant future, I offer you today, when danger hangs over you, the support of my friendship. Observe that I am no longer speaking of love but only of friendship. Do you accept?" She was nonplussed and so much perturbed by that miracle of the two broken amethysts, fitting each other exactly, that she appeared not to hear Belleville's voice. "Do you accept?" he repeated. After a moment she replied, "No." "Then the proof which destiny has given you of its wishes does not satisfy you?" he said, good-humoredly. "We must not see each other again," she declared. "Very well, I will leave it to chance. It will not be for long. Meanwhile, I promise to make no effort to see you." "Not to find out my name?" "Yes, I promise you." "Goodbye," she said, giving him her hand. "Au revoir," he answered. She moved away. When she reached the door, she seemed to hesitate. He was standing motionless by the chimney. Once more she said, "Goodbye. Au revoir, little Mother Coralie." Then she went out. Only when the street door had closed behind her did Captain Belleville go to one of the windows. He saw Coralie passing through the trees, looking quite small in the surrounding darkness. He felt a pang at his heart. Would he ever see her again? "Shall I, rather?" he exclaimed. "Why, tomorrow perhaps am I not the favorite of the gods?" And taking his stick, he set off, as he said, with his wooden leg foremost. That evening, after dining at the nearest restaurant, Captain Belleville went to Neuilly. The home run in connection with the hospital was a pleasant villa on the Boulevard Maillot. Looking out on the Bois de Boulogne, discipline was not too strictly enforced. The captain could come in at any hour of the night, and the man easily obtained leave from the matron. "Is Yvonne there?" he asked this lady. "Yes, he's playing cards with his sweetheart. He has the right to love and be loved," he said. "Any letters for me?" "No, only a parcel." "From whom?" "A commissionaire brought it and just said that it was for Captain Belleville. I put it in your room." The officer went up to his bedroom on the top floor and saw the parcel, done up in paper and string, on the table. He opened it and discovered a box. The box contained a key, a large, rusty key, of a shape and manufacture that were obviously old. What could it all mean? There was no address on the box and no mark. He presumed that there was some mistake which would come to light of itself, and he slipped the key into his pocket. Enough riddles for one day, he thought. Let's go to bed. But when he went to the window to draw the curtains, he saw, across the trees of the boys, a cascade of sparks which spread to some distance in the dense blackness of the night. And he remembered the conversation which he had overheard in the restaurant and the rain of sparks mentioned by the men who were plotting to kidnap little Mother Coralie. Roman 3, the rusty key. When Patrice Belleville was 8 years old, he was sent from Paris, where he had lived till then, to a French boarding school in London. Here he remained for 10 years. At first he used to hear from his father weekly. Then one day, the headmaster told him that he was an orphan, that provision had been made for the cost of his education, and that, on his majority, he would receive through an English solicitor his paternal inheritance, amounting to some £8,000. 200,000 francs could never be enough for a young man, who soon proved himself to possess expensive tastes, and who, when sent to Algeria to perform his military service, found means to run up 20,000 francs of debts before coming into his money. He therefore started by squandering his patrimony, and having done so, settled down to work. Endowed with an active temperament and an ingenious brain, possessing no special vocation, but capable of anything that calls for initiative and resolution, full of ideas, with both the will and the knowledge to carry out an enterprise, he inspired confidence in others, found capital as he needed it, and started one venture after another, including electrical schemes, the purchase of rivers and waterfalls, the organization of motor services in the colonies, of steamship lines, and of mining companies. In a few years he had floated a dozen of such enterprises, all of which succeeded. The war came to him as a wonderful adventure. He flung himself into it with heart and soul. As a sergeant in a colonial regiment, he won his lieutenant's stripes on the Marne. He was wounded in the calf on the 15th of September and had it amputated the same day. 2 months after, by some mysterious wire pulling, cripple though he was, he began to go up as observer in the aeroplane of one of our best pilots. A shrapnel shell put an end to the exploits of both heroes on the 10th of January. This time, Captain Belleville, suffering from a serious wound in the head, was discharged and sent to the hospital in the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. About the same period, the lady whom he was to call little Mother Coralie also entered the hospital as a nurse. There he was trepanned. The operation was successful, but complications remained. He suffered a good deal of pain, though he never uttered a complaint and, in fact, with his own good humor kept up the spirits of his companions in misfortune, all of whom were devoted to him. He made them laugh, consoled them, and stimulated them with his cheeriness, and his constant happy manner of facing the worst positions. Not one of them is ever likely to forget the way in which he received a manufacturer who called to sell him a mechanical leg. Aha, a mechanical leg. And what for, sir? To take in people, I suppose, so that they may not notice that I've lost a bit of mine. Then you consider, sir, that it's a blemish to have your leg amputated, and that I, a French officer, ought to hide it as a disgrace. Not at all, Captain. Still? And what's the price of that apparatus of yours? 500 francs. 500 francs. And you think me capable of spending 500 francs on a mechanical leg, when there are 100,000 poor devils who have been wounded as I have, and who will have to go on showing their wooden stumps? The men sitting within hearing reveled with delight. Little Mother Coralie herself listened with a smile. And what would Patrice Belleville not have given for a smile from little Mother Coralie? As he told her, he had fallen in love with her from the first, touched by her appealing beauty, her artless grace, her soft eyes, her gentle soul, which seemed to bend over the patients and to fondle them like a soothing caress. From the very first, the charm of her stole into his being, and at the same time compassed it about. Her voice gave him new life. She bewitched him with the glance of her eyes and with her fragrant presence. And yet, while yielding to the empire of this love, he had an immense craving to devote himself to, and to place his strength at the service of this delicate little creature, whom he felt to be surrounded with danger. And now events were proving that he was right. The danger was taking definite shape, and he had had the happiness to snatch Coralie from the grasp of her enemies. He rejoiced at the result of the first battle, but could not look upon it as over. The attacks were bound to be repeated, and even now was he not entitled to ask himself if there was not some close connection between the plot prepared against Coralie that morning and the sort of signal given by the shower of sparks. Did the two facts announced by the speakers at the restaurant not form part of the same suspicious machination? The sparks continued to glitter in the distance. So far as Patrice Belville could judge, they came from the riverside, at some spot between two extreme points which might be the Trocadero on the left and the Gare de Passy on the right. A mile or two at most as the crow flies, he said to himself. Why not go there? We'll soon see. A faint light filtered through the keyhole of a door on the second floor. It was Yvonne's room, and the matron had told him that Yvonne was playing cards with his sweetheart. He walked in. Yvonne was no longer playing. He had fallen asleep in an armchair. In front of the outspread cards, and on the pinned-back sleeve hanging from his left shoulder, lay the head of a woman, an appallingly common head, with lips as thick as Yvonne's, revealing a set of black teeth, and with a yellow, greasy skin that seemed soaked in oil. It was Angèle, the kitchen maid, Yvonne's sweetheart. She snored aloud. Patrice looked at them contentedly. The sight confirmed the truth of his theories. If Yvonne could find someone to care for him, might not the most sadly mutilated heroes aspire likewise to all the joys of love? He touched the Senegalese on the shoulder. Yvonne woke up and smiled, or rather, divining the presence of his captain, smiled even before he woke. I want you, Yvonne. Yvonne uttered a grunt of pleasure and gave a push to Angèle, who fell over on the table and went on snoring. Coming out of the house, Patrice saw no more sparks. They were hidden behind the trees. He walked along the boulevard and, to save time, went by the Cintre Railway to the Avenue Henri Martin. Here he turned down the Rue de la Tour, which runs to Passy. On the way he kept talking to Yvonne about what he had in his mind, though he well knew that the Negro did not understand much of what he said. But this was a habit with him. Yvonne, first his comrade-in-arms and then his orderly, was as devoted to him as a dog. He had lost a limb on the same day as his officer, and was wounded in the head on the same day. He believed himself destined to undergo the same experiences throughout, and he rejoiced at having been twice wounded just as he would have rejoiced at dying at the same time as Captain Belville. On his side, the captain rewarded this humble, dumb devotion by unbending genially to his companion. He treated him with an ironical and sometimes impatient humor which heightened the Negro's love for him. Yvonne played the part of the passive confidant who is consulted without being regarded, and who is made to bear the brunt of his interlocutor's hasty temper. What do you think of all this, Master Yvonne? Asked the captain, walking arm in arm with him. I have an idea that it's all part of the same business. Do you think so too? Yvonne had two grunts, one of which meant yes. The other no, he grunted out. Yes, so there's no doubt about it, the officer declared, and we must admit that little Mother Coralie is threatened with a fresh danger. Is that so? Yes, grunted Yvonne, who always approved on principle. Very well. It now remains to be seen what that shower of sparks means. I thought for a moment that, as we had our first visit from the Zeppelins a week ago, are you listening to me? Yes. I thought that it was a treacherous signal with a view to a second Zeppelin visit. Yes. No, you idiot, it's not yes. How could it be a Zeppelin signal when, according to the conversation which I overheard, the signal had already been given twice before the war? Besides, is it really a signal? No. How do you mean no? What else could it be, you silly ass? You'd do better to hold your tongue and listen to me, all the more as you don't even know what it's all about. No more do I, for that matter, and I confess that I'm at an utter loss. Lord, it's a complicated business, and I'm not much of a hand at solving these problems. Patrice Belville was even more perplexed when he came to the bottom of the Rue de la Tour. There were several roads in front of him, and he did not know which to take. Moreover, though he was in the middle of Passy, not a spark shone in the dark sky. It's finished, I expect, he said. And we've had our trouble for nothing. It's your fault, Yvonne. If you hadn't made me lose precious moments in snatching you from the arms of your beloved, we should have arrived in time. I admit Angèle's charms, but, after all? He took his bearings, feeling more and more undecided. The expedition undertaken on chance and with insufficient information was certainly yielding no results, and he was thinking of abandoning it when a closed private car came out of the Rue Franklin, from the direction of the Trocadero, and someone inside shouted through the speaking tube, "Bear to the left and then straight on, till I stop you." Now it appeared to Captain Belville that this voice had the same foreign inflection as one of those which he had heard that morning at the restaurant. Can it be the beggar in the grey hat? He muttered. One of those who tried to carry off little Mother Coralie? Yes, grunted Yvonne. Yes, the signal of the sparks explains his presence in these pots. We mustn't lose sight of this track. Off with you, Yvonne. But there was no need for Yvonne to hurry. The car had gone down the Rue Rainward, and Belleville himself arrived just as it was stopping 300 or 400 yards from the turning, in front of a large carriage entrance on the left-hand side. 5 men alighted. One of them rang. 30 or 40 seconds passed. Then Petrus heard the bell tinkle a second time. The 5 men waited, standing packed close together on the pavement. At last, after a third ring, a small wicket contrived in one of the folding doors was opened. There was a pause and some argument. Whoever had opened the wicket appeared to be asking for explanations. But suddenly, 2 of the men bore heavily on the folding door, which gave way before their thrust and let the whole gang through. There was a loud noise as the door slammed to. Captain Belleville at once studied his surroundings. The Rue Rainward is an old country road, which at one time used to wind among the houses and gardens of the village of Passy, on the side of the hills bathed by the Seine. In certain places, which unfortunately are becoming more and more rare, it has retained a provincial aspect. It is skirted by old properties. Old houses stand hidden amidst the trees. That in which Balzac lived has been piously preserved. It was in this street that the mysterious garden lay, where Arsène Lupin discovered a farmer general's diamonds hidden in a crack of an old sundial. Point 1. The car was still standing outside the house, into which the 5 men had forced their way, and this prevented Petrus Belleville from coming nearer. It was built in continuation of a wall, and seemed to be one of the private mansions dating back to the First Empire. It had a very long front with 2 rows of round windows, protected by gratings on the ground floor and solid shutters on the story above. There was another building farther down, forming a separate wing. "There's nothing to be done on this side," said the captain. "It's as impregnable as a feudal stronghold. Let's look elsewhere." From the Rue Rainward, narrow lanes, which used to divide the old properties, make their way down to the river. One of them skirted the wall that preceded the house. Belleville turned down it with Yvonne. It was constructed of ugly pointed pebbles, was broken into steps and faintly lighted by the gleam of a street lamp. "Lend me a hand, Yvonne. The wall is too high, but perhaps with the aid of the lamppost." Assisted by the Negro, he hoisted himself to the lamp and was stretching out one of his hands when he noticed that all this part of the wall bristled with broken glass, which made it absolutely impossible to grasp. He slid down again. "Upon my word, Yvonne," he said, angrily, "you might have warned me. Another second and you would have made me cut my hands to pieces. What are you thinking of? In fact, I can't imagine what made you so anxious to come with me at all costs." There was a turn in the lane, hiding the light so that they were now in utter darkness, and Captain Belleville had to grope his way along. He felt the Negro's hand come down upon his shoulder. "What do you want, Yvonne?" The hand pushed him against the wall. At this spot there was a door in an embrasure. "Well, yes," he said, "that's a door. Do you think I didn't see it?" "Oh, no one has eyes but Master Yvonne, I suppose." Yvonne handed him a box of matches. He struck several, one after the other, and examined the door. "What did I tell you?" he said between his teeth. "There's nothing to be done. Massive wood barred and studded with iron. Look, there's no handle on this side, merely a keyhole. Ah, what we want is a key, made to measure and cut for the purpose. For instance, a key like the one which the commissionaire left for me at the home just now." He stopped. An absurd idea flitted through his brain, and yet, absurd as it was, he felt that he was bound to perform the trifling action which it suggested to him. He therefore retraced his steps. He had the key on him. He took it from his pocket. He struck a fresh light. The keyhole appeared. Belleville inserted the key at the first attempt. He bore on it to the left. The key turned in the lock. He pushed the door. It opened. "Come along in," he said. The Negro did not stir a foot. Petrus could understand his amazement. All said, he himself was equally amazed. By what unprecedented miracle was the key just the key of this very door? By what miracle was the unknown person who had sent it him able to guess that he would be in a position to use it without further instructions? A miracle indeed, but Petrus had resolved to act without trying to solve the riddle which a mischievous chance seemed bent upon setting him. "Come along in," he repeated, triumphantly. Branches struck him in the face, and he perceived that he was walking on grass, and that there must be a garden lying in front of him. It was so dark that he could not see the paths against the blackness of the turf, and after walking for a minute or two, he hit his foot against some rocks with a sheet of water on them. "Oh, confound it," he cursed. "I'm all wet. Damn you, Yvonne." He had not finished speaking when a furious barking was heard at the far end of the garden, and the sound at once came nearer, with extreme rapidity. Petrus realized that a watchdog, perceiving their presence, was rushing upon them, and, brave as he was, He shuddered because of the impressiveness of this attack in complete darkness. How was he to defend himself? A shot would betray them, and yet he carried no weapon but his revolver. The dog came dashing on, a powerful animal, to judge by the noise it made, suggesting the rush of a wild boar through the copsewood. It must have broken its chain, for it was accompanied by the clatter of iron. Petrus braced himself to meet it. But through the darkness he saw Yabon pass before him to protect him, and the impact took place almost at once. "Here, I say, Yabon, why did you get in front of me?" "It's all right, my lad, I'm coming." The two adversaries had rolled over on the grass. Petrus stooped down, seeking to rescue the Negro. He touched the hair of an animal and then Yabon's clothes. But the two were wriggling on the ground in so compact a mass and fighting so frantically that his interference was useless. Moreover, the contest did not last long. In a few minutes the adversaries had ceased to move. A strangled death rattle issued from the group. "Is it all right, Yabon?" whispered the captain, anxiously. The Negro stood up with a grunt. By the light of a match Petrus saw that he was holding at the end of his outstretched arm, of the one arm with which he had had to defend himself, a huge dog, which was gurgling, clutched round the throat by Yabon's implacable fingers. A broken chain hung from its neck. "Thank you, Yabon. I've had a narrow escape. You can let him go now. He can't do us any harm, I think." Yabon obeyed, but he had no doubt squeezed too tight. The dog writhed for a moment on the grass, gave a few moans, and then lay without moving. "Poor brute," said Petrus. "After all, he only did his duty in going for the burglars that we are. Let us do ours, Yabon, which is nothing like as plain." Something that shone like a window pane guided his steps and led him, by a series of stairs cut in the rocks and of successive terraces, to the level ground on which the house was built. On this side also, all the windows were round and high up, like those in the streets, and barricaded with shutters. But one of them allowed the light which he had seen from below to filter through. Telling Yabon to hide in the shrubberies, he went up to the house, listened, caught an indistinct sound of voices, discovered that the shutters were too firmly closed to enable him either to see or to hear, and in this way, after the fourth window, reached a flight of steps. At the top of the steps was a door. "Since they sent me the key of the garden," he said to himself, "there's no reason why this door, which leads from the house into the garden, should not be open." It was open. The voices indoors were now more clearly perceptible, and Belleville observed that they reached him by the well of the staircase, and that this staircase, which seemed to lead to an unoccupied part of the house, showed with an uncertain light above him. He went up. A door stood ajar on the first floor. He slipped his head through the opening and went in. He found that he was on a narrow balcony which ran at mid-height around three sides of a large room, along bookshelves rising to the ceiling. Against the wall at either end of the room was an iron spiral staircase. Stacks of books were also piled against the bars of the railing which protected the gallery, thus hiding Petrus from the view of the people on the ground floor, 10 or 12 feet below. He gently separated two of these stacks. At that moment, the sound of voices suddenly increased to a great uproar, and he saw 5 men, shouting like lunatics, hurl themselves upon a sixth and fling him to the ground before he had time to lift a finger in self-defense. Belleville's first impulse was to rush to the victim's rescue. With the aid of Yabon, who would have hastened to his call, he would certainly have intimidated the 5 men. The reason why he did not act was that, at any rate, they were using no weapons and appeared to have no murderous intentions. After depriving their victim of all power of movement, they were content to hold him by the throat, shoulders, and ankles. Belleville wondered what would happen next. One of the 5 drew himself up briskly and, in a tone of command, said, "Bind him. Put a gag in his mouth. I'll let him call out if he wants to. There's no one to hear him." Petrus at once recognized one of the voices which he had heard that morning in the restaurant. Its owner was a short, slim-built, well-dressed man, with an olive complexion and a cruel face. "At last we've got him," he said. "The rascal, and I think we shall get him to speak this time. Are you prepared to go all lengths, friends?" One of the other 4 growled spitefully, "Yes, and at once, whatever happens." The last speaker had a big black mustache, and Petrus recognized the other man whose conversation at the restaurant he had overheard, that is to say, one of Coralie's assailants, the one who had taken to flight. His grey felt hat lay on a chair. "All lengths, Bonef, whatever happens, eh?" grinned the leader. "Well, let's get on with the work. So you refuse to give up your secret essays, old man? We shall have some fun." All their movements must have been prepared beforehand and the parts carefully arranged, for the actions which they carried out were performed in an incredibly prompt and methodical fashion. After the man was tied up, They lifted him into an easy chair with a very low back, to which they fastened him round the chest and waist with a rope. His legs, which were bound together, were placed on the seat of a heavy chair of the same height as the armchair, with the 2 feet projecting. Then the victim's shoes and socks were removed. "Roll him along," said the leader. Between 2 of the far windows that overlooked the chimney was a large fireplace, in which burnt a red coal fire, white in places with the intense heat of the hearth. The men pushed the 2 chairs bearing the victim until his bare feet were within 20 inches of the blazing coals. In spite of his gag, the man uttered a hideous yell of pain, while his legs, in spite of their bonds, succeeded in contracting and curling upon themselves. "Go on," shouted the leader, passionately. "Go on, nearer." Petrus Belleville grasped his revolver. "Oh, I'm going on too," he said to himself. "I won't let that wretch be." But at this very moment, when he was on the point of drawing himself up and acting, a chance movement made him behold the most extraordinary and unexpected sight. Opposite him, on the other side of the room, in a part of the balcony corresponding with that where he was, he saw a woman's head, a head glued to the rails, livid and terror-stricken, with eyes wide open in horror, gazing frenziedly at the awful scene that was being enacted below by the glowing fire. Petrus had recognized little Mother Coralie, Roman far before the flames little Mother Coralie. Coralie concealed in this house into which her assailants had forced their way, and in which she herself was hiding, through force of circumstances which were incapable of explanation. His first idea, which would at least have solved one of the riddles, was that she also had entered from the lane, gone into the house by the steps, and in this way opened a passage for him. But in that case, how had she procured the means of carrying out this enterprise? And above all, what brought her here? All these questions occurred to Captain Belleville's mind without his trying to reply to them. He was far too much impressed by the absorbed expression on Coralie's face. Moreover, a second cry, even wilder than the first, came from below, and he saw the victim's face writhing before the red curtain of fire from the hearth. But this time, Petrus, held back by Coralie's presence, had no inclination to go to the sufferer's assistance. He decided to model himself entirely upon her and not to move or do anything to attract her attention. "Easy," the leader commanded. "Pull him back. I expect he's had enough." He went up to the victim. "Well, my dear Essayes," he asked, "what do you think of it? Are you happy? And you know, we're only beginning. If you don't speak, we shall go on to the end, as the real chauffeurs used to do in the days of the Revolution. So it's settled, I presume. You're going to speak?" There was no answer. The leader rapped out an oath and went on. "What do you mean? Do you refuse? But you obstinate brute, don't you understand the situation? Or have you a glimmer of hope? Hope, indeed, you're mad. Who would rescue you? Your servants? The porter, the footman, and the butler are in my pay. I gave them a week's notice. They're gone by now. The housemaid, the cook, they sleep at the other end of the house. And you yourself have told me time after time that one can't hear anything over there. Who else? Your wife? Her room also is far away, and she hasn't heard anything either. Simeon, your old secretary. We made him fast when he opened the front door to us just now. Besides, we may as well finish the job here. Bonnef?" The man with the big mustache, who was still holding the chair, drew himself up. "Bonnef, where did you lock up the secretary?" "In the potter's lodge. You know where to find him, Emmy. Essayes' bedroom?" "Yes, you told me the way. Go, all 4 of you, and bring the lady and the secretary here." The 4 men went out by a door below the spot where Coralie was standing. They were hardly out of sight when the leader stooped eagerly over his victim and said, "We are alone, Essayes. It's what I intended. Let's make the most of it." He bent still lower and whispered so that Petrus found it difficult to hear what he said. "Those men are fools. I twist them round my finger and tell them no more of my plans than I can help. You and I, on the other hand, Essayes, are the men to come to terms. That is what you refuse to admit, and you see where it has landed you. Come, Essayes, don't be obstinate and don't shuffle. You are caught in a trap, you are helpless, you are absolutely in my power. Well, rather than allow yourself to be broken down by tortures which would certainly end by overcoming your resistance, strike a bargain with me. We'll go halves, shall we? Let's make peace and treat upon that basis. I'll give you a hand in my game and you'll give me one in yours. As allies, we are bound to win. As enemies, who knows whether the victor will surmount all the obstacles that will still stand in his path? That's why I say again, halves, answer me, yes or no." He loosened the gag and listened. This time, Petrus did not hear the few words which the victim uttered. But the other, the leader, almost immediately burst into a rage. "Eh? What's that you're proposing? Upon my word, but you're a cool hand, an offer of this kind to me. That's all very well for Bonnef or his fellows. They'll understand, they will. But it won't do for me, it won't do for Colonel Fackeye. No, no, my friend, I open my mouth wider. I'll consent to go halves, but accept an alms, never. Patris listened eagerly, and at the same time kept his eyes on Coralie, whose face, still contorted with anguish, wore an expression of the same rapt attention. And he looked back at the victim, part of whose body was reflected in the glass above the mantelpiece. The man was dressed in a braided brown velvet smoking suit, and appeared to be about 50 years of age, quite bald, with a fleshy face, a large hooked nose, eyes deep set under a pair of thick eyebrows, and puffy cheeks covered with a thick, grizzled beard. Patris was also able to examine his features more closely in a portrait of him, which hung to the left of the fireplace, between the first and second windows, and which represented a strong, powerful countenance with an almost fierce expression. "It's an Eastern face," said Patris to himself. "I've seen heads like that in Egypt and Turkey. The names of all these men too, Colonel Fackeye, Mustafa, Bonef, Essez, their accent in talking, their way of holding themselves, their features, their figures, all recalled impressions which he had gathered in the Near East, in the hotels at Alexandria or on the banks of the Bosphorus, in the bazaars of Adrianople, or in the Greek boats that plough the Aegean Sea. They were Levantine types, but of Levantines who had taken root in Paris. Essez Bey was a name which Patris recognized as well known in the financial world, even as he knew that of Colonel Fackeye, whose speech and intonation mocked him for a seasoned Parisian. But a sound of voices came from outside the door. It was flung open violently, and the 4 men appeared, dragging in a bound man, whom they dropped to the floor as they entered. "Here's old Simeon," cried the one whom Fackeye had addressed as Bonef. "And the wife?" asked the leader. "I hope you've got her too?" "Well, no. What is that? Has she escaped?" "Yes, through her window. But you must run after her. She can only be in the garden. Remember, the watchdog was barking just now. And suppose she's got away." "How? By the door on the lane? Impossible." "Why, the door hasn't been used for years. There's not even a key to it." "That's as may be," Bonef rejoined. "All the same, we're surely not going to organize about you with lanterns and rouse the whole district for the sake of finding a woman." "Yes, but that woman," Colonel Fackeye seemed exasperated. He turned to the prisoner. "You're in luck, you old rascal. This is the second time today that minx of yours has slipped through my fingers. Did she tell you what happened this afternoon?" "Oh, if it hadn't been for an infernal officer who happened to be passing. But I'll get hold of him yet, and he shall pay dearly for his interference." Patris clenched his fists with fury. He understood. Coralie was hiding in her own house. Surprised by the sudden arrival of the 5 men, she had managed to climb out of her window and, making her way along the terrace to the steps, had gone to the part of the house opposite the rooms that were in use and taken refuge in the gallery of the library, where she was able to witness the terrible assault levied at her husband. Her husband? Thought Patris with a shudder. Her husband? And if he still entertained any doubts on the subject, the hurried course of events soon removed them, for the leader began to chuckle. "Yes, Essez, old man, I confess that she attracts me more than I can tell you. And as I failed to catch her earlier in the day, I did hope this evening, as soon as I had settled my business with you, to settle something infinitely more agreeable with your wife. Not to mention that, once in my power, the little woman would be serving me as a hostage, and that I would only have restored her to you. Oh, safe and sound, believe me, after specific performance of our agreement. And you would have run straight, Essez, for you love your Coralie passionately, and quite right too." He went to the right-hand side of the fireplace and, touching a switch, lit an electric lamp under a reflector between the 3rd and 4th windows. There was a companion picture here to Essez's portrait, but it was covered over. The leader drew the curtain, and Coralie appeared in the full light. The monarch of all she surveys, the idol, the witch, the pearl of pearls, the imperial diamond of Essez Bey, Banca, isn't she beautiful? I ask you, admire the delicate outline of her face, the purity of that oval, and the pretty neck, and those graceful shoulders. Essez, there's not a favorite in the country we come from who can hold a candle to your Coralie. My Coralie, soon, for I shall know how to find her." "Ah, Coralie, Coralie." Patris looked across at her, and it seemed to him that her face was reddened with a blush of shame. He himself was shaken by indignation and anger at each insulting word. It was a violent enough sorrow to him to know that Coralie was the wife of another, and added to this sorrow was his rage at seeing her thus exposed to these men's gaze, and promised as a helpless prey to whosoever should prove himself the strongest. At the same time, he wondered why Coralie remained in the room. Supposing that she could not leave the garden, Nevertheless, she was free to move about in that part of the house, and might well have opened a window and called for help. What prevented her from doing so? Of course she did not love her husband. If she had loved him, she would have faced every danger to defend him. But how was it possible for her to allow that man to be tortured, worse still, to be present at his sufferings, to contemplate that most hideous of sights, and to listen to his yells of pain? "Enough of this nonsense," cried the leader, pulling the curtain back into its place. "Coralie, you shall be my final reward, but I must first win you. Comrades, to work, let's finish our friend's job. First of all, 20 inches nearer, no more. Good, does it burn, SS? All the same, it's not more than you can stand. Bear up, old fellow." He unfastened the prisoner's right arm, put a little table by his side, laid a pencil and paper on it, and continued, "There's writing materials for you. As your gag prevents you from speaking, write. You know what's wanted of you, don't you? Scribble a few letters, and you're free. Do you consent? No? Comrades, 3 inches nearer." He moved away and stooped over the secretary, whom Petrus, by the bright light, had recognized as the old fellow who sometimes escorted Coralie to the hospital. "As for you, Simeon," he said, "you shall come to no harm. I know that you are devoted to your master, but I also know that he tells you none of his private affairs. On the other hand, I am certain that you will keep silent as to all this, because a single word of betrayal would involve your master's ruin even more than ours. That's understood between us, isn't it? Well, why don't you answer? Have they squeezed your throat a bit too tight with their cords? Wait, I'll give you some air." Meanwhile, the ugly work at the fireplace pursued its course. The 2 feet were reddened by the heat, until it seemed almost as though the bright flames of the fire were glowing through them. The sufferer exerted all his strength in trying to bend his legs and to draw back, and a dull, continuous moan came through his gag. "Oh, hang it all," thought Petrus. "Are we going to let him roast like this, like a chicken on a spit?" He looked at Coralie. She did not stir. Her face was distorted beyond recognition, and her eyes seemed fascinated by the terrifying sight. "Couple of inches nearer?" cried the leader from the other end of the room. As he unfastened Simeon's bonds, the order was executed. The victim gave such a yell that Petrus's blood froze in his veins, but at the same moment, he became aware of something that had not struck him so far, or at least he had attached no significance to it. The prisoner's hand, as the result of a sequence of little movements apparently due to nervous twitches, had seized the opposite edge of the table, while his arm rested on the marble top. And gradually, unseen by the torturers, all whose efforts were directed to keeping his legs in position, or by the leader, who was still engaged with Simeon, this hand opened a drawer which swung on a hinge, dipped into the drawer, took out a revolver, and, resuming its original position with a jerk, hid the weapon in the chair. The act, or rather the intention which it indicated, was foolhardy in the extreme, for when all was said, reduced to his present state of helplessness, the man could not hope for victory against 5 adversaries, all free and all armed. Nevertheless, as Petrus looked at the glass in which he beheld him, he saw a fierce determination pictured in the man's face. "Another 2 inches?" said Colonel Fackeye, as he walked back to the fireplace. He examined the condition of the flesh and said, with a laugh, "The skin is blistering in places, the veins are ready to burst. SS Bay, you can't be enjoying yourself, and it strikes me that you mean to do the right thing at last. Have you started scribbling yet? No, and don't you mean to? Are you still hoping? Counting on your wife, perhaps? Come, you must see that, even if she has succeeded in escaping, she won't say anything. Well then, are you humbugging me, or what?" He was seized with a sudden burst of rage and shouted, "Shove his feet into the fire, and let's have a good smell of burning for once. Ah, you would defy me, would you? Well, wait a bit, old chap, and let me have a go at you. I'll cut you off an ear or two, you know, the way we have in our country." He drew from his waistcoat a dagger that gleamed in the firelight. His face was hideous with animal cruelty. He gave a fierce cry, raised his arm, and stood over the other relentlessly. But swift as his movement was, SS was before him. The revolver, quickly aimed, was discharged with a loud report. The dagger dropped from the colonel's hand. For 2 or 3 seconds he maintained his threatening attitude, with one arm lifted on high and a haggard look in his eyes, as though he did not quite understand what had happened to him. And then, suddenly, he fell upon his victim in a huddled heap, paralyzing his arm with the full weight of his body, at the moment when SS was taking aim at one of the other Confederates. He was still breathing. "Oh, the brute," he panted. "He's killed me, but you'll lose by it, SS. I was prepared for this. If I don't come home tonight, the prefect of police will receive a letter. They'll know about your treason, SS, all your story, your plans. Oh, you devil. And what a fool? We could so easily have come to terms. He muttered a few inaudible words and rolled down to the floor. It was all over. A moment of stupefaction was produced not so much by this unexpected tragedy, as by the revelation which the letter had made before dying and by the thought of that letter, which no doubt implicated the aggressors as well as their victim. Bonnef had disarmed Essays. The latter, now that the chair was no longer held in position, had succeeded in bending his legs. No one moved. Meanwhile, the sense of terror which the whole scene had produced seemed rather to increase with the silence. On the ground was the corpse, with the blood flowing on the carpet. Not far away lay Simeon's motionless form. Then there was the prisoner, still bound in front of the flames waiting to devour his flesh. And standing near him were the four butchers, hesitating perhaps what to do next, but showing in every feature an implacable resolution to defeat the enemy by all and every means. His companions glanced at Bonnef, who seemed the kind of man to go any length. He was a short, stout, powerfully built man. His upper lip bristled with the mustache which had attracted Patrice Belville's attention. He was less cruel in appearance than his chief, less elegant in his manner, and less masterful, but displayed far greater coolness and self-command. As for the colonel, his accomplices seemed not to trouble about him. The part which they were playing dispensed them from showing any empty compassion. At last, Bonnef appeared to have made up his mind how to act. He went to his hat, the grey felt hat lying near the door, turned back the lining, and took from it a tiny coil the sight of which made Patrice start. It was a slender red cord, exactly like that which he had found round the neck of Mustafa Rovalayev, the first accomplice captured by Yabon. Bonnef unrolled the cord, took it by the two buckles, tested its strength across his knee, and then, going back to Essays, slipped it over his neck after first removing his gag. Essays, he said, with a calmness which was more impressive than the colonel's violence and sneers, Essays, I shall not put you to any pain. Torture is a revolting process, and I shall not have recourse to it. You know what to do, I know what to do. A word on your side, an action on my side, and the thing is done. The word is the yes or no which you will now speak. The action which I shall accomplish in reply to your yes or no will mean either your release or else. He stopped for a second or two. Then he declared, or else your death. The brief phrase was uttered very simply, but with a firmness that gave it the full significance of an irrevocable sentence. It was clear that Essays was faced with a catastrophe which he could no longer avoid save by submitting absolutely. In less than a minute, he would have spoken, or he would be dead. Once again, Patrice fixed his eyes on Coralie, ready to interfere should he perceive in her any other feeling than one of passive terror. But her attitude did not change. She was therefore accepting the worst, it appeared, even though this meant her husband's death, and Patrice held his hand accordingly. Are we all agreed? Bonnef asked, turning to his accomplices. Quite, said one of them. Do you take your share of the responsibility? We do. Bonnef brought his hands together and crossed them, which had the result of knotting the cord round Essays' neck. Then he pulled slightly, so as to make the pressure felt, and asked, unemotionally, yes or no? Yes. There was a murmur of satisfaction. The accomplices heaved a breath, and Bonnef nodded his head with an air of approval. Ah, so you accept? It was high time. I doubt if anyone was ever nearer death than you were, Essays. Retaining his hold of the cord, he continued, very well. You will speak, but I know you, and your answer surprises me, for I told the colonel that not even the certainty of death would make you confess your secret. Am I wrong? No, replied Essays, neither death nor torture. Then you have something different to propose? Yes, something worth our while? Yes, I suggested it to the colonel just now when you were out of the room, but though he was willing to betray you and go halves with me in the secret, he refused the other thing. Why should I accept it? Because you must take it or leave it, and because you will understand what he did not. It's a compromise, I suppose? Yes. Money? Yes. Bonnef shrugged his shoulders. A few thousand-franc notes, I expect. And you imagine that Bonnef and his friends will be such fools? Come, Essays, why do you want us to compromise? We know your secret almost entirely. You know what it is, but not how to use it. You don't know how to get at it, and that's just the point. We shall discover it. Never. Yes, your death will make it easier for us. My death? Thanks to the information lodged by the colonel. In a few hours you will be tracked down and most likely caught. In any case, you will be unable to pursue your search. Therefore you have hardly any choice. It's the money which I'm offering you, or else prison. And if we accept, asked Bonnef, to whom the argument seemed to appeal, when shall we be paid? At once. Then the money is here? Yes. A contemptible sum, as I said before? No, a much larger sum than you hope for, infinitely larger. How much? 4 millions. The husband and wife, the accomplices, started, as though they had received an electric shock. Bonnef darted forward. What did you say? I said 4 millions, which means 1 million for each of you. Look here, do you mean it? 4 millions? 4 millions is what I said. The figure was so gigantic and the proposal so utterly unexpected that the accomplices had the same feeling which Patrice Belville on his side underwent. They suspected a trap, and Bonnef could not help saying, "The offer is more than we expected, and I am wondering what induced you to make it. Would you have been satisfied with less?" "Yes," said Bonnef candidly. "Unfortunately, I can't make it less. I have only one means of escaping death, and that is to open my safe for you, and my safe contains 4 bundles of 1,000 banknotes each." Bonnef could not get over his astonishment and became more and more suspicious. "How do you know that? After taking the 4 millions, we shall not insist on more." "Insist on what? The secret of the site?" "Yes, because you know that I would as soon die as tell it you. The 4 millions are the maximum. Do you want them or don't you? I ask for no promise in return, no oath of any kind, for I am convinced that, when you have filled your pockets, you will have but one thought, to clear off, without handicapping yourselves with a murder which might prove your undoing." The argument was so unanswerable that Bonnef ceased discussing and asked, "Is the safe in this room?" "Yes, between the first and second windows, behind my portrait." Bonnef took down the picture and said, "I see nothing." "It's all right. The lines of the safe are marked by the moldings of the central panel. In the middle you will see what looks like a rose, not of wood but of iron, and there are 4 others at the 4 corners of the panel. These 4 turn to the right, by successive notches, forming a word which is the key to the lock, the word Cora." "The first 4 letters of Coralie?" asked Bonnef, following Esser's instructions as he spoke. "No," said Esser's Bey, "the first 4 letters of the Coran. Have you done that?" After a moment Bonnef answered, "Yes, I've finished, and the key?" "There's no key. The 5th letter of the word, the letter N, is the letter of the central rose." Bonnef turned this 5th rose and presently a click was heard. "Now pull," said Esses. "That's it. The safe is not deep. It's dug in one of the stones of the front wall. Put in your hand. You'll find 4 pocketbooks." It must be admitted that Patrice Belville expected to see something startling interrupt Bonnef's quest and hurl him into some pit suddenly opened by Esser's trickery. And the 3 confederates seemed to share this unpleasant apprehension, for they were gray in the face, while Bonnef himself appeared to be working very cautiously and suspiciously. At last he turned round and came and sat beside Esses. In his hands he held a bundle of 4 pocketbooks, short but extremely bulky and bound together with a canvas strap. He unfastened the buckle of the strap and opened one of the pocketbooks. His knees shook under their precious burden, and when he had taken a huge sheaf of notes from one of the compartments, his hands were like the hands of a very old man trembling with fever. 1,000-franc notes, he murmured. 10 packets of 1,000-franc notes. Brutally, like men prepared to fight one another, each of the other 3 laid hold of a pocketbook, felt inside and mumbled, 10 packets, they're all there. 1,000-franc notes, and one of them forthwith cried in a choking voice, "Let's clear out, let's go." A sudden fear was sending them off their heads. They could not imagine that Esses would hand over such a fortune to them unless he had some plan which would enable him to recover it before they had left the room. That was a certainty. The ceiling would come down on their heads. The walls would close up and crush them to death, while sparing their unfathomable adversary. Nor had Patrice Belville any doubt of it. The disaster was preparing. Esser's revenge was inevitably at hand. A man like him, a fighter as able as he appeared to be, does not so easily surrender 4 million francs if he has not some scheme at the back of his head. Patrice felt himself breathing heavily. His present excitement was more violent than any with which he had thrilled since the very beginning of the tragic scenes which he had been witnessing, and he saw that Coralie's face was as anxious as his own. Meanwhile, Bonnef partially recovered his composure and, holding back his companions, said, "Don't be such fools." He would be capable, with old Simeon, of releasing himself and running after us. Using only one hand, for the other was clutching a pocketbook, all 4 fastened Esser's arm to the chair, while he protested angrily, "You idiots, you came here to rob me of a secret of immense importance, as you well knew, and you lose your heads over a trifle of 4 millions. Say what you like, the colonel had more backbone than that." They gagged him once more, and Bonnef gave him a smashing blow with his fist which laid him unconscious. "That makes our retreat safe," said Bonnef. "What about the colonel?" asked one of the others. "Are we to leave him here?" "Why not?" But apparently he thought this unwise, for he added, "On second thoughts, no. It's not to our interest to compromise Essays any further. What we must do, Essays as well as ourselves, is to make ourselves scarce as fast as we can. Before that damned letter of the Colonel's is delivered at headquarters, say before 12 o'clock in the day. Then what do you suggest? We'll take the Colonel with us in the motor and drop him anywhere. The police must make what they can of it. And his papers? We'll look through his pockets as we go. Lend me a hand. They bandaged the wound to stop the flow of blood, took up the body, each holding it by an arm or leg, and walked out without any one of them letting go his pocketbook for a second. Patrice Belville heard them pass through another room and then tramp heavily over the echoing flags of a hall. This is the moment, he said. Essays or Simeon will press a button and the rogues will be nabbed. Essays did not budge. Simeon did not budge. Patrice heard all the sounds accompanying their departure. The slamming of the carriage gate, the starting up of the engine, and the drone of the car as it moved away. And that was all. Nothing had happened. The Confederates were getting off with their 4 millions. A long silence followed, during which Patrice remained on tenterhooks. He did not believe that the drama had reached its last phase, and he was so much afraid of the unexpected which might still occur that he determined to make Coralie aware of his presence. A fresh incident prevented him. Coralie had risen to her feet. Her face no longer wore its expression of horror and affright, but Patrice was perhaps more scared at seeing her suddenly animated with a sinister energy that gave an unwanted sparkle to her eyes and set her eyebrows and her lips twitching. He realized that Coralie was preparing to act. In what way? Was this the end of the tragedy? She walked to the corner on her side of the gallery, where one of the 2 spiral staircases stood and went down slowly, without, however, trying to deaden the sound of her feet. Her husband could not help hearing her. Patrice, moreover, saw in the mirror that he had lifted his head and was following her with his eyes. She stopped at the foot of the stairs, but there was no indecision in her attitude. Her plan was obviously quite clear, and she was only thinking out the best method of putting it into execution. "Ah," whispered Patrice to himself, quivering all over. "What are you doing, little Mother Coralie?" He gave a start. The direction in which Coralie's eyes were turned, together with the strange manner in which they stared, revealed her secret resolve to him. She had caught sight of the dagger, lying on the floor where it had slipped from the Colonel's grasp. Not for a second did Patrice believe that she meant to pick up that dagger with any other thought than to stab her husband. The intention of murder was so plainly written on her livid features that, even before she stirred a limb, Essays was seized with a fit of terror and strained every muscle to break the bonds that hampered his movements. She came forward, stopped once more, and suddenly bending, seized the dagger. Without waiting, she took 2 more steps. These brought her to the right of the chair in which Essays lay. He had only to turn his head a little way to see her. And an awful minute passed, during which the husband and wife looked into each other's eyes. The whirl of thoughts, of fear, of hatred, of vagrant and conflicting passions that passed through the brains of her who was about to kill, and him who was about to die, was reproduced in Patrice Belville's mind and deep down in his inner consciousness. What was he to do? What part ought he to play in the tragedy that was being enacted before his eyes? Should he intervene? Was it his duty to prevent Coralie from committing the irreparable deed? Or should he commit it himself by breaking the man's head with a bullet from his revolver? Yet, from the beginning, Patrice had really been swayed by a feeling which, mingling with all the others, gradually paralyzed him and rendered any inward struggle illusory. A feeling of curiosity driven to its utmost pitch. It was not the everyday curiosity of unearthing a squalid secret, but the higher curiosity of penetrating the mysterious soul of a woman whom he loved, who was carried away by the rush of events and who suddenly, becoming once more mistress of herself, was of her own accord and with impressive calmness taking the most fearful resolution. Thereupon other questions forced themselves upon him. What prompted her to take this resolution? Was it revenge? Was it punishment? Was it the gratification of hatred? Patrice Belville remained where he was. Coralie raised her arm. Her husband, in front of her, no longer even attempted to make those movements of despair which indicate a lost effort. There was neither entreaty nor menace in his eyes. He waited in resignation. Not far from them, old Simeon, still bound, half lifted himself on his elbows and stared at them in dismay. Coralie raised her arm again. Her whole frame seemed to grow larger and taller. An invisible force appeared to strengthen and stiffen her whole being, summoning all her energies to the service of her will. She was on the point of striking. Her eyes sought the place at which she should strike, yet her eyes became less hard and less dark. It even seemed to Beatrice that there was a certain hesitation in her gaze, and that she was recovering not her usual gentleness, but a little of her womanly grace. "Ah, little mother Coralie," murmured Beatrice, "you are yourself again. You are the woman I know. Whatever right you may think you have to kill that man, you will not kill him, and I prefer it so." Slowly Coralie's arm dropped to her side. Her features relaxed. Beatrice could guess the immense relief which she felt at escaping from the obsessing purpose that was driving her to murder. She looked at her dagger with astonishment, as though she were waking from a hideous nightmare, and, bending over her husband, she began to cut his bonds. She did so with visible repugnance, avoiding his touch, as it were, and shunning his eyes. The cords were severed one by one. Esaias was free. What happened next was in the highest measure unexpected. With not a word of thanks to his wife, with not a word of anger either, this man who had just undergone the most cruel torture and whose body still throbbed with pain hurriedly tottered barefoot to a telephone standing on a table. He was like a hungry man who suddenly sees a piece of bread and snatches at it greedily as the means of saving himself and returning to life. Panting for breath, Esaias took down the receiver and called out, "Central 40.39. Then he turned abruptly to his wife. "Go away," he said. She seemed not to hear. She had knelt down beside old Simeon and was setting him free also. Esaias at the telephone began to lose patience. "Are you there? Are you there? I want that number today, please, not next week. It's urgent. 40.39. It's urgent, I tell you." And turning to Coralie, he repeated in an imperious tone, "Go away." She made a sign that she would not go away and that, on the contrary, she meant to listen. He shook his fist at her and again said, "Go away, go away. I won't have you stay in the room. You go away too, Simeon." Old Simeon got up and moved towards Esaias. It looked as though he wished to speak, no doubt to protest, but his action was undecided, and after a moment's reflection, he turned to the door and went without uttering a word. "Go away, will you go away?" Esaias repeated, his whole body expressing menace. But Coralie came nearer to him and crossed her arms obstinately and defiantly. At that moment, Esaias appeared to get his call, for he asked, "Is that 40.39? "Ah, yes," he hesitated. Coralie's presence obviously displeased him greatly, and he was about to say things which he did not wish her to know. But time, no doubt, was pressing. He suddenly made up his mind and, with both receivers glued to his ears, said in English, "Is that you, Gregoire?" Esaias speaking. "Hello? Yes, I'm speaking from the Rue Rainward. There's no time to lose, listen." He sat down and went on. "Look here, Mustapha's dead, so is the Colonel. Damn it, don't interrupt, are we done for?" "Yes, done for, and you too?" "Listen, they all came, the Colonel, Bonnef, the whole gang, and robbed me by means of violence and threats. I finished the Colonel, only he had written to the police, giving us all away. The letter will be delivered soon. So you understand, Bonnef and his 3 ruffians are going to disappear. They'll just run home and pack up their papers, and I reckon they'll be with you in an hour, or 2 hours at most. It's the refuge they're sure to make for. They prepared it themselves, without suspecting that you and I know each other. So there's no doubt about it. They're sure to come." Esaias stopped. He thought for a moment and resumed, "You still have a second key to each of the rooms which they use as bedrooms. Is that so? Good. And you have duplicates of the keys that open the cupboards in the walls of those rooms, haven't you? Capital. Well, as soon as they get to sleep, or rather as soon as you are certain that they are sound asleep, go in and search the cupboards. Each of them is bound to hide his share of the booty there. You'll find it quite easily. It's the 4 pocketbooks which you know of. Put them in your bag, clear out as fast as you can and join me." There was another pause. This time it was Esaias listening. He replied, "What's that you say? Rue Rainward. Here, join me here. Why, you must be mad. Do you imagine that I can stay now after the Colonel's given me away? No, go and wait for me at the hotel near the station. I shall be there by 12 o'clock or 1 in the afternoon, perhaps a little later. Don't be uneasy. Have your lunch quietly and we'll talk things over. Hullo, did you hear? Very well, I'll see that everything's all right. Goodbye for the present." The conversation was finished, and it looked as if Esaias, having taken all his measures to recover possession of the 4,000,000 francs, had no further cause for anxiety. He hung up the receiver, went back to the lounge chair in which he had been tortured, wheeled it round with its back to the fire, sat down, turned down the bottoms of his trousers and pulled on his socks and shoes, all a little painfully and accompanied by a few grimaces, but calmly, in the manner of a man who has no need to hurry. Coralie kept her eyes fixed on his face. "I really ought to go," thought Captain Belleville, who felt a trifle embarrassed at the thought of overhearing what the husband and wife were about to say. Nevertheless he stayed. He was not comfortable in his mind on Coralie's account. Essays fired the first shot. Well, he asked, what are you looking at me like that for? So it's true, she murmured, maintaining her attitude of defiance. You leave me no possibility of doubt. Why should I lie? He snarled. I should not have telephoned in your hearing if I hadn't been sure that you were here all the time. I was up there. Then you heard everything? Yes, and saw everything? Yes. And seeing the torture which they inflicted on me and hearing my cries, you did nothing to defend me against torture, against death. No, for I knew the truth. What truth? The truth which I suspected without daring to admit it. What truth? He repeated in a louder voice. The truth about your treason. You're mad. I've committed no treason. Oh, don't juggle with words. I confess that I don't know the whole truth. I did not understand all that those men said or what they were demanding of you, but the secret which they tried to force from you was a treasonable secret. A man can only commit treason against his country, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I'm not a Frenchman. You were a Frenchman, she cried. You asked to be one and you became one. You married me, a Frenchwoman, and you live in France and you've made your fortune in France. It's France that you're betraying. Don't talk nonsense, and for whose benefit? I don't know that either. For months, for years indeed, the Colonel Bonnef, all your former accomplices and yourself have been engaged on an enormous work. Yes, enormous. It's their own word. And now it appears that you are fighting over the profits of the common enterprise, and the others accuse you of pocketing those profits for yourself alone, and of keeping a secret that doesn't belong to you. So that I seem to see something dirtier and more hateful even than treachery, something worthy of a common pickpocket. The man struck the arm of his chair with his fist. Enough? He cried. Coralie seemed in no way alarmed. Enough, she echoed. You are right. Enough words between us. Besides, there is one fact that stands out above everything, your flight. That amounts to a confession. You're afraid of the police. He shrugged his shoulders a second time. I'm afraid of nobody. Very well, but you're going. Yes, then let's have it out. When are you going? Presently at 12 o'clock. And if you're arrested? I shan't be arrested. If you are arrested, however, I shall be let go. At least there will be an inquiry, a trial? No, the matter will be hushed up. You hope so. I'm sure of it. God grant it, and you will leave France, of course? As soon as I can. When will that be? In a fortnight or 3 weeks. Send me word of the day so that I may know when I can breathe again. I shall send you word, Coralie, but for another reason. What reason? So that you may join me. Join you? He gave a cruel smile. You are my wife, he said. Where the husband goes, the wife goes. And you know that, in my religion, the husband has every right over his wife, including that of life and death. Well, you're my wife. Coralie shook her head and, in a tone of indescribable contempt, answered, I am not your wife. I feel nothing for you but loathing and horror. I don't wish to see you again, and whatever happens, whatever you may threaten, I shall not see you again. He rose and, walking to her, bent in two, all trembling on his legs, he shouted, while again he shook his clenched fists at her. What's that you say? What's that you dare to say? I, your lord and master, order you to join me the moment that I send for you. I shall not join you, I swear it before God, I swear it as I hope to be saved. He stamped his feet with rage. His face underwent a hideous contortion, and he roared, That means that you want to stay? Yes, you have reasons which I don't know, but which are easy to guess. An affair of the heart. I suppose. There's someone in your life, no doubt. Hold your tongue, will you? Haven't you always detested me? Your hatred does not date from today. It dates back to the first time you saw me, to a time even before our marriage. We have always lived like mortal enemies. I loved you. I worshipped you. A word from you would have brought me to your feet. The mere sound of your steps thrilled me to the marrow. But your feeling for me is one of horror, and you imagine that you are going to start a new life without me? Why, I'd sooner kill you, my beauty. He had unclenched his fists, and his open hands were clutching on either side of Coralie, close to her head, as though around a prey which they seemed on the point of throttling. A nervous shiver made his jaws clash together. Beads of perspiration gleamed on his bald head. In front of him, Coralie stood impassive, looking very small and frail. Patris Belleville, in an agony of suspense and ready at any moment to act, could read nothing on her calm features but aversion and contempt. Mastering himself at last, Essays said, You shall join me, Coralie. Whether you like it or not, I am your husband. You felt it just now, when the lust to murder me made you take up a weapon and left you without the courage to carry out your intention. It will always be like that. Your independent fit will pass away, and you will join the man who is your master. I shall remain behind to fight against you, she replied, here in this house. The work of treason which you have accomplished I shall destroy. I shall do it without hatred, for I am no longer capable of hatred, but I shall do it without intermission, to repair the evil which you have wrought. He answered, in a low voice, I am capable of hatred. Beware, Coralie, the very moment when you believe that you have nothing more to fear will perhaps be the moment when I shall call you to account. Take care. He pushed an electric bell. Old Simeon appeared. So the two men-servants have decamped? Asked Essayes, and without waiting for the answer, he went on. A good riddance. The housemaid and the cook can do all I want. They heard nothing, did they? No, their bedroom is too far away. No matter, Simeon, you must keep a watch on them after I am gone. He looked at his wife, surprised to see her still there, and said to his secretary, I must be up at 6 to get everything ready, and I am dead tired. Take me to my room. You can come back and put out the lights afterwards. He went out, supported by Simeon. Patris Belleville at once perceived that Coralie had done her best to show no weakness in her husband's presence, but that she had come to the end of her strength and was unable to walk. Seized with faintness, she fell on her knees, making the sign of the cross. When she was able to rise, a few minutes later, she saw on the carpet, between her and the door, a sheet of notepaper with her name on it. She picked it up and read, Little Mother Coralie, the struggle is too much for you. Why not appeal to me, your friend? Give a signal and I am with you. She staggered, dazed by the discovery of the letter and dismayed by Belleville's daring. But making a last effort to summon up her power of will, she left the room, without giving the signal for which Patris was longing. VI 19 minutes past 7 Patris, in his bedroom at the home, was unable to sleep that night. He had a continual waking sensation of being oppressed and hunted down, as though he were suffering the terrors of some monstrous nightmare. He had an impression that the frantic series of events in which he was playing the combined parts of a bewildered spectator and a helpless actor would never cease so long as he tried to rest. That, on the contrary, they would rage with greater violence and intensity. The leave-taking of the husband and wife did not put an end, even momentarily, to the dangers incurred by Coralie. Fresh perils arose on every side, and Patris Belleville confessed himself incapable of foreseeing and still more of allaying them. After lying awake for 2 hours, he switched on his electric light and began hurriedly to write down the story of the past 12 hours. He hoped in this way to some small extent to unravel the tangled knot. At 6 o'clock, he went and roused Gibbon and brought him back with him. Then, standing in front of the astonished Negro, he crossed his arms and exclaimed, So you consider that your job is over? While I lie tossing about in the dark, my lord sleeps and all's well. My dear man, you have a jolly elastic conscience. The word elastic amused the Senegalese mightily. His mouth opened wider than ever, and he gave a grunt of enjoyment. That'll do, said the captain. There's no getting a word in once you start talking. Here, take a chair, read this report, and give me your reasoned opinion. What? You don't know how to read? Well, upon my word. What was the good, then, of wearing out the seat of your trousers on the benches of the Senegal schools and colleges? A queer education, I must say. He heaved a sigh, and snatching the manuscript, said, Listen, reflect, argue, deduct, and conclude. This is how the matter briefly stands. First, we have one Essayes Bey, a banker, rich as Croesus, and the lowest of rapscallions, who betrays at one and the same time France, Egypt, England, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Greece, as is proved by the fact that his accomplices roast his feet for him. Thereupon, he kills one of them and gets rid of four with the aid of as many millions, which millions he orders another accomplice to get back for him before 5 minutes are past. And all these bright spirits will duck underground at 11 o'clock this morning, for at 12 o'clock the police propose to enter on the scene. Good. Patris Belleville paused to take breath and continued. Secondly, little Mother Coralie, upon my word, I can't say why, is married to Rapscallion Bey. She hates him and wants to kill him. He loves her and wants to kill her. There is also a colonel who loves her, and for that reason loses his life, and a certain Mustapha, who tries to kidnap her on the colonel's account and also loses his life for that reason, strangled by a Senegalese. Lastly, there is a French captain, a Dotten Carry one, who likewise loves her, but whom she avoids because she is married to a man whom she abhors. And with this captain, in a previous incarnation, she has halved an amethyst bead. Add to all this, by way of accessories, a rusty key, a red silk bowstring, a dog choked to death, and a grate filled with red coals. And if you dare to understand a single word of my explanation, I'll catch you a whack with my wooden leg, for I don't understand it a little bit, and I'm your captain. Gibbon laughed all over his mouth, and all over the gaping scar that cut one of his cheeks in two. As ordered by his captain, He understood nothing of the business and very little of what Petrus had said, but he always quivered with delight when Petrus addressed him in that gruff tone. "That's enough," said the captain. "It's my turn now to argue, deduct, and conclude." He leant against the mantelpiece, with his 2 elbows on the marble shelf and his head tight pressed between his hands. His merriment, which sprang from temperamental lightness of heart, was this time only a surface merriment. Deep down within himself, he did nothing but think of Coralie with sorrowful apprehension. What could he do to protect her? A number of plans occurred to him. Which was he to choose? Should he hunt through the numbers in the telephone book till he hit upon the whereabouts of that Grégoire, with whom Bonnef and his companions had taken refuge? Should he inform the police? Should he return to the Rue Rainward? He did not know. Yes, he was capable of acting, if the act to be performed consisted in flinging himself into the conflict with furious ardor. But to prepare the action, to divine the obstacles, to rend the darkness, and, as he said, to see the invisible and grasp the intangible, that was beyond his powers. He turned suddenly to Yvonne, who was standing depressed by his silence. "What's the matter with you, putting on that lugubrious air? Of course it's you that throw a gloom over me. You always look at the black side of things, like a nigger. Be off." Yvonne was going away discomfited when someone tapped at the door and a voice said, "Captain Belleville, you're wanted on the telephone." Petrus hurried out. Who on earth could be telephoning to him so early in the morning? "Who is it?" he asked the nurse. "I don't know, Captain. It's a man's voice. He seemed to want you urgently." The bell had been ringing some time. I was downstairs in the kitchen. Before Petrus's eyes there rose a vision of the telephone in the Rue Rainward, in the big room at the SS house. He could not help wondering if there was anything to connect the 2 incidents. He went down 1 flight of stairs and along a passage. The telephone was through a small waiting room, in a room that had been turned into a linen closet. He closed the door behind him. "Hello, Captain Belleville speaking. What is it?" A voice, a man's voice which he did not know, replied in breathless, panting tones. "Ah, Captain Belleville, it's you. Look here, but I'm almost afraid that it's too late. I don't know if I shall have time to finish." "Did you get the key and the letter?" "Who are you?" asked Petrus. "Did you get the key and the letter?" The voice insisted. "The key, yes," Petrus replied, "but not the letter." "Not the letter? But this is terrible, then you don't know?" A hoarse cry struck Petrus's ear, and the next thing he caught was incoherent sounds at the other end of the wire, the noise of an altercation. Then the voice seemed to glue itself to the instrument, and he distinctly heard it gasping. "Too late. Petrus, is that you? Listen. The amethyst pendant, yes, I have it on me. The pendant? Ah, it's too late. I should so much have liked to Petrus. Coralie." Then again a loud cry, a heartrending cry, and confused sounds growing more distant in which he seemed to distinguish. "Help! Help!" These grew fainter and fainter. Silence followed. And suddenly there was a little click. The murderer had hung up the receiver. All this had not taken 20 seconds. But when Petrus wanted to replace the telephone, his fingers were gripping it so hard that it needed an effort to relax them. He stood utterly dumbfounded. His eyes had fastened on a large clock which he saw, through the window, on one of the buildings in the yard, marking 19 minutes past 7, and he mechanically repeated these figures, attributing a documentary value to them. Then he asked himself, so unreal did the scene appear to him, if all this was true and if the crime had not been penetrated within himself, in the depths of his aching heart. But the shouting still echoed in his ears, and suddenly he took up the receiver again, like one clinging desperately to some undefined hope. "Hullo," he cried. "Exchange? Who was it rang me up just now? Are you there? Did you hear the cries? Are you there? Are you there?" There was no reply. He lost his temper, insulted the exchange, left the linen closet, met Yvonne and pushed him about. "Get out of this? It's your fault. Of course you ought to have stayed and looked after Coralie. Be off there now and hold yourself at my disposal. I'm going to inform the police. If you hadn't prevented me, it would have been done long ago and we shouldn't be in this predicament. Off you go." He held him back. "No, don't stir. Your plan's ridiculous. Stay here." "Oh, not here in my pocket. You're too impetuous for me, my lad." He drove him out and returned to the linen closet, striding up and down and betraying his excitement in irritable gestures and angry words. Nevertheless, in the midst of his confusion, one idea gradually came to light, which was that, after all, he had no proof that the crime which he suspected had happened at the house in the Rue Rainward. He must not allow himself to be obsessed by the facts that lingered in his memory to the point of always seeing the same vision in the same tragic setting. No doubt the drama was being continued, as he had felt that it would be, but perhaps elsewhere and far away from Coralie. And this first thought led to another. Why not investigate matters at once? Yes, why not? He asked himself. Before bothering the police, discovering the number of the person who rang me up, and thus working back to the start, a process which it will be time enough to employ later, why shouldn't I telephone to the Rue Rainward at once, on any pretext and in anybody's name? I shall then have a chance of knowing what to think. Petrus felt that this measure did not amount to much. Suppose that no one answered, would that prove that the murder had been committed in the house, or merely that no one was yet about? Nevertheless, the need to do something decided him. He looked up SS Bay's number in the telephone directory and resolutely rang up the exchange. The strain of waiting was almost more than he could bear, and then he was conscious of a thrill which vibrated through him from head to foot. He was connected, and someone at the other end was answering the call. "Hello," he said. "Hello," said a voice. "Who are you?" It was the voice of SS Bay, although this was only natural, since at that moment SS must be getting his papers ready and preparing his flight. Petrus was so much taken aback that he did not know what to say and spoke the first words that came into his head. "Is that SS Bay?" "Yes, who are you?" "I'm one of the wounded at the hospital, now under treatment at the home." "Captain Belleville, perhaps?" Petrus was absolutely amazed, so Coralie's husband knew him by name. He stammered, "Yes, Captain Belleville." "What a lucky thing," cried SS Bay in a tone of delight. "I rang you up a moment ago at the home, Captain Belleville, to ask—" "Oh, it was you?" interrupted Petrus, whose astonishment knew no bounds. "Yes, I wanted to know at what time I could speak to Captain Belleville in order to thank him." "It was you? It was you?" Petrus repeated, more and more thunderstruck. SS' intonation denoted a certain surprise. "Yes, wasn't it a curious coincidence?" he said. "Unfortunately, I was cut off, or rather my call was interrupted by somebody else." "Then you heard?" "What, Captain Belleville? Cries? At least, so it seemed to me, but the connection was very indistinct. All that I heard was somebody asking for you, somebody who was in a great hurry, and as I was not, I hung up the telephone and postponed the pleasure of thanking you." "Of thanking me?" "Yes, I have heard how my wife was assaulted last night and how you came to her rescue, and I am anxious to see you and express my gratitude. Shall we make an appointment? Could we meet at the hospital, for instance, at 3 o'clock this afternoon?" Petrus made no reply. The audacity of this man, threatened with arrest and preparing for flight, baffled him. At the same time, he was wondering what SS' real object had been in telephoning to him without being in any way obliged to. But Belleville's silence in no way troubled the banker, who continued his civilities and ended the inscrutable conversation with a monologue in which he replied with the greatest ease to questions which he kept putting to himself. In spite of everything, Petrus felt more comfortable. He went back to his room, lay down on his bed and slept for 2 hours. Then he sent for Yvonne. "This time," he said, "try to control your nerves and not to lose your head as you did just now. You were absurd. But don't let's talk about it. Have you had your breakfast? No, no more have I. Have you seen the doctor? No, no more have I. And the surgeon has just promised to take off this beastly bandage. You can imagine how pleased I am. A wooden leg is all very well, but a head wrapped up in lint for a lover, never. Get on, look sharp. When we're ready, we'll start for the hospital. Little mother Coralie can't forbid me to see her there." Petrus was as happy as a schoolboy. As he said to Yvonne an hour later, on their way to the pot-melot, the clouds were beginning to roll by. "Yes, Yvonne, yes, they are. And this is where we stand. To begin with, Coralie is not in danger. As I hoped, the battle is being fought far away from her, among the accomplices no doubt, over their millions. As for the unfortunate man who rang me up and whose dying cries I overheard, he was obviously some unknown friend, for he addressed me familiarly and called me by my Christian name. It was certainly he who sent me the key of the garden. Unfortunately, the letter that came with the key went astray. In the end, he felt constrained to tell me everything. Just at that moment he was attacked. By whom, you ask? Probably by one of the accomplices, who was frightened of his revelations. There you are, Yvonne. It's all as clear as noonday. For that matter, the truth may just as easily be the exact opposite of what I suggest. But I don't care. The great thing is to take one's stand upon a theory, true or false. Besides, if mine is false, I reserve the right to shift the responsibility on you, so you know what you're in for. At the pot-melot they took a cab, and it occurred to Petrus to drive round by the Rue Rainward. At the junction of this street with the Rue de Passy, they saw Coralie leaving the Rue Rainward, accompanied by old Simeon. She had hailed a taxi and stepped inside. Simeon sat down by the driver. They went to the hospital in the Champs-Élysées, with Petrus following. It was 11 o'clock when they arrived. "All's well," said Patris. While her husband is running away, she refuses to make any change in her daily life. He and Yvonne lunched in the neighborhood, strolled along the avenue, without losing sight of the hospital, and called there at 1:30. Patris at once saw old Simeon, sitting at the end of a covered yard where the soldiers used to meet. His head was half wrapped up in the usual comforter, and with his big yellow spectacles on his nose, he sat smoking his pipe on the chair which he always occupied. As for Coralie, she was in one of the rooms allotted to her on the first floor, seated by the bedside of a patient whose hand she held between her own. The man was asleep. Coralie appeared to Patris to be very tired. The dark rings round her eyes and the unusual pallor of her cheeks bore witness to her fatigue. Poor child, he thought. All those blackguards will be the death of you. He now understood, when he remembered the scenes of the night before, why Coralie kept her private life secret and endeavored, at least to the little world of the hospital, to be merely the kind sister whom people call by her Christian name. Suspecting the web of crime with which she was surrounded, she dropped her husband's name and told nobody where she lived. And so well was she protected by the defenses set up by her modesty and determination that Patris dared not go to her and stood rooted to the threshold. Yet surely, he said to himself, as he looked at Coralie without being seen by her, I'm not going to send her in my card. He was making up his mind to enter, when a woman who had come up the stairs, talking loudly as she went, called out, Where is Madame? Simeon, she must come at once. Old Simeon, who had climbed the stairs with her, pointed to where Coralie sat at the far end of the room, and the woman rushed in. She said a few words to Coralie, who seemed upset and at once ran to the door, passing in front of Patris and down the stairs, followed by Simeon and the woman. I've got a taxi, ma'am, stammered the woman, all out of breath. I had the luck to find one when I left the house and I kept it. We must be quick, ma'am. The commissary of police told me to. Patris, who was downstairs by this time, heard nothing more, but the last words decided him. He seized hold of Yvonne as he passed, and the two of them leapt into a cab, telling the driver to follow Coralie's taxi. There's news, Yvonne, there's news, said Patris. The plot is thickening. The woman is obviously one of the SA's servants and she has come for her mistress by the commissary's orders. Therefore the colonel's disclosures are having their effect. House searched, magistrate's inquest, every sort of worry for little mother Coralie, and you have the cheek to advise me to be careful. You imagine that I would leave her to her own devices at such a moment. What a mean nature you must have, my poor Yvonne. An idea occurred to him, and he exclaimed, Heavens! I hope that ruffian of an SS hasn't allowed himself to be caught. That would be a disaster. But he was far too sure of himself. I expect he's been trifling away his time. All through the drive, this fear excited Captain Belville and removed his last scruples. In the end, his certainty was absolute. Nothing short of SS arrest could have produced the servant's attitude of panic or Coralie's precipitate departure. Under these conditions, how could he hesitate to interfere in a matter in which his revelations would enlighten the police? All the more so as, by revealing less or more, according to circumstances, he could make his evidence subservient to Coralie's interests. The two cabs pulled up almost simultaneously outside the SS house, where a car was already standing. Coralie alighted and disappeared through the carriage gate. The maid and Simeon also crossed the pavement. Come along, said Patris to the Senegalese. The front door was ajar and Patris entered. In the big hall were two policemen on duty. Patris acknowledged their presence with a hurried movement of his hand, and passed them with the air of a man who belonged to the house, and whose importance was so great that nothing done without him could be of any use. The sound of his footsteps echoing on the flags reminded him of the flight of Bonnef and his accomplices. He was on the right road. Moreover, there was a drawing-room on the left, the room, communicating with the library, to which the accomplices had carried the colonel's body. Voices came from the library. He walked across the drawing-room. At that moment he heard Coralie exclaim in accents of terror, Oh my God, it can't be? Two other policemen barred the doorway. I am a relation of MME, SS, he said, her only relation. We have our orders, Captain. I know, of course, be sure and let no one in. Yvonne, stay here. And he went in. But in the immense room, a group of 6 or 7 gentlemen, no doubt commissaries of police and magistrates, stood in his way, bending over something which he was unable to distinguish. From amidst this group, Coralie suddenly appeared and came towards him, tottering and wringing her hands. The housemaid took her round the waist and pressed her into a chair. What's the matter? Asked Patris. Madame is feeling faint, replied the woman, still quite distraught. Oh, I'm nearly off my head. But why? What's the reason? It's the master, just think. Such a sight, it gave me a turn too. What sight? One of the gentlemen left the group and approached. Is Emma as ill? It's nothing, said the maid. A fainting fit, she is liable to these attacks. Take her away as soon as she can walk, we shall not need her any longer. And addressing Patris Belville with a questioning air, Captain? Patris pretended not to understand. Yes, sir, he said, we will take Emma as away. Her presence, as you say, is unnecessary. Only I must first. He moved aside to avoid his interlocutor, and perceiving that the group of magistrates had opened out a little, stepped forward. What he now saw explained Coralie's fainting fit and the servant's agitation. He himself felt his flesh creep at a spectacle which was infinitely more horrible than that of the evening before. On the floor, near the fireplace, almost at the place where he had undergone his torture, Essay's Bey lay upon his back. He was wearing the same clothes as on the previous day, a brown velvet smoking suit with a braided jacket. His head and shoulders had been covered with a napkin. But one of the men standing around, a divisional surgeon no doubt, was holding up the napkin with one hand and pointing to the dead man's face with the other, while he offered an explanation in a low voice. And that face? But it was hardly the word for the unspeakable mass of flesh, part of which seemed to be charred while the other part formed no more than a blood-stained pulp, mixed with bits of bone and skin, hairs and a broken eyeball. Oh, Patris blurted out, how horrible! He was killed and fell with his head right in the fire. That's how they found him, I suppose. The man who had already spoken to him and who appeared to be the most important figure present came up to him once more. May I ask who you are? He demanded. Captain Belville, sir, a friend of Emma as one of the wounded officers whose lives she has helped to save. That may be, sir, replied the important figure, but you can't stay here. Nobody must stay here for that matter. Monsieur le Commissaire, please order everyone to leave the room except the doctor and have the dog guarded. Let no one enter on any pretext whatever. Sir, Patris insisted, I have some very serious information to communicate. I shall be pleased to receive it, Captain, but later on. You must excuse me now. Roman 7:23 minutes past 12. The great hall, that ran from Rue Rainward to the upper terrace of the garden, was filled to half its extent by a wide staircase, and divided the SS house into two parts communicating only by way of the hall. On the left were the drawing-room and the library, which was followed by an independent block containing a private staircase. On the right were a billiard-room and the dining-room, both with lower ceilings. Above these were Essay's Bey's bedroom, on the street side, and Coralie's, overlooking the garden. Beyond was the servants' wing, where old Simeon also used to sleep. Patris was asked to wait in the billiard-room, with the Senegalese. He had been there about a quarter of an hour when Simeon and the maid were shown in. The old secretary seemed quite paralyzed by the death of his employer, and was holding forth under his breath, making queer gestures as he spoke. Patris asked him how things were going, and the old fellow whispered in his ear, It's not over yet, there's something to fear, today, presently. Presently? Asked Patris. Yes, said the old man, trembling. He said nothing more. As for the housemaid, she readily told her story in reply to Patris' questions. The first surprise, sir, this morning was that there was no butler, no footman, no porter. All the three were gone. Then, at 6:30, Simeon came and told us from the master that the master had locked himself in his library and that he wasn't to be disturbed even for breakfast. The mistress was not very well. She had her chocolate at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock she went out with Simeon. Then, after we had done the bedrooms, we never left the kitchen. 11 o'clock came, 12, and just as the hour was striking, we heard a loud ring at the front door. I looked out of the window. There was a motor, with 4 gentlemen inside. I went to the door. The commissary of police explained who he was and wanted to see the master. I showed them the way. The library door was locked. We knocked. No answer. We shook it. No answer. In the end, one of the gentlemen who knew how picked the lock. Then you can imagine what we saw. But you can't. It was much worse, because the poor master at that moment had his head almost under the grate. Oh, what scoundrels they must have been, for they did kill him, didn't they? I know one of the gentlemen said at once that the master had died of a stroke and fallen into the fire. Only my firm belief is, old Simeon had listened without speaking, with his head still half wrapped up, showing only his bristly gray beard and his eyes hidden behind their yellow spectacles. But at this point of the story he gave a little chuckle, came up to Patris and said in his ear, There's something to fear? Emma, Coralie, make her go away at once, make her go away. If not, it'll be the worse for her. Petrus shuddered and tried to question him, but could learn nothing more. Besides, the old man did not remain. A policeman came to fetch him and took him to the library. His evidence lasted a long time. It was followed by the depositions of the cook and the housemaid. Next, Coralie's evidence was taken in her own room. At 4 o'clock another car arrived. Petrus saw 2 gentlemen pass into the hall, with everybody bowing very low before them. He recognized the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Interior. They conferred in the library for half an hour and went away again. At last, shortly before 5 o'clock, a policeman came for Petrus and showed him up to the first floor. The man tapped at a door and stood aside. Petrus entered a small boudoir, lit up by a wood fire by which 2 persons were seated, Coralie, to whom he bowed, and opposite her, the gentleman who had spoken to him on his arrival, and who seemed to be directing the whole inquiry. He was a man of about 50, with a thick-set body and a heavy face, slow of movement, but with bright, intelligent eyes. "The examining magistrate, I presume, sir?" asked Petrus. "No," he replied. "I am M. Masserin, a retired magistrate specially appointed to clear up this affair, not to examine it, as you think, for it does not seem to me that there is anything to examine." "What?" cried Petrus in great surprise. "Nothing to examine?" He looked at Coralie, who kept her eyes fixed upon him attentively. Then she turned them on M. Masserin, who resumed, "I have no doubt, Captain Belville, that when we have said what we have to say, we shall be agreed at all points, just as Madame and I are already agreed." "I don't doubt it either," said Petrus. "All the same, I am afraid that many of those points remain unexplained." "Certainly, but we shall find an explanation. We shall find it together. Will you please tell me what you know?" Petrus waited for a moment and then said, "I will not disguise my astonishment, sir. The story which I have to tell is of some importance, and yet there is no one here to take it down. Is it not to count as evidence given on oath, as a deposition which I shall have to sign? You yourself, Captain, shall determine the value of your words and the innuendo which you wish them to bear. For the moment, we will look on this as a preliminary conversation, as an exchange of views relating to facts, touching which MME SS has given me, I believe, the same information that you will be able to give me." Petrus did not reply at once. He had a vague impression that there was a private understanding between Coralie and the magistrate, and that, in face of that understanding, he, both by his presence and by his zeal, was playing the part of an intruder whom they would gladly have dismissed. He resolved, therefore, to maintain an attitude of reserve until the magistrate had shown his hand. "Of course," he said, "I dare say Madame has told you, so you know of the conversation which I overheard yesterday at the restaurant." "Yes." "And the attempt to kidnap Emily SS?" "Yes." "And the murder?" "Yes." "Emily SS has described to you the blackmailing scene that took place last night, with M. SS for a victim, the details of the torture, the death of the colonel, the handing over of the 4 millions, the conversation on the telephone between M. SS and a certain Gregoire, and lastly, the threats uttered against Madame by her husband." "Yes, Captain Belville, I know all this, that is to say, all that you know, and I know, in addition, all that I discovered through my own investigations." Of course," Petrus repeated. "I see that my story becomes superfluous, and that you are in possession of all the necessary factors to enable you to draw your conclusions." And, continuing to put rather than answer questions, he added, "May I ask what inference you have arrived at?" "To tell you the truth, Captain, my inferences are not definite. However, until I receive some proof to the contrary, I propose to remain satisfied with the actual words of a letter which M. SS wrote to his wife at about 12 o'clock this morning, and which we found lying on his desk, unfinished. MME. SS asked me to read it and, if necessary, to communicate the contents to you. Listen." M. Masserin proceeded to read the letter aloud. "Coralie, you were wrong yesterday to attribute my departure to reasons which I dared not acknowledge, and perhaps I also was wrong not to defend myself more convincingly against your accusation. The only motive for my departure is the hatred with which I am surrounded. You have seen how fierce it is. In the face of these enemies who are seeking to despoil me by every possible means, my only hope of salvation lies in flight. That is why I am going away. But let me remind you, Coralie, of my clearly expressed wish. You are to join me at the first summons. If you do not leave Paris then, nothing shall protect you against my lawful resentment. Nothing, not even my death. I have made all my arrangements so that, even in the contingency." "The letter ends there," said M. Masserin, handing it back to Coralie, and we know by an unimpeachable sign that the last lines were written immediately before him. "SS's death, because in falling, he upset a little clock which stood on his desk and which marked 23 minutes past 12. I assumed that he felt unwell, and that, on trying to rise, he was seized with a fit of giddiness and fell to the floor. Unfortunately, the fireplace was near, with a fierce fire blazing in it. His head struck the grate, and the wound that resulted was so deep, the surgeon testified to this, that he fainted. Then the fire close at hand did its work with the effects which you have seen. Petrus had listened in amazement to this unexpected explanation. Then, in your opinion, he asked, S.S. died of an accident? He was not murdered. Murdered? Certainly not. We have no clue to support any such theory. Still, Captain Belville, you are the victim of an association of ideas which, I admit, is perfectly justifiable. Ever since yesterday you have been witnessing a series of tragic incidents, and your imagination naturally leads you to the most tragic solution, that of murder. Only reflect, why should a murder have been committed? And by whom? By Bonnef and his friends. With what object? They were crammed full with banknotes, and even admitting that the man called Gregoire recovered those millions from them, they would certainly not have got them back by killing him. Essays. Then again, how would they have entered the house? And how can they have gone out? No, Captain, you must excuse me, but Essays died an accidental death. The facts are undeniable, and this is the opinion of the divisional surgeon, who will draw up his report in that sense. Petrus turned to Coralie. Is it MME? Essays' opinion also. She reddened slightly and answered, yes. And old Simeon's? Oh, replied the magistrate, old Simeon is wandering in his mind. To listen to him, you would think that everything was about to happen all over again, that MME. Essays is threatened with danger, and that she ought to take to flight at once. That is all that I have been able to get out of him. However, he took me to an old disused door that opens out of the garden on a lane running at right angles with the Rue Rainward. And here he showed me first the watchdog's dead body, and next some footprints between the door and the flight of steps near the library. But you know those footprints, do you not? They belong to you and your Senegalese. As for the death of the watchdog, I can put that down to your Senegalese, can't I? Petrus was beginning to understand. The magistrate's reticence, his explanation, his agreement with Coralie, all this was gradually becoming plain. He put the question frankly, so there was no murder? No. Then there will be no magistrate's examination? No, and no talk about the matter, it will all be kept quiet, in short, and forgotten? Just so. Captain Belville began to walk up and down, as was his habit. He now remembered Essays' prophecy. I shan't be arrested. If I am, I shall be let go. The matter will be hushed up. Essays was right. The hand of justice was arrested, and there was no way for Coralie to escape silent complicity. Petrus was intensely annoyed by the manner in which the case was being handled. It was certain that a compact had been concluded between Coralie and Mazarin. He suspected the magistrate of circumventing Coralie and inducing her to sacrifice her own interests to other considerations. To effect this, the first thing was to get rid of him, Petrus. Ugh, said Petrus to himself. I'm fairly sick of this sportsman with his cool, ironical ways. It looks as if he were doing a considerable piece of thimble-rigging at my expense. He restrained himself, however, and, with a pretense of wanting to keep on good terms with the magistrate, came and sat down beside him. You must forgive me, sir, he said, for insisting in what may appear to you an indiscreet fashion, but my conduct is explained not only by such sympathy or feeling as I entertain for MME. Essays at a moment in her life when she is more lonely than ever, a sympathy and feeling which she seems to repulse even more firmly than she did before. It is also explained by certain mysterious links which unite us to each other, and which go back to a period too remote for our eyes to focus. Has MME. Essays told you those details? In my opinion, they are most important, and I cannot help associating them with the events that interest us. Mazarin glanced at Coralie, who nodded. He answered, yes, MME. Essays has informed me, and even? He hesitated once more and again consulted Coralie, who flushed and seemed put out of countenance. Mazarin, however, waited for a reply which would enable him to proceed. She ended by saying, in a low voice, Captain Belville is entitled to know what we have discovered. The truth belongs as much to him as to me, and I have no right to keep it from him. Pray speak, monsieur. I doubt if it is even necessary to speak, said the magistrate. It will be enough, I think, to show the captain this photograph album which I have found. Here you are, Captain Belville. And he handed Petrus a very slender album, covered in grey canvas and fastened with an india-rubber band. Petrus took it with a certain anxiety, but what he saw on opening it was so utterly unexpected that he gave an exclamation. It's incredible. On the first page, held in place by their far corners, were two photographs, one, on the right, representing a small boy in an Eton jacket, the other, on the left, representing a very little girl. There was an inscription under each, on the right, Patris at 10. On the left, Coralie at 3. Moved beyond expression, Patris turned the leaf. On the second page they appeared again, he at the age of 15, she at the age of 8. And he saw himself at 19 and at 23 and at 28, always accompanied by Coralie, first as a little girl, then as a young girl, next as a woman. "This is incredible," he cried. "How is it possible? Here are portraits of myself which I had never seen, amateur photographs obviously, which trace my whole life. Here's one when I was doing my military training. Here I am on horseback. Who can have ordered these photographs? And who can have collected them together with yours, madam?" He fixed his eyes on Coralie, who evaded their questioning gaze and lowered her head as though the close connection between their two lives, to which those pages bore witness, had shaken her to the very depths of her being. "Who can have brought them together?" he repeated. "Do you know? And where does the album come from?" Mazarin supplied the answer. It was the surgeon who found it. Essayes wore a vest under his shirt, and the album was in an inner pocket, a pocket sewn inside the vest. The surgeon felt the bods through it when he was undressing Essayes' body. This time, Patris's and Coralie's eyes met. The thought that Essayes had been collecting both their photographs during the past 20 years, and that he wore them next to his breast, and that he had lived and died with them upon him, this thought amazed them so much that they did not even try to fathom its strange significance. "Are you sure of what you are saying, sir?" asked Patris. "I was there," said Mazarin. "I was present at the discovery. Besides, I myself made another which confirms this one and completes it in a really surprising fashion. I found a pendant, cut out of a solid block of amethyst and held in a setting of filigree work." "What's that?" cried Captain Belleville. "What's that? A pendant? An amethyst pendant?" "Look for yourself, sir," suggested the magistrate, after once more consulting Essayes with a glance. And he handed Captain Belleville an amethyst pendant, larger than the ball formed by joining the two halves which Coralie and Patris possessed, she on her rosary and he on his bunch of seals. And this new ball was encircled with a specimen of gold filigree work exactly like that on the rosary and on the seal. The setting served as a clasp. "Am I to open it?" he asked. Coralie nodded. He opened the pendant. The inside was divided by a movable glass disc which separated two miniature photographs, one of Coralie as a nurse, the other of himself, wounded, in an officer's uniform. Patris reflected with pale cheeks. Presently he asked, "And where does this pendant come from? Did you find it, sir?" "Yes, Captain Belleville." "Where?" The magistrate seemed to hesitate. Coralie's attitude gave Patris the impression that she was unaware of this detail. Mazarin at last said, "I found it in the dead man's hand." "In the dead man's hand?" "In Essayes' hand." Patris had given a start as though under an unexpected blow, and was now leaning over the magistrate, greedily awaiting a reply which he wanted to hear for the second time before accepting it as certain. "Yes, in his hand. I had to force back the clasped fingers in order to release it." Belleville stood up and, striking the table with his fist, exclaimed, "Well, sir, I will tell you one thing which I was keeping back as a last argument to prove to you that my collaboration is of use, and this thing becomes of great importance after what we have just learnt. Sir, this morning someone asked to speak to me on the telephone, and I had hardly answered the call when this person, who seemed greatly excited, was the victim of a murderous assault, committed in my hearing. And, amid the sound of the scuffle and the cries of agony, I caught the following words, which the unhappy man insisted on trying to get to me as so many lost instructions. Patris? Coralie? The amethyst pendant? Yes, I have it on me. The pendant? Ah, it's too late, I should so much have liked. Patris. Coralie? There's what I heard, sir, and here are the two facts which we cannot escape. This morning, at 19 minutes past 7, a man was murdered having upon him an amethyst pendant. This is the first undeniable fact. A few hours later, at 23 minutes past 12, this same amethyst pendant is discovered clutched in the hand of another man. This is the second undeniable fact. Place these facts side by side and you are bound to come to the conclusion that the first murder, the one of which I caught the distant echo, was committed here, in this house, in the same library which, since yesterday evening, witnessed the end of every scene in the tragedy which we are contemplating. This revelation, which in reality amounted to a fresh accusation against Essayes, seemed to affect the magistrate profoundly. Petrus had flung himself into the discussion with a passionate vehemence and a logical reasoning which it was impossible to disregard without evident insincerity. Coralie had turned aside slightly, and Petrus could not see her face, but he suspected her dismay in the presence of all this infamy and shame. Mazarin raised an objection. Two undeniable facts, you say, Captain Belville? As to the first point, let me remark that we have not found the body of the man who is supposed to have been murdered at 19 minutes past 7 this morning. It will be found in due course. Very well. Second point, as regards the amethyst pendant discovered in Essay's hand, how can we tell that Essay's Bey found it in the murdered man's hand and not somewhere else? For after all, we do not know if he was at home at that time, and still less if he was in his library. But I do know. How? I telephoned to him a few minutes later and he answered. More than that, to sweep away any trace of doubt, he told me that he had rung me up but that he had been cut off. Mazarin thought for a moment and then said, Did he go out this morning? Ask Emily, Essays. Without turning round, manifestly wishing to avoid Belville's eyes, Coralie answered, I don't think that he went out. The suit he was wearing at the time of his death was an indoor suit. Did you see him after last night? He came and knocked at my room 3 times this morning, between 7 and 9 o'clock. I did not open the door. At about 11 o'clock I started off alone. I heard him call old Simeon and tell him to go with me. Simeon caught me up in the street. That is all I know. A prolonged silence ensued. Each of the three was meditating upon this strange series of adventures. In the end, Mazarin, who had realized that a man of Captain Belville's stamp was not the sort to be easily thrust aside, spoke in the tone of one who, before coming to terms, wishes to know exactly what his adversary's last word is likely to be. Let us come to the point, Captain. You are building up a theory which strikes me as very vague. What is it precisely? And what are you proposing to do if I decline to accept it? I have asked you 2 very plain questions. Do you mind answering them? I will answer them, sir, as plainly as you put them. He went up to the magistrate and said, Here, sir, is the field of battle and of attack. Yes, of attack, if need be, which I select. A man who used to know me, who knew Emily Essays as a child, and who was interested in both of us. A man who used to collect our portraits at different ages, who had reasons for loving us unknown to me, who sent me the key of that garden, and who was making arrangements to bring us together for a purpose which he would have told us. This man was murdered at the moment when he was about to execute his plan. Now, everything tells me that he was murdered by Essays. I am therefore resolved to lodge an information, whatever the results of my action may be. And believe me, sir, my charge will not be hushed up. There are always means of making one's self heard, even if I am reduced to shouting the truth from the housetops. Mazarin burst out laughing. By Jove, Captain, but you're letting yourself go. I'm behaving according to my conscience, and Emily Essays, I feel sure, will forgive me. She knows that I am acting for her good. She knows that all will be over with her if this case is hushed up and if the authorities do not assist her. She knows that the enemies who threaten her are implacable. They will stop at nothing to attain their object and to do away with her, for she stands in their way. And the terrible thing about it is that the most clear-seeing eyes are unable to make out what that object is. We are playing the most formidable game against these enemies, and we do not even know what the stakes are. Only the police can discover those stakes. Mazarin waited for a second or two and then, laying his hand on Petrus's shoulder, said calmly, And suppose the authorities knew what the stakes were? Petrus looked at him in surprise. What do you mean to say you know? Perhaps, and can you tell me? Oh well, if you force me to. What are they? Not much, a trifle. But what sort of trifle? 1,000 million francs. 1,000 millions? Just that. 1,000 millions, of which 2/3, I regret to say, if not 3/4, had already left France before the war. But the remaining 250 or 300 millions are worth more than 1,000 millions all the same, for a very good reason. What reason? They happen to be in gold. Roman 8, Essays Bey's work. This time Captain Belville seemed to relax to some extent. He vaguely perceived the consideration that compelled the authorities to wage the battle prudently. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, I was instructed to investigate this matter 2 years ago, and my inquiries proved that really remarkable exports of gold were being effected from France. But I confess, it is only since my conversation with Emily Essays that I have seen where the leakage came from, and who it was that set on foot, all over France, down to the least important market towns, the formidable organization through which the indispensable metal was made to leave the country. Then, Emily Essays knew? No, but she suspected a great deal. And last night, before you arrived, she overheard some words spoken between Esses and his assailants which she repeated to me, thus giving me the key to the riddle. I should have been glad to work out the complete solution without your assistance. For one thing, those were the orders of the Minister of the Interior, and MME. Esses displayed the same wish. But your impetuosity overcomes my hesitation, and since I can't manage to get rid of you, Captain Belville, I will tell you the whole story frankly, especially as your cooperation is not to be despised. I am all ears, said Patris, who was burning to know more. Well, the motive force of the plot was here, in this house. Esses Bey, president of the Franco-Oriental Bank, 6, Rue Lafayette, apparently an Egyptian, in reality a Turk, enjoyed the greatest influence in the Paris financial world. He had been naturalized an Englishman, but had kept up secret relations with the former possessors of Egypt, and he had received instructions from a foreign power, which I am not yet able to name with certainty, to bleed, there is no other word for it, to bleed France of all the gold that he could cause to flow into his coffers. According to documents which I have seen, he succeeded in exporting in this way some 700 million francs in 2 years. A last consignment was preparing when war was declared. You can understand that thenceforth such important sums could not be smuggled out of the country so easily as in times of peace. The railway wagons are inspected on the frontiers, the outgoing vessels are searched in the harbors. In short, the gold was not sent away. Those 250 or 300 millions remained in France. 10 months passed, and the inevitable happened, which was that Esses Bey, having this fabulous treasure at his disposal, clung to it, came gradually to look upon it as his own, and in the end, resolved to appropriate it. Only there were accomplices. The men I saw last night? Yes, half a dozen shady Levantines, sham naturalized French citizens, more or less well-disguised Bulgarians, secret agents of the little German Kots in the Balkans. This gang ran provincial branches of Esses Bank. It had in its pay, on Esses' account, hundreds of minor agents who scoured the villages, visited the fairs, were hail-fellow well met with the peasants, offered them banknotes and government securities in exchange for French gold, and trousered all their savings. When war broke out, the gang shut up shop and gathered round Esses Bey, who also had closed his offices in the Rue Lafayette. What happened then? Things that we don't know. No doubt the accomplices learnt from their governments that the lost dispatch of gold had never taken place, and no doubt they also guessed that Esses Bey was trying to keep for himself the 300 millions collected by the gang. One thing is certain, that a struggle began between the former partners, a fierce, implacable struggle, the accomplices wanting their share of the plunder, while Esses Bey was resolved to part with none of it, and pretended that the millions had left the country. Yesterday the struggle attained its culminating point. In the afternoon, the accomplices tried to get hold of Emily, Esses, so that they might have a hostage to use against her husband. In the evening, you yourself witnessed the final episode. But why yesterday evening rather than another? Because the accomplices had every reason to think that the millions were intended to disappear yesterday evening. Though they did not know the methods employed by Esses Bey when he made his last remittances, they believed that each of the remittances, or rather each removal of the sacks, was preceded by a signal. Yes, a shower of sparks, was it not? Exactly. In a corner of the garden are some old conservatories, above which stands the furnace that used to heat them. This grimy furnace, full of soot and rubbish, sends forth, when you light it, flakes of fire and sparks which are seen at a distance and serve as an intimation. Esses Bey lit it last night himself. The accomplices at once took alarm and came prepared to go any lengths. And Esses' plan failed. Yes, but so did theirs. The colonel is dead. The others were only able to get hold of a few bundles of notes which have probably been taken from them by this time. But the struggle was not finished, and its dying agony has been a most shocking tragedy. According to your statement, a man who knew you and who was seeking to get into touch with you was killed at 19 minutes past 7, most likely by Esses Bey, who dreaded his intervention. And 5 hours later, at 23 past 12, Esses Bey himself was murdered, presumably by one of his accomplices. There is the whole story, Captain Belville. And now that you know as much of it as I do, don't you think that the investigation of this case should remain secret and be pursued not quite in accordance with the ordinary rules? After a moment's reflection, Patris said, Yes, I agree. There can be no doubt about it, cried M. Masserin. Not only will it serve no purpose to publish this story of gold which has disappeared and which can't be found, which would startle the public and excite their imaginations. But you will readily imagine that an operation, which consisted in draining off such a quantity of gold in 2 years, cannot have been effected without compromising a regrettable number of people. I feel certain that my own inquiries will reveal a series of weak concessions and unworthy bargains on the part of certain more or less important banks and credit houses, transactions on which I do not wish to insist, but which it would be the gravest of blunders to publish. Therefore, silence. But is silence possible? Why not? Bless my soul, there are a good few corpses to be explained away, Colonel Fackeyes, for instance. Suicide. Mustapha's, which you will discover, or which you have already discovered in the Galliera garden. Found dead. SS Bays. An accident. So that all these manifestations of the same power will remain separated. There is nothing to show the link that connects them. Perhaps the public will think otherwise. The public will think what we wish it to think. This is wartime. The press will speak. The press will do nothing of the kind. We have the censorship. But if some fact or rather a fresh crime? Why should there be a fresh crime? The matter is finished, at least on its active and dramatic side. The chief actors are dead. The curtain falls on the murder of SS Bay. As for the supernumeraries, Bonnef and the others, we shall have them stowed away in an internment camp before a week is past. We therefore find ourselves in the presence of a certain number of millions, with no owner, with no one who dares to claim them, on which France is entitled to lay hands. I shall devote my activity to securing the money for the Republic. Patrice Belville shook his head. Emmy, SS remains, sir. We must not forget her husband's threats. He is dead. No matter, the threats are there. Old Simeon tells you so in a striking fashion. He's half mad. Exactly. His brain retains the impression of great and imminent danger. No, the struggle is not ended. Perhaps indeed it is only beginning. Well, Captain, are we not here? Make it your business to protect and defend Emmy. SS by all the means in your power, and by all those which I place at your disposal. Our collaboration will be uninterrupted, because my task lies here and because, if the battle, which you expect and I do not, takes place, it will be within the walls of this house and garden. What makes you think that? Some words which Emmy SS overheard last night. The colonel repeated several times, the gold is here, SS. He added, for years past, your car brought to this house all that there was at your bank in the Rue Lafayette. Simeon, you and the chauffeur used to let the sacks down the last grating on the left. How you used to send it away, I do not know. But of what was here on the day when the war broke out, of the 17 or 1800 bags which they were expecting out yonder, none has left your place. I suspected the trick, and we kept watch night and day. The gold is here. And have you no clue? Not one, or this at most, but I attach comparatively little value to it. He took a crumpled paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and continued. Besides the pendant, SS Bay held in his hand this bit of blotted paper, on which you can see a few straggling, hurriedly written words. The only ones that are more or less legible are these: golden triangle. What this golden triangle means, what it has to do with the case in hand, I can't for the present tell. The most that I am able to presume is that, like the pendant, the scrap of paper was snatched by SS Bay from the man who died at 19 minutes past 7 this morning, and that, when he himself was killed at 23 minutes past 12, he was occupied in examining it. And then there is the album, said Patrice, making his last point. You see how all the details are linked together. You may safely believe that it is all one case. Very well, said M. Masserin. One case in 2 parts. You, Captain, had better follow up the second. I grant you that nothing could be stranger than this discovery of photographs of Emmy SS and yourself in the same album and in the same pendant. It sets a problem the solution of which will no doubt bring us very near to the truth. We shall meet again soon, Captain Belville, I hope, and once more make use of me and of my men. He shook Patrice by the hand. Patrice held him back. I shall make use of you, sir, as you suggest. But is this not the time to take the necessary precautions? They are taken, Captain. We are in occupation of the house. Yes, yes, I know. But all the same, I have a sort of presentiment that the day will not end without. Remember old Simeon's strange words. M. Masserin began to laugh. Come, Captain Belville, we mustn't exaggerate things. If any enemies remain for us to fight, they must stand in great need for the moment of taking counsel with themselves. We'll talk about this tomorrow, shall we, Captain? He shook hands with Patrice again, bowed to Emmy SS, and left the room. Belville had at first made a discreet movement to go out with him. He stopped at the door and walked back again. Emmy SS, who seemed not to hear him, sat motionless, bent in two, with her head turned away from him. Coralie, he said, She did not reply, and he uttered her name a second time, hoping that again she might not answer, for her silence suddenly appeared to him to be the one thing in the world for him to desire. That silence no longer implied either constraint or rebellion. Coralie accepted the fact that he was there, by her side, as a helpful friend. And Petrus no longer thought of all the problems that harassed him, nor of the murders that had mounted up, one after another, around them, nor of the dangers that might still encompass them. He thought only of Coralie's yielding gentleness. "Don't answer, Coralie, don't say a word. It is for me to speak. I must tell you what you do not know. The reasons that made you wish to keep me out of this house and out of your very life." He put his hand on the back of the chair in which she was sitting, and his hand just touched Coralie's hair. "Coralie, you imagine that it is the shame of your life here that keeps you away from me. You blush at having been that man's wife, and this makes you feel troubled and anxious, as though you yourself had been guilty. But why should you? It was not your fault. Surely you know that I can guess the misery and hatred that must have passed between you and him, and the constraint that was brought to bear upon you, by some machination, in order to force your consent to the marriage. No, Coralie, there is something else, and I will tell you what it is. There is something else." He was bending over her still more. He saw her beautiful profile lit up by the blazing logs and, speaking with increasing fervor and adopting the familiar to and toy which, in his mouth, retained a note of affectionate respect, he cried, "Am I to speak, little mother Coralie? I needn't, need I? You have understood, and you read yourself clearly. Ah, I feel you trembling from head to foot. Yes, yes, I tell you, I knew your secret from the very first day. From the very first day you loved your great beggar of a wounded man, all scarred and maimed though he was. Hush, don't deny it. Yes, I understand. You are rather shocked to hear such words as these spoken today. I ought perhaps to have waited. And yet why should I? I am asking you nothing, I know, and that is enough for me. I shan't speak of it again for a long time to come, until the inevitable hour arrives when you are forced to tell it to me yourself. Till then I shall keep silence. But our love will always be between us, and it will be exquisite, little mother Coralie. It will be exquisite for me to know that you love me, Coralie. There, now you're crying, and you would still deny the truth? Why, when you cry, I know you, little mother. It means that your dear heart is overflowing with tenderness and love. You are crying? Ah, little mother, I never thought you loved me to that extent. Petrus also had tears in his eyes. Coralie's were coursing down her pale cheeks, and he would have given much to kiss that wet face, but the least outward sign of affection appeared to him an offense at such a moment. He was content to gaze at her passionately, and as he did so, he received an impression that her thoughts were becoming detached from his own, that her eyes were being attracted by an unexpected sight, and that, amid the great silence of their love, she was listening to something that he himself had not heard. And suddenly, he too heard that thing, though it was almost imperceptible. It was not so much a sound as the sensation of a presence mingling with the distant rumble of the town. What could be happening? The light had begun to fade, without his noticing it, also unperceived by Petrus, Emily. Esses had opened the window a little way, for the boudoir was small, and the heat of the fire was becoming oppressive. Nevertheless, the two casements were almost touching. It was at this that she was staring, and it was from there that the danger threatened. Petrus's first impulse was to run to the window, but he restrained himself. The danger was becoming defined. Outside, in the twilight, he distinguished through the slanting panes a human form. Next, he saw between the two casements something which gleamed in the light of the fire, and which looked like the barrel of a revolver. Coralie is done for, he thought, if I allow it to be suspected for an instant that I am on my guard. She was in fact opposite the window, with no obstacle intervening. He therefore said aloud, in a careless tone, "Coralie, you must be a little tired. We will say good-bye." At the same time he went round her chair to protect her, but he had not the time to complete his movement. She also no doubt had seen the glint of the revolver, for she drew back abruptly, stammering, "Oh, Petrus, Petrus?" 2 shots rang out, followed by a moan. "You're wounded?" cried Petrus, springing to her side. "No, no," she said, "but the fright. Oh, if he's touched you, the scoundrel." "No, he hasn't." "Are you quite sure?" He lost 30 or 40 seconds switching on the electric light, looking at Coralie for signs of a wound and waiting in an agony of suspense for her to regain full consciousness. Only then did he rush to the window, open it wide and climb over the balcony. The room was on the first floor. There was plenty of latticework on the wall, but because of his leg, Petrus had some difficulty in making his way down. Below, on the terrace, he caught his foot in the rungs of an overturned ladder. Next, he knocked against some policemen who were coming from the ground floor. One of them shouted, I saw the figure of a man making off that way." "Which way?" asked Petrus. The man was running in the direction of the lane. Petrus followed him. But at that moment, from close beside the little daw, there came shrill cries and the whimper of a choking voice. "Help! Help!" When Petrus came up, the policeman was already flashing his electric lantern over the ground, and they both saw a human form writhing in the shrubbery. "The daw's open," shouted Petrus. "The assassin has escaped, go after him." The policeman vanished down the lane, and Yabon appearing on the scene, Petrus gave him his orders. "Quick as you can, Yabon. If the policeman is going up the lane, you go down. Run, I'll look after the victim." All this time, Petrus was stooping low, flinging the light of the policeman's lantern on the man who lay struggling on the ground. He recognized old Simeon, nearly strangled, with a red silk cord round his neck. "How do you feel?" he asked. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" He unfastened the cord and repeated his question. Simeon stuttered out a series of incoherent syllables and then suddenly began to sing and laugh, a very low, jerky laugh, alternating with hiccups. He had gone mad. When Mazarin arrived, Petrus told him what had happened. "Do you really believe it's all over?" he asked. "No, you were right and I was wrong," said Mazarin. "We must take every precaution to ensure Messer's safety. The house shall be guarded all night." A few minutes later, the policeman and Yabon returned after a vain search. The key that had served to open the door was found in the lane. It was exactly similar to the one in Petrus Belleville's possession, equally old and equally rusty. The would-be murderer had thrown it away in the course of his flight. It was 7 o'clock when Petrus, accompanied by Yabon, left the house in the Rue Rainward and turned towards Neuilly. As usual, Petrus took Yabon's arm and, leaning upon him for support as he walked, he said, "I can guess what you're thinking, Yabon." Yabon grunted. "That's it," said Captain Belleville, in a tone of approval. "We are entirely in agreement all along the line. What strikes you first and foremost is the utter incapacity displayed by the police. A pack of addle pates, you say? When you speak like that, Master Yabon, you are talking impertinent nonsense, which, coming from you, does not astonish me and which might easily make me give you the punishment you deserve. But we will overlook it this time. Whatever you may say, the police do what they can, not to mention that, in wartime, they have other things to do than to occupy themselves with the mysterious relations between Captain Belleville and Messer's. It is I, therefore, who will have to act, and I have hardly anyone to reckon on but myself. Well, I wonder if I am a match for such adversaries. To think that here's one who has the cheek to come back to the house while it is being watched by the police, to put up a ladder, to listen no doubt to my conversation with Mazarin and afterwards to what I said to little Mother Coralie, and lastly, to send a couple of bullets whizzing past our ears. What do you say? Am I the man for the job? And could all the French police, overworked as they are, give me the indispensable assistance? No, the man I need for clearing up a thing like this is an exceptional sort of chap, one who unites every quality in himself, in short the type of man one never sees." Petrus leant more heavily on his companion's arm. "You, who know so many good people, haven't you the fellow I want concealed about your person? A genius of sorts, a demigod?" Yabon grunted again, merrily this time, and withdrew his arm. He always carried a little electric lamp. Switching on the light, he put the handle between his teeth. Then he took a bit of chalk out of his jacket pocket. A grimy, weather-beaten plaster wall ran along the street. Yabon took his stand in front of the wall and, turning the light upon it, began to write with an unskillful hand, as though each letter cost him a measureless effort, and as though the sum total of those letters were the only one that he had ever succeeded in composing and remembering. In this way he wrote 2 words which Petrus read out, Arsène Lupin. "Arsène Lupin," said Petrus, under his breath. And looking at Yabon in amazement, "Are you in your right mind? What do you mean by Arsène Lupin? Are you suggesting Arsène Lupin to me?" Yabon nodded his head. "Arsène Lupin, do you know him?" "Yes," Yabon signified. Petrus then remembered that the Senegalese used to spend his days at the hospital getting his good-natured comrades to read all the adventures of Arsène Lupin aloud to him, and he grinned. "Yes, you know him as one knows somebody whose history one has read." "No," protested Yabon. "Do you know him personally?" "Yes." "Get out, you silly fool. Arsène Lupin is dead. He threw himself into the sea from a rock, too, and you pretend that you know him." "Yes." "Do you mean to say that you have met him since he died?" "Yes." "By Jove! And Master Yabon's influence with Arsène Lupin is enough to make him come to life again and put himself out at a sign from Master Yabon?" "Yes. I say, I had a high opinion of you as it was. But now there is nothing for me but to make you my beau. A friend of the late Arsène Lupin. We're going it? And how long will it take you to place his ghost at our disposal? 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, a fortnight? Yabon made a gesture. About a fortnight, Captain Belville translated. Very well, evoke your friend's spirit, I shall be delighted to make his acquaintance. Only, upon my word, you must have a very poor idea of me to imagine that I need a collaborator. What next? Do you take me for a helpless dunderhead? Roman 9 Patris and Coralie, everything happened as M. Masserin had foretold. The press did not speak. The public did not become excited. The various deaths were casually paragraphed. The funeral of Essays Bey, the wealthy banker, passed unnoticed. But on the day following the funeral, after Captain Belville, with the support of the police, had made an application to the military authorities, a new order of things was established in the house in the Rue Rainward. It was recognized as Home No. 2 attached to the hospital in the Champs-Élysées, MME. Essays was appointed matron, and it became the residence of Captain Belville and his 7 wounded men exclusively. Coralie, therefore, was the only woman remaining. The cook and housemaid were sent away. The 7 cripples did all the work of the house. One acted as hall porter, another as cook, a third as butler. Yabon, promoted to parlourmaid, made it his business to wait on little Mother Coralie. At night, he slept in the passage outside her door. By day, he mounted guard outside her window. Let no one near that door or that window. Patris said to him, Let no one in, you'll catch it if so much as a mosquito succeeds in entering her room. Nevertheless, Patris was not easy in his mind. The enemy had given him too many proofs of reckless daring to let him imagine that he could take any steps to ensure her perfect protection. Danger always creeps in where it is least expected, and it was all the more difficult to ward off in that no one knew whence it threatened. Now that Essays Bey was dead, who was continuing his work? Who had inherited the task of revenge upon Coralie announced in his last letter? M. Masserin had at once begun his work of investigation, but the dramatic side of the case seemed to leave him indifferent, since he had not found the body of the man whose dying cries reached Patris Belville's ears, since he had discovered no clue to the mysterious assailant who had fired at Patris and Coralie later in the day, since he was not able to trace where the assailant had obtained his ladder. He dropped these questions and confined his efforts entirely to the search of the 1,800 bags of gold. These were all that concerned him. We have every reason to believe that they are here, he said, between the far sides of the quadrilateral formed by the garden and the house. Obviously, a bag of gold weighing 100 weight does not take up as much room, by a long way, as a sack of coal of the same weight. But for all that, 1,800 bags represent a cubic content, and a content like that is not easily concealed. In 2 days, he had assured himself that the treasure was hidden neither in the house nor under the house. On the evenings, when Essays Bey's car brought the gold out of the coffers of the Franco-Oriental Bank to the Rue Rainward, Essays, the chauffeur, and the man known as Grégoire used to pass a thick wire through the grating of which the accomplices spoke. This wire was found. Along the wire ran hooks, which were also found, and on these the bags were slung and afterwards stacked in a large cellar situated exactly under the library. It is needless to say that M. Masserin and his detectives devoted all their ingenuity and all the painstaking patience of which they were capable to the task of searching every corner of this cellar. Their efforts only established beyond doubt that it contained no secret, save that of a staircase which ran down from the library and which was closed at the top by a trapdoor concealed by the carpet. In addition to the grating on the Rue Rainward, there was another which overlooked the garden, on the level of the first terrace. These 2 openings were barricaded on the inside by very heavy shutters, so that it was an easy matter to stack thousands and thousands of rouleaux of gold in the cellar before sending them away. But how were they sent away? M. Masserin wondered. That's the mystery. And why this intermediate stage in the basement, in the Rue Rainward? Another mystery. And now we have Fakai, Bonnef & Co., declaring that, this time, it was not sent away, that the gold is here and that it can be found for the searching. We have searched the house. There is still the garden. Let us look there. It was a beautiful old garden and had once formed part of the wide-stretching estate where people were in the habit, at the end of the 18th century, of going to drink the Passy waters. With a 200-yard frontage, it ran from the Rue Rainward to the quay of the riverside and led, by 4 successive terraces, to an expanse of lawn as old as the rest of the garden, fringed with thickets of evergreens and shaded by groups of tall trees. But the beauty of the garden lay chiefly in its 4 terraces and in the view which they afforded of the river, the low ground on the left bank, and the distant hills. They were united by 20 sets of steps, and 20 paths climbed from the one to the other, paths cut between the buttressing walls, and sometimes hidden in the floods of ivy that dashed from top to bottom. Here and there, a statue stood out, a broken column, or the fragments of a capital. The stone balcony that edged the upper terrace was still adorned with all its old terracotta vases. On this terrace also were the ruins of 2 little round temples where, in the old days, the springs bubbled to the surface. In front of the library windows was a circular basin, within the center the figure of a child shooting a slender thread of water through the funnel of a shell. It was the overflow from this basin, forming a little stream, that trickled over the rocks against which Petrus had stumbled on the first evening. 10 acres to explore before we've done, said M. Masserin to himself. He employed upon this work, in addition to Belleville's cripples, a dozen of his own detectives. It was not a difficult business and was bound to lead to some definite result. As M. Masserin never ceased saying, 1,800 bags cannot remain invisible. An excavation leaves traces. You want a hole to go in and out by. But neither the grass of the lawns nor the sand of the paths showed any signs of earth recently disturbed. The ivy, the buttressing walls, the terraces, everything was inspected, but in vain. Here and there, in cutting up the ground, old conduit pipes were found, running towards the Seine, and remains of aqueducts that had once served to carry off the Passy waters. But there was no such thing as a cave, an underground chamber, a brick arch, or anything that looked like a hiding place. Petrus and Coralie watched the progress of the search. And yet, though they fully realized its importance, and though, on the other hand, they were still feeling the strain of the recent dramatic hours, in reality they were engrossed only in the inexplicable problem of their fate, and their conversation nearly always turned upon the mystery of the past. Coralie's mother was the daughter of a French consul at Salonika, where she married a very rich man of a certain age, called Count Odolavich, the head of an ancient Serbian family. He died a year after Coralie was born. The widow and child were at that time in France, at this same house in the Rue Rainward, which Count Odolavich had purchased through a young Egyptian called Essaz, his secretary and factotum. Coralie here spent 3 years of her childhood. Then she suddenly lost her mother and was left alone in the world. Essaz took her to Salonika, to a surviving sister of her grandfather the consul, a woman many years younger than her brother. This lady took charge of Coralie. Unfortunately, she fell under Essaz's influence, signed papers, and made her little grandniece sign papers, until the child's whole fortune, administered by the Egyptian, gradually disappeared. At last, when she was about 17, Coralie became the victim of an adventure which left the most hideous memory in her mind and which had a fatal effect on her life. She was kidnapped one morning by a band of Turks on the plains of Salonika and spent a fortnight in the palace of the governor of the province, exposed to his desires. Essaz released her, but the release was brought about in so fantastic a fashion that Coralie must have often wondered afterwards whether the Turk and the Egyptian were not in collusion. At any rate, sick in body and depressed in spirits, fearing a fresh assault upon her liberty and yielding to her aunt's wishes, a month later she married this Essaz, who had already been paying her his addresses and who now definitely assumed in her eyes the figure of a deliverer. It was a hopeless union, the horror of which became manifest to her on the very day on which it was cemented. Coralie was the wife of a man whom she hated, and whose love only grew with the hatred and contempt which she showed for it. Before the end of the year, they came and took up their residence at the house in the Rue Rainward. Essaz, who had long ago established, and was at that time managing the Salonika branch of the Franco-Oriental Bank, bought up almost all the shares of the bank itself, acquired the building in the Rue Lafayette for the head office, became one of the financial magnates of Paris, and received the title of Bey in Egypt. This was the story which Coralie told Petrus one day in the beautiful garden at Passy, and in this unhappy past which they explored together, and compared with Petrus Belleville's own, neither he nor Coralie was able to discover a single point that was common to both. The two of them had lived in different parts of the world. Not one name evoked the same recollection in their minds. There was not a detail that enabled them to understand why each should possess a piece of the same amethyst bead, nor why their joint images should be contained in the same medallion pendant or stuck in the pages of the same album. Failing everything else, said Petrus, we can explain that the pendant found in the hand of Essaz Bey was snatched by him from the unknown friend who was watching over us, and whom he murdered. But what about the album, which he wore in a pocket sewn inside his vest? Neither attempted to answer the question. Then Petrus asked, "Tell me about Simeon." "Simeon has always lived here. Even in your mother's time?" "No, it was 1 or 2 years after my mother's death, and after I went to Salonika, that Esser's put him to look after this property and keep it in good condition." "Was he Esser's secretary?" "I never knew what his exact functions were, but he was not Esser's secretary, nor his confidant either. They never talked together intimately. He came to see us 2 or 3 times at Salonika. I remember one of his visits. I was quite a child, and I heard him speaking to Esser's in a very angry tone, apparently threatening him. With what? I don't know. I know nothing at all about Simeon. He kept himself very much to himself and was nearly always in the garden, smoking his pipe, dreaming, tending the trees and flowers, sometimes with the assistance of 2 or 3 gardeners whom he would send for." "How did he behave to you?" "Here again I can't give any definite impression. We never talked, and his occupations very seldom brought him into contact with me. Nevertheless, I sometimes thought that his eyes used to seek me, through their yellow spectacles, with a certain persistency, and perhaps even a certain interest. Moreover, lately, he liked going with me to the hospital, and he would then, either there or on the way, show himself more attentive, more eager to please, so much so that I have been wondering this last day or two." She hesitated for a moment, undecided whether to speak, and then continued. "Yes, it's a very vague notion, but, all the same, look here, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Do you know why I joined the hospital in the Champs-Élysées, the hospital where you were lying wounded and ill? It was because Simeon took me there. He knew that I wanted to become a nurse, and he suggested this hospital. And then, if you think, later on, the photograph in the pendant, the one showing you in uniform and me as a nurse, can only have been taken at the hospital. Well, of the people here, in this house, no one except Simeon ever went there. You will also remember that he used to come to Salonika, where he saw me as a child and afterwards as a girl, and that there also he may have taken the snapshots in the album. So that, if we allow that he had some correspondent who on his side followed your footsteps in life, it would not be impossible to believe that the unknown friend whom you assume to have intervened between us, the one who sent you the key of the garden, was old Simeon?" Petrus interrupted. "The theory won't hold water." "Why not?" "Because this friend is dead. The man who, as you say, sought to intervene between us, who sent me the key of the garden, who called me to the telephone to tell me the truth, that man was murdered. There is not the least doubt about it. I heard the cries of a man who is being killed, dying cries, the cries which a man utters when at the moment of death. You can never be sure. I am, absolutely. There is no shadow of doubt in my mind. The man whom I call our unknown friend died before finishing his work. He died murdered, whereas Simeon is alive. Besides," continued Petrus, "this man had a different voice from Simeon, a voice which I had never heard before, and which I shall never hear again." Coralie was convinced and did not insist. They were seated on one of the benches in the garden, enjoying the bright April sunshine. The buds of the chestnut trees shone at the tips of the branches. The heavy scent of the wallflowers rose from the borders, and their brown and yellow blossoms, like a cluster of bees and wasps pressed close together, swayed to the light breeze. Suddenly Petrus felt a thrill. Coralie had placed her hand on his with engaging friendliness, and when he turned to look at her, he saw that she was in tears. "What's the matter, little mother Coralie?" Coralie's head bent down and her cheek touched the officer's shoulder. He dared not move. She was treating him as a protecting elder brother, and he shrank from showing any warmth of affection that might annoy her. "What is it, dear?" he repeated. "What's the matter?" "Oh, it is so strange," she murmured. "Look, Petrus, look at those flowers." They were on the 3rd terrace commanding a view of the 4th, and this, the lowest of the terraces, was adorned not with borders of wallflowers but with beds in which were mingled all manner of spring flowers, tulips, silvery alyssums, hyacinths, with a great round plot of pansies in the middle. "Look over there," she said, pointing to this plot with her outstretched arm. "Do you see? Letters." Petrus looked and gradually perceived that the clumps of pansies were so arranged as to form on the ground some letters that stood out among the other flowers. It did not appear at the first glance. It took a certain time to see, but once seen, the letters grouped themselves of their own accord, forming 3 words set down in a single line. "Petrus and Coralie." "Ah," he said, in a low voice. "I understand what you mean." It gave them a thrill of inexpressible excitement to read their 2 names, which a friendly hand had, so to speak, sewn. Their 2 names united in pansy flowers. It was inexpressibly exciting, too, that he and she should always find themselves thus linked together by events, linked together by their portraits, linked together by an unseen force of will, linked together now by the struggling effort of little flowers that spring up, waken into life and blossom in predetermined order. Coralie, sitting up, said, "It's Simeon who attends to the garden." "Yes," he said, wavering slightly. "But surely that does not affect my opinion. Our unknown friend is dead, but Simeon may have known him. Simeon perhaps was acting with him in certain matters and must know a good deal. Oh, if he could only put us on the right road." An hour later, as the sun was sinking on the horizon, they climbed the terraces. On reaching the top, they saw Mazarin beckoning to them. "I have something curious to show you," he said. "Something I have found which will interest both you, madam, and you, captain, particularly." He led them to the very end of the terrace, outside the occupied part of the house next to the library. Two detectives were standing mattock in hand. In the course of their searching, Mazarin explained, they had begun by removing the ivy from the low wall adorned with terracotta vases. Thereupon Mazarin's attention was attracted by the fact that this wall was covered, for a length of some yards, by a layer of plaster which appeared to be more recent in date than the stone. "What did it mean?" said Mazarin. "I had to presuppose some motive. I therefore had this layer of plaster demolished, and underneath it I found a second layer, not so thick as the first and mingled with the rough stone. Come closer, or rather, no, stand back a little way, you can see better like that." The second layer really served only to keep in place some small white pebbles, which constituted a sort of mosaic set in black pebbles and formed a series of large, written letters, spelling 3 words. And these 3 words once again were Petrus and Coralie. "What do you say to that?" asked Mazarin. "Observe that the inscription goes several years back, at least 10 years, when we consider the condition of the ivy clinging to this part of the wall." "At least 10 years," Petrus repeated when he was once more alone with Coralie. 10 years ago was when you were not married, when you were still at Salonika, and when nobody used to come to this garden, nobody except Simeon and such people as he chose to admit. And among these, he concluded, was our unknown friend who is now dead. And Simeon knows the truth, Coralie." They saw old Simeon, late that afternoon, as they had seen him constantly since the tragedy, wandering in the garden or along the passages of the house, restless and distraught, with his comforter always wound round his head and his spectacles on his nose, stammering words which no one could understand. At night, his neighbor, one of the maimed soldiers, would often hear him humming to himself. Petrus twice tried to make him speak. He shook his head and did not answer, or else laughed like an idiot. The problem was becoming complicated, and nothing pointed to a possible solution. Who was it that, since their childhood, had promised them to each other, as a pair betrothed long beforehand by an inflexible ordinance? Who was it that arranged the pansy bed last autumn, when they did not know each other? And who was it that had written their 2 names, 10 years ago, in white pebbles, within the thickness of a wall? These were haunting questions for 2 young people in whom love had awakened quite spontaneously, and who suddenly saw stretching behind them a long past common to them both. Each step that they took in the garden seemed to them a pilgrimage amid forgotten memories, and at every turn in a path, they were prepared to discover some new proof of the bond that linked them together unknown to themselves. As a matter of fact, during those few days, they saw their initials interlaced twice on the trunk of a tree, once on the back of a bench, and twice again their names appeared inscribed on old walls and concealed behind a layer of plaster overhung with ivy. On these 2 occasions, their names were accompanied by 2 separate dates, Petrus and Coralie, 1904 Petrus and Coralie, 1907, 11 years ago and 8 years ago, said the officer. And always our 2 names, Petrus and Coralie. Their hands met and clasped each other. The great mystery of their past brought them as closely together as did the great love which filled them and of which they refrained from speaking. In spite of themselves, however, they sought out solitude, and it was in this way that, a fortnight after the murder of S.S. Bay, as they passed the little door opening on the lane, they decided to go out by it and to stroll down to the river bank. No one saw them, for both the approach to the door and the path leading to it were hidden by a screen of tall bushes, and Mazarin and his men were exploring the old greenhouses, which stood at the other side of the garden, and the old furnace and chimney which had been used for signaling. But when he was outside, Petrus stopped. Almost in front of him, in the opposite wall, was an exactly similar door. He called Coralie's attention to it, but she said, There is nothing astonishing about that. This wall is the boundary of another garden which at one time belonged to the one we have just left. But who lives there? Nobody. The little house which overlooks it and which comes before mine, in the Rue Rainward, is always shut up. Same door, same key, perhaps, Petrus murmured, half to himself. He inserted in the lock the rusty key which had reached him by messenger. The lock responded. Well, he said, the series of miracles is continuing. Will this one be in our favor? The vegetation had been allowed to run riot in the narrow strip of ground that faced them. However, in the middle of the exuberant grass, a well-trodden path, which looked as if it were often used, started from the door in the wall and rose obliquely to the single terrace, on which stood a dilapidated lodge with closed shutters. It was built on one floor, but was surmounted by a small lantern-shaped belvedere. It had its own entrance in the Rue Rainward, from which it was separated by a yard and a very high wall. This entrance seemed to be barricaded with boards and posts nailed together. They walked round the house and were surprised by the sight that awaited them on the right-hand side. The foliage had been trained into rectangular cloisters, carefully kept, with regular arcades cut in yew and box hedges. A miniature garden was laid out in this space, the very home of silence and tranquility. Here also were wallflowers and pansies and hyacinths. And far paths, coming from far corners of the cloisters, met round a central space, where stood the 5 columns of a small, open temple, rudely constructed of pebbles and unmortared building stones. Under the dome of this little temple was a tombstone, and in front of it, an old wooden praying chair, from the bars of which hung, on the left, an ivory crucifix, and on the right, a rosary composed of amethyst beads in a gold filigree setting. Coralie, Coralie, whispered Petrus in a voice trembling with emotion, who can be buried here? They went nearer. There were bead wreaths laid in rows on the tombstone. They counted 19, each bearing the date of one of the last 19 years. Pushing them aside, they read the following inscription in gilt letters worn and soiled by the rain. Here lie Petrus and Coralie, both of whom were murdered on the 14th of April, 1895. Revenge to me I will repay.